Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hello. It's been a hot minute. Everything's going right. Cool. How's it going, everybody? It's been a hot minute. Yes, I know. Been a bit busy, especially last week. A lot of things happened, both in terms of the game and in my real life. Unfortunately, had to deal with some things. Those who follow me and follow my VTuber mama too probably know, but others don't. Last week, so first, I guess I should explain what a VTuber mama is. I guess for those that don't know. So when you commission a VTuber model, you usually involve. Hang on, give me a sec. You usually involve two people, depending on the case. Usually a person that makes the model, like the design, the drawings, and all that kind of stuff. And that's usually the VTuber mama, as people call them. And then there's usually the person that rigs the model and makes it move, which is usually the VTuber papa, the parents. In my case, my mama and my papa is the same person, which is to drawing. And last week, unfortunately, her PC died, which made things complicated because she didn't know how to fix it. So I spent most of last week trying to help her out, either fix the PC or get a new one, which was unfortunately what had to happen because it wasn't possible to revive the computer from death, fortunately. So last week I was pretty swamped trying to sort all of that kind of stuff out, troubleshooting. That didn't work out. Eventually had to give up and then order new parts and all that kind of stuff, build a computer, install Windows, get it ready, set up, blah blah blah. And by the end of the week I managed to, we managed to get everything sorted out so she can start working again. But that kept me busy, which meant I couldn't really put out any videos. And for this week, there was so much news, like incredible amount of news when it comes to World of Warcraft in particular, but not only, that honestly, with my current abilities, I would not be able to cover everything or put out enough videos to cover everything because it's just a lot of information between the editing and all that kind of stuff. So instead I figured, you know what, let's just do a stream where we cover all of these different things. We'll mainly focusing on World of Warcraft news for now, but wait, it's too low, volume's too low. Why should it be too low? It shouldn't be too low. It's maxed out. There's not much I can do to turn it up even more. Let me see if I can do anything. Can I boost it up just from here? Which one's mic aux? Mic aux? I can try and boost it up a little bit from here directly. Okay, that should be a little bit better, I think. There we go, even more. But yeah. Hope that's better. But yeah, instead of trying to make multiple videos, trying to go through everything, I figured let's just do a stream. So I'll be focusing mainly on World of Warcraft because that's where the bulk of the information is for now. But if you guys want to talk about something else or you want to bring anything up, I am more than happy to look into it and try and cover that as well. But for now, there is a ton of news on World of Warcraft. In just the last 2 weeks, we've, the alpha went up for the War Within. So that's one big chunk of new info across multiple different aspects. We also got news on the Pandaria thing, the Pandemonium, that was on the roadmap, which is Pandaria Remix, which is going to be a separate mode for basically retail WoW. And there have been also some like smaller updates on like Season of Discovery, as well as like Cataclysm pre-patch, things like that. And a lot of other things. Also, plenty of interviews regarding the alpha for War Within. So yeah, it's gonna be packed. It's gonna be packed. There's a lot of things to go through. Like you can see, this is just one blog post with a lot of information, but there's actually multiple of this type. This is just one thing that we have here to like go through. So anyway, rather than keep you waiting anymore, let's just try and get into it. I'll probably skip certain things. Like we're not gonna go into too much depth when it comes to like balance changes and things like that, because numbers are subject to change. Like even if we are looking at some numbers now, they don't really mean much without the proper context. Squishy, I just want to say I really like your video. Thank you very much, Squishy. I go appreciate very much. It's always this makes me happy always to hear people enjoy the stuff that I make. I'm still new at this compared to others. I don't have like years of experience of making videos, but I do try my best, and I try to be as informative and as helpful or insightful as possible. I don't really want to put out like a lot of videos. I try to focus more on, breaking things down or like explaining certain things to give people more insight or more understanding on things. So that takes a little bit more time when it comes to making videos, but I always give it my 100%, and I'm really happy to hear that people enjoy what I make. So thank you very much for that. But yeah, I'm not gonna go into the numbers for now when it comes to this stuff, because numbers will change. Instead, we're just gonna look at like what we can glean from this in terms of like philosophy on like the design of the game, the direction, how do you think about these things going forward, how this is gonna affect the game itself, like how we play it, how we think about it. Things like that. That's, I feel like, a lot more important than just the numbers. Numbers are good. Numbers are cool. But that doesn't change how you feel when you play the game too much, aside from feeling, weak or strong. But that's always going to be the case. And balancing is always going to happen. So we're going to skip most of that. But yeah, we're going to start off with this post for now. This is mostly an overview of the alpha that was announced earlier this week. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday. And it basically goes over what's going to happen in the alpha. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the alpha. I'm just not big enough to have any communication channels to request alpha access, but I should be able to get into the beta. And once that one comes around, I'll definitely try and give you more hands-on information. For now, we're going to rely on other content creators and news outlets for that. So let's see what we have here. So we have development notes on new zones, new dungeons. This is par for the course. The first phase is limited to level 73, so we can't go all the way to 80 right now. But they did mention with every phase, every week, they're going to be expanding on this. So as new zones and new areas are getting unlocked, we should get to see more testing on that front. They did mention here, this is a point, hero talents can be accessed either naturally by leveling, first point is granted to 71, or can be boosted by interacting with a Quest Certauren NPC in Orgrimmar and Stormwind, which will immediately boost you to level 71 and also grant you all 10 hero talents. Doing this will give you a permanent debuff that will reduce your damage done, so you do not overpower content due to having a larger amount of talent points than intended. We do know that a lot of these like hero talents can be quite game changing, so I'm guessing this is a sort of like balance mechanism for now. And either way, numbers are not final, so it doesn't matter too much as long as you can test out the talents, see how they work, how they interact with each other. That's more important. This process is not reversible, so if you like to experience the natural flow of progression, you will need to make a new character. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's also very good because you can have two characters and you can do the same thing twice and see how it compares in terms of general performance. As this is alpha, there are a few callouts we wanted to make in regards to the reading of hero talents. Several hero talent trees have not had their new visual effects or audio added. These trees are using placeholder assets for now and will be updated over the course of alpha. I saw a lot of people talking on like Twitter and stuff, like complaining about how certain talents are all about I think there was a post that I replied to where somebody was complaining about the talent trees for like mages and the fact that the fire mage, both the options, one looks to be focused on ice and one looks to be it was arcane, where one spec was focused on fire elements and one on frost essentially. And I think it's important to reiterate this because it is not final. They're gonna get different spell effects and things to match the arcane spec. I understand why people are kind of miffed because right now the two options, I'm trying to remember what they're called. I think it's Spell Slinger is one, where you kind of just get a lot of, little particles and effects. And the other one is like a sun something. Can I check? Is there an easy to access news post for talent trees? I guess this one, maybe. A Sun Fury, yeah, this one. They don't really sound arcane-y. And I understand that some people don't like that, but at the same time, every spec only has access to 2 talents, so you can't really match all 3 of them because there's always going to be one that's left out. And there's the other third option that's not here. I wish there was an easy way to access all of the talent trees. Is this one updated? Yes, it is. Yeah, Frostfire for Fire and Frost. Spellslinger for Arcane and Frost, and Sun Fury for Arcane and Fire. So this is where a lot of like the annoyance comes from essentially Spellslinger, which for some reason people see this as a Frost thing. I personally don't see how that makes sense. This is more of an Arcane thing because we already know in WoW lore-wise, like Arcane is pretty unstable. So this is more of an Arcane tree than a Frost one. I don't know why some people are focusing so much on this and thinking it's Frost. I'm guessing it's because of the spell effects, but I don't really see this as being a Frost tree, really. I get it, it's the icicles, but also Arcane Orbs, Arcane Blast, Arcane Missiles. It's all about small little hits that, are unstable and they go all over the place and they get stronger and whatnot. So I feel like this is still fine. I think it's more of the spell effects that people are really not a fan of. But I'm pretty sure once we get new spell effects, this will look a lot better. Even Sun Fury, I feel like, can work really well with mages because we already have in-game like Mount and like monsters, I guess, like Void Phoenixes and stuff like that, or like Arcane Phoenix kind of thing. So I think this still works as a fantasy for Arcane. I'm not really sure what they could have made it differently for a tree to make it seem more arcane-y than Spellslinger. I feel like Arcane already has a pretty strong theme around hitting multiple times and fast, right? Arcane is very fast. Fire is too nowadays, especially with the way pyromancy works and pyroblast and like the use of different spells to like trigger repeated hot streaks. But like Spellslinger, Arcane Mage, I mean, always was like you spam Arcane Blast one after another. It gets faster with each cast. And then you have Arcane Missiles, which is like 5 attacks in quick succession. You have your Arcane Blast, which is instant. Your Arcane Orb, which like explodes all over the place. So I feel like Spellslinger fits just fine as an Arcane fantasy. But with a lot of these things, it comes down to like visuals and like feeling. If they get the effects right, I feel like people will change their minds on Spellslinger, because I really do feel it fits Arcane much better than some people give it credit. Anyway, next up, power tuning of these abilities is still in the early passes. Yeah, we know that. There might be abilities that are labeled as NYI, not yet implemented. User interface frame from hero talent still being polished. Yes. Following hero talents are available for playtesting. Yes, we know they're not all in the game. They're mostly available, but there's a few. Like Shaman only has one. Rogue only has one. Priest is missing one. Demon Hunter is missing one. Is Evoker isn't here at all by the looks of it. So yeah, there's still some more to be implemented. I don't think we have any evokers yet. Oh no, they are available. My bad. Yeah, there's still a few missing, but it's fine. And I guess we can skim through these a little bit, because we'll be here for a few hours considering how much news there is. So I'm gonna try and keep it somewhat like concise as much as possible. But yeah, druids. Developers note a core aspect of the druid fantasy is that they have 4 specializations with a variety of magical and physical powers. We want the class tree to embody druids' ability to invest in the powers of other specializations for useful utility and defensive power. We kept the central design of there being 4 main sections, one for each spec. You can invest in the Guardian section to access their powerful damage resistance, or the Restoration section to unlock self-healing. Further, the talents in the bottom half of the tree are divided into physical and magical halves that you can access by investing in either Feral, Guardian, or Restoration balance sections. More details can be found in the Feedback Druid Updates thread. So this refers to the talent trees. There have been some complaints about like how it feels to go down the talent trees on druids, from what I've seen. I also played a lot. I just recently leveled a druid on the new account, and it did feel like some of the decisions were very linear. Like if you wanted to do something, there was only one way to do it, and you're sacrificing a lot to accomplish that. Whereas with other specs and classes, you kind of tend to have more options of like going, I can go offensive this way and get some defensive from here, and or go the other way where I get a different type of a defensive ability, but also get a different type of like defensive ability. So you could, you rather than choosing, offense over defense, it was more of a different type of offense or a different type of defense. And with Druid, it really didn't feel much like that. So I kind of see this as being more of the same, but I haven't really seen the new Druid talent trees. Yeah, this is the old one. So you kind of had to, like, if you're a Feral, for instance, you kind of go this way, and you don't really have much to go this way because you're sacrificing too much from this middle side, and you kind of want to go all the way in, but at the same time, you want to go all the way here. So it was a little bit weird and wonky. It's going to be interesting to see how they change it. I don't really see much here. They're just talking about the main trees. Not the general druid tree. But like you can see here, you have a mobility here. You have druid tankiness over here, but you have also the offensive, like feral stuff here. So if you go this way, you get the mobility and the offensiveness for cat form, but you kind of have to give up on this side, which is the defensiveness. And the problem with druid is also that the whole playstyle around like a feral, for instance, that's, when it comes to your survivability, you don't have typical cooldowns as other specs or classes do, where you just press a button. A lot of your like defensiveness comes from shifting into bear and using your bear cooldowns. So if you want to go like, let's say feral, you also have to go tankiness from like bear and sacrifice a lot of the other things. So I don't know how this is going to play out in the end once they change things. Again, I don't have access to alpha. But it's good to know that they have at least acknowledged this in some capacity and try to make some changes in where they place those talents to maybe make it a little bit easier to, quote unquote, be forced to go into a defensive ability to get to an offensive one, something like that, rather than having to pick left and right, between offensive and defensive. That should be interesting. New talents, a lot of new talents. Oak skin, survival instinct, bar skin, reduced damage taken. Fluid form. This one's the big one. This one's the one I wanted to kind of highlight. Shred and Rake can be used in any form and shift you into cat form. Mangle can be used in any form and shift you into bear form. Wrath and Starfire shift you into Moonkin form if known. So this is a big one. Like, it's a really big one, because the way Druid works with like shifting into different forms, like let's say you're Feral, right? You have a lower global cooldown on your abilities, which means if you want to switch to Bear for survivability, you're actually losing global cooldowns comparatively, because Druid, Feral Druid, whatever, Guardian, that's what it's called now. If you're Guardian Druid, basically you're, Bear, you have slower cooldowns, global cooldowns. So you go from Feral, you switch into Bear, you use your thing, and then you spend another global cooldown to switch back into Cat to then use your abilities. And whenever you do this, you always lose like 1 or 2 global abilities. But with this, you can basically put your abilities on your Bear form. Let's say you can put your Shred or your Rake, or both of them. And on your Cat form, you can put Mangle. And then with a press of a single button, you effectively do 2 actions at once. You shift into Bear and cast Mangle, or you shift into Cat and, cast Shred or Rake. So this is very helpful. It's going to make the transition a lot better. The only downside to this, in a general sense, but I mean, everything comes with a downside at some point, is that you're going to have a lot more button bloat. Because now you don't just have your Bear abilities on your Bear bar or your Cat abilities on your Cat bar. You have them on both bars, and even like regular form, like human form or whatever. I don't think this is a big issue for Bear, Bear form, because Bear doesn't really have a lot of abilities. But for like regular form and Moonkin form, and like Cat form, those tend to have a lot of button bloat. So unless they do something to reduce a little bit of the buttons, you're actually going to have a hard time slotting in extra abilities on your bar between what you actually have to use as a Cat and these extra abilities that allow you to shift naturally. Obviously, it's still early to tell how this is going to play out. I know there's a lot of new changes to talents. There's changes to abilities. Some abilities are getting removed. Some of them are getting baked into the class or spec in some capacity, like as a passive, for instance. So we'll have to wait and see. But that is my main concern with Fluid Form right now, is button bloat. Feral has a lot of buttons, and it really doesn't need more buttons. Wrath and Starfire. So that's fine. It's gonna be weird if you play like a arcane Cat, like the Starfire build, because you could easily get confused between which abilities to press. We'll see. It's too early to tell, but I do like that they're at least thinking about it and like looking to provide a fix. And as far as the fix itself is concerned, it's a good fix. It actually addresses the main problems. We're just going to have to wait to see how this affects button bloat. That's about the only negative side to that. New talent to Orsock Spirit, Stamina and Bear form increased. New talent, Instinct of the Claw, damage increase, talent to damage increase, healing increase. Starlight Conduit, Heart of the Now reduces global cooldown, increases range of auto attacks. This is nice. Cat has a very short range. has a very short range on its ability, so you kind of have to be right on top of the unit. So a little bit of a more like flexibility on its auto attacks is helpful. The abilities already had a slightly bigger range, so I don't think it's a big problem. But the auto attacks, like you would regularly see your cat not do anything if you were not almost on top of the enemy. Swiftness has been removed from the talent tree, is now baseline for Resto. Okay, improved swipe has been removed from talent and at its benefit to swipe by default. See what this is what I mean? Like they're consolidating a lot of the abilities to make it easier to go through the tree and like get more, more balanced builds, I guess. Moonkin form has been removed from the talent tree, is now baseline for balanced druids. Interesting. So if you're not a balance, you no longer have access to Moonkin form, I assume. Probably. Feline swiftness, now 1 point talent. Thick high is now 1 point talent. Natural recover 1 point talent. 1 point talent, 1 point talent, damage increase. Guardian Druid improved bear form stamina bonus decreased to 10%. Yeah, this is actually not a nerf, by the way, just as a reminder, because it did say Orsok Spirit stamina in bear form is increased by 10%. So you can get that stamina from over here instead. So it's not a big deal. Like Hara's teaching is now a 2 point talent. Forest Walk is now 1 point talent. Well-honed Instinct is now a 1 point talent. Gale Winds, Incessant Winds Choice Node removed. And Tireless Pursuit removed. Our top goals for Balanced Druid in the War Within are to ease some of the constraints on their rotation, open up a greater variety of builds and playstyles, and tune their balance in resource generation. Yeah, okay. New talent, new talent, new talent. It's mainly like playstyle, how you generate, celestial alignment, solar eclipse. Cool. Stellar amplification, Star Surge increases the damage the target takes from your periodic effects. Oh, mostly damage stuff here. Star Surge increases your... It's gonna affect your rotation, obviously. But again, since I don't have first-hand experience here, because I can't go to the alpha and check things out, I can't really say how this affects your rotation or your playstyle all that much. Touch the Cosmos, casting Wrath and Eclipse has a chance to make next Star Surge. Okay, so more free procs. Umbral Embrace has been redesigned. Wrath and Starfire, 20% chance to cause the nuke. Okay, extra damage, so procs. Consume Umbral, increase the damage of your Moonfire. Okay, more damage. Wrath and Starfire, chance to cause your targets to languish for an additional damage. Dot. Astral Communion has been redesigned. Maximum astral power increased by 20. Entering Eclipse grants 12 astral power. Interesting. So with more maximum astral power, this is gonna affect your rotation quite a bit. Specifically your nuke phases. Because with extra astral power, you can now like spam more easily to deplete it. And I can't remember what ability it was, but I think one of your abilities cost like 40 astral power and you had 100, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't played Balance in a good while, but if I recall correctly, you had a spender for 40, which meant you could only do 2. Now you should be able to do 3. And entering Eclipse grants astral power. Cool. Nature's Grace has been redesigned. This also means you're not gonna cap out as easily, I believe. That's what it also means. Because with the extra 20 and the 12 from entering Eclipse, you should be more easily able to not cap out and waste astral power, I think. I'm gonna have to check that out. When Eclipse ends or when you enter combat, enter a dream state, reducing cast time of your next 2 Starfires or Wrath by 20%, increasing damage. Damage increase across the board. Astral power generation has been changed, as I said. Okay, more generation. Interesting. So you're gonna generate a lot faster than you do today. Interesting. Interesting. So this in theory speeds up your spec quite a bit. Either that or it just means the other thing that this can mean with having just a more well, no, wait. So baseline are increased, but half moon and full moon have been no, sorry. I'm reading this wrong. Well, wow. Okay, I'm bad. I'm bad at reading. No, it has been decreased across the board. My bad. The parentheses is what was before. So the astral power generation has been slowed down. The only thing I can see potentially being wrong with this, but that depends on how the fights are designed and things like that, is whether you'll be forced to, if you're capping out astral power at the wrong time and you can't really spend it properly. So it could maybe mess up your rotation, but I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. I really need to play balance again. I've just not played balance in like forever. Celestial alignment duration reduced to 15 seconds. Incarnation reduced. Mastery reduced. Ethereal kindling extends duration of active sunfires. Damage reduced. Umbral intensity now increases Starfire's damage. Okay. There's a lot of changes. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this anymore. Basically, it's a lot of changes. I'm mainly interested in the philosophy, so let's just speed things up a little bit. Feral. Our top goals for Feral Druid in the War Within are to slow down its rotation a little, to make energy usage more tactical, and to bring more clarity to playing the spec. We're also trying to restore more of Tiger's Fury identity and excitement, and simplifying some talent functionality to free up more choice in where you spend points. Many of these changes will read as nerfs. The goal is to build a healthy rotation and talent balance and buff damage to make that rotation competitive. Okay, so yeah. New talents, increased leech versatility, generate a combo point nexus. So basically they're going to slow down the talent a little bit, make Tiger's Fury a little bit more important, and hopefully more usable. Razor Claws has been redesigned, increases damage of cat form, bleed, and other periodic abilities. Okay, wasn't that what it always has been? Am I forgetting? Wasn't it bleed effects already and dots? Wasn't that what Mastery already did? Or does this wording, is this wording designed to also include like Starfire now or things like that? Not Starfire, Moonfire. Maybe that's what it means. It's a little bit, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's already what their Mastery did, was a bleed bonus. Prayer has been redesigned, no longer causes Tiger's Fury cooldown to be reset when a target dies. Last 5 additional seconds, your combo point generating abilities direct damage is increased by 40% of your haste. So you're running haste. Tiger Fury lasts longer. Oh, so now it's basically more of an offensive cooldown for like burst windows rather than just how it is right now. Because like right now you're kind of relying on killing ads to reset it, and if not, you kind of have to hold on to it and never really use it. I think there was another ability that allowed you to reset it though, but I don't remember off the top. Anyway, Restoration. In the War Within, we like to reduce active keybinds, increase the base power of Rejuvenation, and offer some new Heart of the Wild gameplay. With the removal of Adaptive Swarm, we're opting to replace it with some new Heart of the Wild synergy that both increases the uptime of the effect and enables the Druid to focus on the hybrid gameplay further. Interesting. Druid does have a little bit too many buttons and too much ramp up in terms of healing, so this should be good. It's good that they're trying to reduce keybinds, but they also added fluid form, so that kind of cancels itself out to an extent. Fortunately, again, I can't check, but beta shouldn't be too far, and maybe I will get into the alpha, who knows, by sheer luck. Wait, but I doubt it. Evoker now starts at level 10, yes, because they're restructuring leveling again. Okay, base spells are previously learned. Okay, master turn on. Okay, for your aspects. Okay, whatever. It's just basically turning Evoker from a hero class or whatever they used to be called into a base class, the way they did with DKs and monks. Devastation Evoker can generate very high threat at the start of a pull due to combination Mastery, Giant Killer, and the burstness of spells like Fire, Breath, and Pyre. Yeah, this is very bad, but they reduced the threat, so that's cool. Preservation. In this update, our goal was to incorporate Life Spark into the talent tree and expand the talent options by improving the pathing of the tree. We also wanted to keep the flavor of the left side of the tree being green, the middle being red, and the right being bronze. Okay. Virgin Healing has a chance to grant you instant cast Living Flame. New talent, Titan's Gift. Effectiveness. Reduction in nodes, okay. Monk. Our main goals for the Monk class tree are to introduce more optionality, refresh the cappers, and add a few new pieces of utility such as Enrage Dispel, while still cutting down on overall keybind requirements. Accomplish this, we've added choice nodes to most active options that offer a passive option, or changed pathing to allow more skipping of these spells. More details can be found. Okay, that's good. That's good. That one of the things that I'm not a big fan of some of the talent trees is that they force you down a path, and sometimes the place where they force you is not a good place to force you in a sense. Like, it's like an ability that almost feels bad that you have to take that instead of giving you an option between, let's say, two strong abilities, and then you pick the one that you like. I feel like that's much better for gameplay reasons and like just the feeling of choice. Like, having to go through a node that just doesn't feel that influential just to get to the next thing, it really feels bad. Especially when that next thing doesn't necessarily tie into what you wanted to do in the first place. So at least this way, you don't double dip on bad choices. Hopefully. Okay, that's monks in general. Mistweaver is seeing a few updates, including their class 2 set Chi Harmony bonus and the removal of Essence Font. We're also adding a talent to help Mistweavers who are focused on melee to gain more value out of their mastery stat. Essence Font's removal will have a few outcomes, the most important of which to address will be melee Mistweavers in raid healing scenarios. We're hoping the removal of Clouded Focus and consequent tuning of Vivify and Enveloping Mist will help Soothing Mist fill the gaps for them. But there are some realities around planting and casting that may feel worse than Essence Font did. Our goal here is to make the risk reward feel worth it here through tuning, but we're going to continue looking at this as we iterate. Interesting. Unfortunately, I can't really say much on Mistweaver. I really don't like the feel of Monk personally in World of Warcraft, so I never really ended up going all the way to endgame with Mistweaver. I always dropped it mid-leveling. Windwalker. Our updates for Windwalker and the War Within are intended to address a few issues the specialization struggled with through Dragonflight. These points of focus for us were the power levels of the Haste and Mastery stat falling behind other options, Jade Firestomp's usability, and the Touch of Death gameplay focus. Other areas that we are also looking at are resource bloat, evening out their rate of auto attacks, and adding more pronounced thematics through both gameplay and visuals. Okay. Just reading this, I can't really say I'm looking forward to playing Monk more than before, but we'll see. We'll see how this pans out. I'm definitely going to give it a shot once the beta rolls out. A lot of changes though, as you can see here, like a lot of new talents, to changes to talents, mastery, being more effective. Touch of Karma is now baseline. So this is gonna affect how you build your monk for sure. Okay, Paladin. This is the one I'm currently playing as I just got back. So this one at least I have a little bit more experience on at the moment. Most of the other specs and classes are experienced from like previous expansions and stuff, so I'm not as up to speed. But at least for Paladin, I can have a better understanding. So multiple applications of greater judgment may overlap. This also functions with Retribution's multiple stack application. Interesting. Lift of the Luminous Charger now only works with Crusader. Alright, when Crusader... Okay. Responsive, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hello and welcome. I actually don't remember this glyph. I haven't learned this one yet. What does Glyph of the Luminous Charger do? Your Paladin class mounts glow with holy light. Okay, that's just a visual cosmetic thing. But it's interesting that now only works with Crusader aura. I wonder why they changed this. I can't really see. Is it? Okay. I think I understand. So this is probably mainly for clarity in like raids and dungeons, because you use your charger out in the open world. It's not so bad if you get visual effects, but in a raid it's gonna affect clarity. So by doing this, like when you're in a raid, you will usually not be in Crusader aura, right? It's the movement speed, bro. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this is probably for visual clarity, most likely. Developers notes, our goal are to replace Light of the Martyr with a passive spell, but keep the same thematic sacrifice theme. Move more of their throughput from Beacon of Light into their baseline spells, and redesign Blessing of Summer to feel more specific to their role. What was Blessing of Summer again? Because I haven't played Holy yet. This bless an ally for 30 seconds with their attacks to have a 40 chance to deal 30 additional damages. Holy? Bless an ally on their cooldown. Okay, so this is a power infusion type ability by looks of it. Okay, cool. What I do like here is the fact that they're shifting some of the budget from Beacon of Light to other abilities. I love Beacon of Light, but also it kind of feels bad when your healing mostly revolves around Beacon of Light, because you can't always shift Beacon of Light from one target to another, especially when you need to do good healing on multiple targets. So I'd rather Beacon of Light be a little bit weaker and move some of that budget into the other abilities. Hey Riftar, welcome. New talent, Bestow Light. Light of the Martyr's health threshold is reduced to 70%. Increases Holy Shock's healing by an additional 5% for every 5 seconds. Light of the Martyr is active, stacking up to 3 times. While below 70% health, the light urgently heals you every 1 second. Interesting. That's all I can say. It's a little bit of passive healing and a little bit of a boost to Holy Shock. Light of the Martyr has been redesigned. While above 80% health, Holy Shock's healing is increased by 20%, but creates a heal absorb on you for 30% of the amount healed that prevents Beacon of Light from healing you until it has dissipated. Wait, what? Holy Shock's healing is increased by 20%, but creates a heal absorb on you for 30% of the amount healed. It prevents Beacon of Light from healing you until it has dissipated. Okay. Mm, mm, how do I feel about this? I don't know how. I honestly don't know how I feel about this. Like, I'm trying to think, but I can't really tell how I feel about this. I kind of like it, but also not really. So, like, you get a stronger holy shock. That's nice. But you get an absorb shield for 30% of the amount healed. Actually, you know what? I think I still do like it because 30% of the healing of Holy Shock is probably gonna be less than the current like 60% of the healing done, um, you know, by the ability itself. It depends on the numbers a little bit, but I think I do like it in a sense. Yes, you don't get healed as strongly right after using a Holy Shock, but in theory you shouldn't get hit, and if you do, you can still plan around it a little bit better. And I think it's still better than sacrificing your life at the wrong moment. It allows for less misplay. So like if you're not super skilled, or you fat finger the button, or you just make a mistake, this is not gonna punish you as much. So if I think about it more, I think I do like this. I do like this change. It's definitely better than before. And also, it only applies when you're above 80% health, which means you're not gonna heal as much if you're below 80% health, and you're not gonna put the heal absorb shield on you. So you know what? I like this. I actually like this. This is much better than the current version, at least the baseline, because I don't have the talents to check. Yeah, I think I like this. I think it's good. Blessing of Summer has been redesigned. Bless an ally for 30 seconds, causing 20% of all healing to be converted into damage onto a nearby enemy, and 10% of all damage to be converted into healing onto an injured ally. I like this, honestly. I like this. I think I like this more than the current Blessing of Summer, if you think about it, because the current one, Bless an ally causing their attacks have a chance to deal additional damage as holy, and then turns to autumn. I think I like this as it stands. I like the hybridization. The only thing I don't like right now, I haven't played enough to really get a feel for how important it is just yet. Um, but I believe from everything I've been seeing is that Holy Paladin right now is very melee centric. Like you have to be in melee to play effectively. Um, so this also plays well into that. Whether you like the melee centric healing or not, that's a different conversation. But I feel like this could work in their favor and make it more like natural, I guess, to also heal while you're dealing damage. You won't feel as bad if you have to drop your healing to deal damage or vice versa. I think I kind of like this stuff, this change. Beacon of Light now transferred 15% of healing done was 25. Barrier Faith now transferred 20% of healing into its absorb was 25. Word of Glory healing increase, Light of Dawn healing increase, Holy Shock healing increase, Tears Deliverance healing decreased though. Sacrifice of the Just now reduces cooldown blessing sacrifice by 15 seconds. That's a big change. I don't know. That seems like a big reduction. Not trans 30% damage taken. Fixed initiative that causes Tears of Events healing to not be affected by some modifiers. Okay, so this is probably not as big of a deal. Tears Deliverance healing decreased by 15%. Fixed an issue that caused Tears Deliverance healing to not be affected by some modifiers, such as Avenging Wrath. So maybe this nerf isn't really a nerf in the grand scheme of things. It's just a fix to accompany the ability being stronger in the future under the proper conditions. Barrier Faith is now on a choice node with Holy Prism. Okay. Deliverance and Reclamation have changed positions in the tree, and Light's Hammer has been... I like Light's Hammer, not gonna lie. I'm not happy about this. I just like Light's Hammer. Retri. Our initial goal is to explore how we can make secondary stats more appealing to Retribution to allow a natural progression of scaling throughout an expansion. Yes, because haste is king for paladins. Due to the nature of many talents offering guaranteed critical hits, it was difficult for us to make critical strike a stat that felt valuable. To address this, we've reworked and rebalanced these talents to not automatically crit. They will instead gain value when you do crit, such as increasing their critical strike damage. Yeah, because right now you're mainly prioritizing haste, and then whatever is left usually plays out better with mastery than it does with crit. So you're kind of just going for haste mastery as much as possible. Well, with this, you're going to want to balance things a little bit more because you no longer have that free damage from guaranteed crits. So crit's going to become a little bit more important. You're still probably going to want, I mean, depends. Maybe you won't mind haste as much now, because now that you don't have the guaranteed crits, haste's reduction for abilities will probably not be as strong in terms of like actual damage per second, because you can't guarantee those crits, which means every ability you do cast, even though you cast them much faster, will probably be weaker in the grand scheme of things compared to just casting the ability with more damage through crits and mastery. One of the sources of frustration we've seen when it comes to the Retribution Spectre is that there is a large amount of friction between single target and AoE builds, leaving very little wiggle room for any sort of hybridization. We've done some restructuring to alleviate some of this tension, to create more room to explore hybrid type builds for when the scenario might call for it. Yeah, part of this is the middle choice nodes. Where is it? Where is that? Talent calculator, paladin, retribution. Yeah, part of that is right here in the middle kind of thing. Like for instance, this choice node as an example. I was like, you either go single target or you go AoE. And this is a pretty strong ability that really defines how strong your single target is or your AoE. And also, like, when it comes to single target, you're going to go more on this side, and you're going AoE, you're going more on this side. But there's very little like middle ground, where you don't like, because if you want to go single target, you're sacrificing like 50% of your AoE damage. And if you're going AoE, you're sacrificing a ton of single target damage. And there's like very little middle ground, so to speak, where you can only sacrifice, let's say, 20% of your single target damage to get, 30% AoE or something like that. It's very one-dimensional. Because if you still want your capstones, right? So you can't just go like, oh, I'm going to go here and I'm going to go here. Because then you're not getting these abilities, and that just doesn't make sense. So if you want to go to your capstones, you're going to be sacrificing things from here or from here. It's either you go this way or you go this way. And at that point, you're just like, well, I can only do single target this fight. And sucks to be me when there's anything AoE. So, or vice versa. You go like you go into Mythic Dungeon, you go like, okay, I'm AoE, I'm really strong. Oh wait, there's a boss. My damage just went down to half than what it should be. So that doesn't feel too good. It's a little bit too binary in terms of choices. So if they restructure this a little bit, maybe bring them a little bit together, maybe shuffle some of these abilities in between. Because some of the abilities here, for instance, like Blade of Vengeance, this is an AoE ability, but you also use Blade of Vengeance on a single target. So maybe by putting one of these in your single target, you get like in your single target side of things, you can get more AoE naturally, so you don't give up as much. And the other way around, probably, like you have an AoE ability maybe here, you can put some single target things to, like Crusader's Strike or something. I don't know. But as long as they make some changes, it could work. It could work. And Seething Flames, this one also affects your AoE. You're sacrificing a lot. So like you either have Wake of Ashes for AoE or you have it for single target. There's very little in between because of Seething Flames. And you're usually kind of like, if you don't take Seething Flames, Wake of Ashes feels kind of bad single target. Like it's not that great, strong enough, I feel like. I mean, it's still a good holy power generator, but the damage difference with Seething Flames is so large. It really feels bad to take Wake of Ashes without Seething Flames. Maybe if they increase this a little bit from like secondary targets, I don't know. I'm not really sure what they can do here, but it definitely needs a little bit of a change there, because it doesn't feel good. Whenever you have to do a different type of fight, so going from single target to AoE and switching between every single fight feels bad enough as it is. But if it's a fight that's mixed, it's doesn't feel good. Oh well. Execution sentence doesn't count as damage over time. 20% of damage. Oh, they nerfed execution. Whatever. These are changes. We're going to test these out some other time. But philosophy, that's what's important here. The fact that they're aware of the issue is important, because they're going to try to make it better. Warrior, developers note, the warrior class talent tree has been significantly reorganized to allow for more player choice and build diversity in warrior builds, as well as improve access to utility abilities like Stormbolt and Shockwave. Rage generation for all warrior specs in Dragonflight has been higher than we're happy with, so we've removed or reduced the power of several rage generating effects. With tuning, this will introduce some more tactical gameplay around when to use rage spenders and make those spenders more impactful. More details can be found in the feedback. Okay, significant rearrangement of many talent trees. Berserk Rage now to learn level 20. Thunderclap base rage cost reduced. I think also some of these changes are in with the War Within in mind, obviously with the hero talents, because that's going to affect some of these abilities in very different ways. But yeah, I think warriors right now, like they have like Shockwave as a capstone, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, Fury, was it Fury? Yeah, Shockwave, capstone, Champion Spear. Like this feels bad. Even just looking at it without even playing it, this feels bad. Like having to choose between 4 capstones and their modifiers is a little bit much. You're giving up so much by choosing one over the other. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe Shockwave, for instance, should be higher up, let's say, so you can more easily get it somewhere around here in the middle tree. I really don't think Shockwave should be a capstone, honestly. Champion Spear, fine. Thunderous Roar, okay. Avatar, okay. 3 capstones, that's okay. And then here on the Fury side, it's 5 capstones. Are you kidding me? Like this, just looking at this feels bad. There's too many choices, and no matter where you go, it's gonna feel kind of bad because you're leaving out so many other options. Because with most specs, you have like 3 capstones usually, and you can get 2 of them. So it's like, okay, which 2 of these 3 do I want to pick? But with this, it's like, which 2 of these 5 do I want to pick? And some of these, just at first view, they don't feel like they're necessarily in line with each other. I don't know. I feel like this doesn't look good. Even just looking at it without playing it right now, I still plan on leveling a warrior for War Within. I plan on actually getting most classes for War Within up and running. Right now I have 3 leveled up and ready for the expansion. I have my Paladin, my Mage, and my Druid. And I'm working on Shaman and Demon Hunter right now. And then when, what's it called? Pandaria comes in, I'm probably going to be leveling 1 or 2 classes there as well. Warrior is probably going to be one of them. The other one, I don't know yet. Maybe Hunter. I actually want a Hunter for War Within. Warrior and Hunter probably. I don't know. Rogue, Priest, Warlock, Death Knight. Those are also options, but we'll see. We'll see how Pandaria actually plays out. We're going to look into that a little bit later as well. But I'm focusing on the new stuff for now. But yeah, that's Fury Warrior. Arms. In Dragonflight, Arms Warriors were most impacted by Rage over Generation. Oh god, that never feels good. And combined with Arms having several mechanics that interact with Rage Spend, Tactician, Anger Management, and Test of Might, led to certain builds dominating for most of the expansion and led Arms to rotation being overwhelmed by ability resets. To address this, in the War Within, Arms is receiving significant Rage generation and Rage cost adjustments as to make Rage management interesting for Arms. Many Arms talents have also seen significant changes with the aim to give Arms Warrior more choices for their builds and rotation based on their preferences and the content they are playing, as well as more control over how and when they generate additional Rage. Okay, how does Arms look like right now a little bit? Yeah, okay, this is the same bullshit. Okay, not much change. Bladestorm for Capstone, Executioner's Precision, Fatality. Okay. Interesting. I think the takeaway here is like Rage generation needs to be streamlined a little bit better. So with some of these changes, maybe I always kind of was interested in Warrior. I played a little bit in Legion, and before that, I think in Draenor? No, not Draenor. Before that, I think Pandaria, I think. I really liked Arms back then. I kind of want to play Arms again. So hopefully some of these changes will look good once they're in. Really want to try it out. I always really enjoyed Arms, but I feel like in almost all of the situations throughout the expansions, Fury always came out on top of Arms in most instances. And Arms was kind of left behind a little bit in most instances. The play with Colossus Smash, personally, I'm not a fan of. But it is what it is. That's how... Colossus Smash for me was the reason why I switched to Fury. Colossus Smash combined with Titan's Grip on Fury. Because I really didn't like the Colossus Smash rotation integration. And having two-handers is just fucking awesome. So even though I'm not really a fan of the Fury build, you know, the Fury mechanics of like the Bloodlust and stuff in Rage. But yeah, I hope they make Arms better overall and makes it feel better to play. I'm really hoping so, because I really want to play Arms again. Did Feral Druid? We looked over it. It was before this. They're doing some decent changes on the Feral side. What was it? So basically they're trying to make Tiger's Fury more interesting again. They're removing resets though from what was it? The ability, I keep forgetting the name of it. Yeah, Predator. So like no longer reset for when a target dies with Bleeds active. Yeah, I did play. So right now I have leveled in Dragonflight. I have my main, which is my Retribution Paladin at the moment. And I finished leveling like last week or the week before that. I finished leveling my Druid. And right now I'm Feral, because that was the most convenient for leveling. And I'm enjoying Feral right now. But there are a few like weird, janky interactions between talents and the way single target and AoE works on Feral that I'm not too keen on. right now. So I would like to see some changes here. Adaptive Swarm is going away. I'm actually happy with that. I don't really like Adaptive Swarm on Feral. So this going away, I feel is good from Feral at least. And other, yeah. What was it? Adaptive removal of Adaptive Swarm. They're removing it. Well, it says for restoration, but okay, maybe it's just restoration. I hope it gets removed from a Feral as well. Personally, maybe it's just resto. I don't know 100% if it gets removed from Feral. It's mentioned under the under the resto section, so maybe it's just for resto. Maybe it's just for restoration. Who knows? At least at this first phase in the alpha, it looks like it's under the restoration section. So maybe it's not going away for Feral. Personally, I would like to see it gone. I don't think it's one of those choices that you feel kind of compelled to take it because of the healing component, and it can help you in like in outworld content, maybe in some mythic pluses, but not so much in raids. But at the same time, it almost like it always feels bad wanting to take it, and it always kind of feels bad not taking it. Like it's one of those talents that kind of just fills the space. I feel like it's not a compelling choice. Man, I was trying those pure single target builds I saw online. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's such a weird talent here, especially as a capstone. Like, if it was, let's say, somewhere around here, and you had to choose between, I don't know, Adaptive Swarm and, I don't know, something else, like, I don't know, Tireless Energy or, like, Predator or something like that, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But, like, as a capstone, I really don't like Adaptive Swarm. Like outside of just doing some world content and like for leveling kind of stuff, but even for leveling, it's not great because it's a capstone. You don't really get to use it all that much. By the time you actually get down here, you're already like level 50. Yeah, it affects your dots as well. That's what I'm saying. Like Adaptive Swarm feels like such a weird capstone. I really don't like how it interacts with Feral right now, personally. Because, oh man, I don't want to get too much into it, but I don't know. Adaptive Swarm for me just doesn't feel right for Feral. It's the interactions just make it icky to use because you want it, but also you kind of don't. I don't know, man. I kind of just weird like I don't know. I'm kind of just spending points right now because I don't remember everything. I don't remember the proper builds. Kind of just going with this for now. Something like this. I think this. Let's say with this. Probably going something like this. Something like this. Something like this maybe. And you have like what? Have something like this, depending on how you like. Like I like convocation personally, but like something like I don't know. I kind of just don't like this feeling of going kind of like this here, because I usually like going for Feral Frenzy, and it just doesn't feel as intuitive to build. And if you go like this, you can't really get right because you kind of want to have rip and infected wounds if you're gonna go for adaptive swarm. Like this one being here, just I don't like it. Like this one, I feel like should be somewhere on this side here instead, or like maybe even second tier. I don't know. This ability is still gets me confused based on its positioning and everything. I really don't like it. But admittedly, I haven't played enough. Like I said, I just came back to WoW like 3 months ago. I only just leveled my druid, so I still need to do a lot of, kind of catching up and relearning some of these. Is there for friction? Blizz loves their friction. I don't even see this as friction. I see this more as like unintuitive, right? Because here's the thing: when it comes to these things, I'm trying to think about these things not just from the perspective of like an older player, right? You guys, like you maybe Riftor and some other people, you've been playing this game for so long, you can kind of tell at a glance what works and what doesn't. I can just imagine that this is probably not a good build right here, the way I put points here. But like I'm just kind of doing it randomly just to highlight that as a new player, you have so many options and it's not very intuitive, like what synergizes with what. So you have to spend quite a lot of time just to figure these things out. And it's not just these abilities, it's also here, right? Because you got your maims, you got your frenzy regeneration because you're a druid, you need to shapeshift to get survivability because you suck. You have to go this way, whether you want to or not, and then you probably want this, and you want this because you need Stampeding Roar, and you go here, and you need this because you need Skull Bash, and you need this for movement speed. You probably want this, maybe not, maybe let's not go that way. Maybe you want this, and this, and this, kind of like this, but then you probably want this, something like this. And then you got some points left over for this. It's like this part feels intuitive to an extent, right? You're going damage, you're going survivability, you're going healing, you're going arcane. But at the same time, you have arcane stuff, which is here, but then you also have lunar inspiration, which is here. So it's kind of like, okay, so I need these stuff for cat. I don't really need these, but also I'm adding one more button here. But this is dot, which goes with dots that are over here and dots that are over here. And it's like, what? Where am I going with this? No, bad. Okay, sorry about that. Do you see that star talent in the druid tree under the balance abilities? Starfire, Star Surge, something like these. Under Boomkin, Astral Influence. Oh god, I see what you mean. No. Okay, so that means you're probably not going this way. You're probably gonna drop some of these points because you're trying to get this. And then probably you're gonna have to go into Typhoon or something. Okay. Yeah, no, this Astral. Is this one of the? Okay, they're changing this. This is one good thing. They're changing Astral Influence to 1 point, so that's a win. They are doing a lot of changes. Oh, they're dropping the left side. I mean, I guess I can see, but it's like it's utility, right? I guess so. Yeah, like if you're going raiding, you're probably gonna go middle for utility for Stampeding Roar and Heart of the Wild, and going a little bit of Arcane into that. You're probably dropping this side then, I guess. You're probably dropping Skull Bash potentially And incapacitating roar, this was probably more for M plus. Dropping the melee range on Astral and War Within, putting it on baseline cat form. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, right? It's a little bit all over the place right now. It's not very intuitive. So if you're a new player or like a returning player like me that's coming back after so long, it feels very weird to kind of like decide which way to go with these things or like understand what works and what doesn't, right? If you're somebody that's played this for like months on end or even a year, yeah, you probably already know which way to go. But like, if you skipped even a patch, all of a sudden it's like, well, do I drop this? Because movement speed is not as important like this. It's more on demand like this with Stampeding and Tiger Dash maybe. Incapacitating Roar, you probably want to go for it. But do you go for Well-Honed Instance? Maybe not. But at the same time, if you're doing M pluses, personal defensives are really important. So maybe you want to go this way. But then, like, do you want Typhoon? We probably don't want Typhoon because you have Incapacitating Roar. Do you need more? Do you need Typhoon and Incapacitating Roar? But then you're giving up what you're giving up. Like, you know, Cyclone, okay. It's like, it's a few too many choices, and sometimes they're counterintuitive. And like in this case, especially on the feral side, right? You have the more like the left side, which is more like direct damage, and you have the right side, which is more dots. But then you have Adaptive Swarm on the left side, which is related to the right side. So like, do I take Adaptive Swarm if I've already gone to like Feral Frenzy and Carnivorous Instinct and like Lion Strength? Well, Lion Strength also gives Rip. So okay, I guess we're going back to the right side. But this right side doesn't cooperate with doesn't get you to Adaptive Swarm. I don't know. I haven't played enough Feral Druid, like I said. Energy cost, yeah, it's, I don't know. It feels like that you have two different playstyles here, but at the same time, they're not consistently one side or the other. Which I guess it's fine because like just earlier I was complaining on Retribution Paladin, but that's a different thing because here it's more about the playstyle. You're either going for more direct damage versus more dot damage, whereas in Paladin's sake it was more of a you go single target or you go AoE, and you either deal 50% single target, 80% AoE, or you do 80% single target and you do nothing for AoE almost, right? So I feel like that's a little bit different, but this is more about playstyle choices, right? You either go the dots and like spamming dots and refreshing dots and all of that kind of stuff, or you're going more of a, you know, direct damage route. And having these abilities mixed like this doesn't feel as good. Whereas it would be fine for Paladin because on the Paladin side, it's more single target versus AoE. So you want to sprinkle AoE and single target on both sides because you want to be able to do both single target and AoE in most circumstances. Even if it's just, you know, mostly single target fight with some AoE. But when you need that some AoE, usually you need it to be strong, not just tickling somebody a little bit and, you know, do basically nothing. So like in the Paladin sense, I'm okay with them mixing and matching single target and AoE on both sides. But this one for me feels kind of separated. You got your single target that goes kind of like here, and you got your AoE that kind of goes here. Your dots, I mean. You got your direct damage and your dots. So it's, I don't know. I still haven't figured out Druid yet, and I've been playing it for like a month. It feels a little bit weird. It's not terrible, like as far as like leveling and just getting through the content, it's not too bad to get the wrong nodes. But if you're trying to get into like mythic pluses and raids and things like that, it's not very straightforward, and you're gonna mess up for a good chunk of time. Like if you're a new player, this isn't intuitive, and you're gonna spend 2-3 months just trying to understand how to play cat. By which point the rotation gets changed because they're adjusting talents and whatnot. uh I wouldn't say Red Paladin plays like Feral Druid. I feel like they're very different. Retribution Paladin is a lot easier and straightforward. Easier is not necessarily the right word, but like straightforward. Because if you're going for a Retribution Paladin, you have a lot of nodes, obviously, but like it's it's more about like either you go in this direction for more AOE, or you're going more in the single target in the middle. You don't have as many dots to worry about and refresh. It's more about direct damage in most instances, and having to choose between like whether you want Final Reckoning for AoE, or Execution Stance for single target. Do you want Wake of Ashes with Seething Flames or without Seething Flames for AoE or single target? But like overall, most of these things don't really like, it doesn't feel too weird to like um you know you can go something like this. um you go auto attacks probably here. I think I went for this here. You got your Final Verdict, you got your Shield of Vengeance, you probably got Crusader Strike here. You go for this obviously because it's damage. You probably go for Consecration Blade here, so you don't even have to worry about Consecration most of the time. And then you can choose to go here for AoE. You go for this for sure. You go for Blade of Vengeance here. This one's for AoE, so this is kind of your AoE side a little bit here. Penitence, I mean, if you go down this route, I guess you have some dots, but like most of the time, you don't have enough dots to justify. I feel like a Paladin doesn't have enough dots to really justify going into Penitence right now. I feel like you're better off just going towards the middle. You probably want, maybe not a point here. Probably go for additional like that. This one for sure. You're probably skipping that for better management of energy. Increased damage, okay. Probably. You're probably skipping that. You're probably going to stick to the left side here. You're probably going for one extra charge. Probably this for more burst. Refreshing to the feral dots is just the same as making sure your judgment is on before you spend there. Yeah, but the thing with the paladin is that judgment is more or less on cooldown all the time. If like for paladin, it's more about cooldown management, like prioritization of cooldowns, like which ability do you press when. Whereas with feral druid, you have to keep track of multiple dots, refresh them at the right time, don't refresh them at the wrong time, and you can't like, even if you like, I guess if you go more on the left side where it's more direct damage, you have less dots to manage. But I feel like it's slightly less straightforward in terms of like, I feel like druid is more of a resource manager into priorities, whereas paladin is more of a make sure your abilities are on cooldown kind of thing, and it's more about making sure you don't waste holy power generation more than anything. So you go like, you go your judgment into your auto attack, which gives you 3 holy power, and then you spend it on final verdict, and then you do a I don't know, like a a Wake of Ashes into an either Final Verdict, and then you do a Blade of Justice with an auto attack into Final Verdict. It's more of a making sure your abilities are on cooldown and you don't cap your holy power than Druid, where it's more about, okay, what dots do I have up? Which ones do I need to refresh? Do I press this ability right now or this ability right now? Because most of the Druid abilities don't have cooldowns, right? Paladin is closer to Shaman in that sense, where it's more of a make sure your abilities are on cooldown and a little bit of prioritization. I'm going to press this button before this button kind of thing. That's why I feel like Feral Druid does really play like Paladin in that sense. Paladin is closer to Shaman than anything else. Yeah, Shaman has some really long cooldown abilities, and right now at least it focuses more on like prioritization. So you use this ability to empower this ability, or if you have this dot on the target, now this ability does guaranteed crits, things like that. So you press one button into the other, and also they have long cooldowns and they focus on resets and stuff like that. So it plays a lot more like Paladin than Feral in that sense. If we're talking about enhancement, at least. I don't know, Elemental. But yeah, anyway. What else? Okay, we went to Paladin. Went through Warriors. Okay, Fury. Okay, Dragonfly, the Fury talent tree allowed for players to specialize heavily in either Raging Blow or Bloodthirst to the point of eliminating one or the other from their rotation. I think Fury works best when all the core rotational abilities see regular use, so you have made several changes to the Fury tree and abilities to ensure that both Raging Blow and Bloodthirst remain valuable for Fury warriors in all builds, while maintaining build choice and rotational diversity for Furious with the return of Blade Storm to the Fury tree and the addition of a choice of enrage effects. Okay, interesting. This piques my interest, honestly. What is Warrior Fury looking like right now? Because I don't remember. Wait, what? Raging Blow, Bloodthirst. Oh, okay, so okay, so you either go this way into Onslaught and stuff, or you go into Bloodthirst down here kind of thing. So you choose one or the other. Interesting. You go into Ravager or into Odin's Fury. Yeah, I haven't played Warrior yet in Dragonflight, so I can't really speak to how these talents work. Executes on the right side. Tenderize with Enrage. Ravager with Throw Weapon versus Odin's Fury. Huh. Interesting. But I feel you kind of want to go... Yeah, because you probably want to go down the middle and then left side or right side. So this one has a kind of similar problem as with Feral, where you either pick one side or you pick the other and you stick with it. Yeah, that I like that on a basic level, in the sense of like you have a very clear identity of like what your spec is supposed to play like. I like that aspect of it. You know exactly what you're building into. But the downside, I guess, is that you don't really have much choice at that point. Like you either go this way or you either go that way. You don't want to go a little bit here and a little bit there. So maybe consolidating some of these options would be good. Maybe moving some of these closer to each other with more connection points. So maybe you can go from the middle to the right side a little bit. So you have a choice between, I don't know, picking this and this or something. Maybe that could help here to like keep both aspects of your spec more consistent. Because one thing I really don't like in certain classes, like the most obvious one I guess would be the mage, because you have 3 DPS specs. You know, you have your arcane, your frost, and your fire, and you have abilities that you literally remove from your bar because they have nothing to do with your spec. And it really doesn't feel good to like intentionally remove abilities from your core kit just because they don't interact with your, you know, your chosen spec. And it feels a little bit weird when you have to do that. So like, I guess if you're going down the bloodthirst, like, you know, maybe Raging Bull is still usable because it is a very core ability, but like it's gonna feel really bad to press one button over the other when they're both so core to the spec. So maybe with some changes they can make this a little bit more enticing to use both abilities instead of just one or the other. And nothing much on the protection side. Cool. Dynamic flight. I guess that's it for the classes for now. We'll probably get more in the future alpha phases. So now we get to some more general stuff. Dynamic flight. 440 flying mounts will feature dynamic flight, faster speeds, and new animations. Dragon riding talent panel is not available outside of Dragon Isles. To access the talents, paste this command into the chat. Okay, so this is alpha stuff. Yeah, I saw the video trailer thing that they posted. They've done a lot of mounts to work with dragon riding, especially many of the fan favorites and like the rares. So that's gonna be cool. They're also taking the like if you know the current collector's edition, they have like this Algarian Storm Rider, I think it's called, the mount. It's like a blue griffin thing from the advanced edition or whatever. And that one has a different ability where instead of like spending three energy to like do a forward charge, it's actually a stacking buff when you fly close to walls and like mountains. And when you get to 10 charges, then you can use the ability for quote unquote free. Yeah. But it feels really good in some instances. Like in certain areas that feels really fun. You know, just walking close to walls and then getting a quote unquote free boost of energy. But in other instances, like in a Mirdrasil, for instance, when you have to fly for the second to last boss, I keep forgetting his name. What's his name? Can I find here database raids? I really need to remember some of these things. Amir Drasil raids, right? Here we go. The last boss. You know when you have to fly from one platform to the other. What was his name? Tindril? Yeah, I think it was Tindril. Yeah, when he flies from one platform to another, Zappy Boy sucks. Zappy Boy really sucks. Because you don't have that burst of speed. And you're just spending 3 points of energy to get like half the effect to get you rolling. So for some instances, that really sucks. But I do like the idea of having diversity in mounts. So the fact that they're adding that ability to other mounts and not keeping it, limited to just that one mount is cool. It's just that the downside is that now you're going to have a lot more mounts that may not work as well in some situations. So you're going to have to pick, quote unquote, 2 favorite mounts, one of each type. Does it have the storm ability or does it have the regular dash? But it's a small trade-off. I think it's good overall. Just, you have to be more careful with when you're using the ability. Where was I? Come on. Okay, this is where we're. Items. Item level of leveling gear have been adjusted to be rewarded at an appropriate item level through level 70. With this adjustment, the leveling content should feel easier for all players. The items being rewarded will be a higher item level. Thank you. Please. I don't know how this is, like how the numbers are actually going to play out in the end, but this is so freaking needed. You have no idea how annoying it is right now to level. Like if you're a new player and you don't have things like heirlooms, for instance, or something like that to compensate for a lot of the power, it feels really bad to be questing in certain areas. Farming gold. I'm sorry, Ramoras, but we're not really talking about farming gold right now. Uh, there's a bunch of different ways you can farm gold. It just depends on what your preferred choice is. If you just want easy gold, you can always do the world quests at higher level. Some of them can give you a lot of money. Running all the content dungeons for transmog items that you can sell can get you a lot of money, but usually takes a while to sell them. If you just want instant gold, usually the best way is to just do like world quests and things like that. There's usually a lot of money to be made off of that. Not so much professions. That's not easy gold. You need to do a lot of work for that. But like if you just want easy gold money, just go for like world quests and things like that. And all the raids, even just selling gold, you can easily make a few 10K, in a night just by selling and vendoring things. But yeah, this thing, like I recently started leveling my shaman, and I was doing Legion content right now, and because of a lot of the quests scaling with your gear, there's a bunch of quests that you actually cannot do. There's actually quests that you cannot do while leveling, so you have to just skip them. One of them that I literally just hit a brick wall with was a quest in the like the bottom left zone. I keep forgetting what they're called. What's it called? Actually, let me just open up the game. I can open up the game real quick. The one with the demons, the demon area, and like the Nagas. Give me a sec. What's it called? No, not in Dragonflight. I'm not at that high level. That's what I mean. I'm low level. Dragonflight's fine because that's already just the last 10 level, so that's pretty finely tuned. Azuna. So in Azuna, there's a quest. If you remember, there's a quest chain Azuna where you have to play as Ferondis and kill a Naga, some Nagas, after you get captured, after you get the Tidestone. And I literally cannot do that quest because of my gear. So the way that quest works, and a lot of these like vehicle type quests work, is that the stats of the unit that you're using for that quest are based on your gear. And I'm low level, and my item level for gear is a very, very low comparatively. Like I'm item level 49 compared to like my theoretical maximum from heirlooms right now being somewhere closer to 100 or like 70 or 80. And I am controlling this NPC who's scaling off of my stats. On top of that, the enemy NPC is not scaled properly down. So I'm pressing all of my abilities, I'm spamming everything, and I can maybe get 10% of her HP down before she 3-shots me or something. It really, really, really sucks how bad some of this level scaling is done. So the fact that they're increasing item level rewards should be helping quite a bit with like how some of these quests scale off of your gear. And if you're not running heirlooms, it also sucks because like half of my, so like I'm like level 25 on my shaman right now. I have like 1 or 2 pieces that are like, item level 70, and everything else is like item level 30 and 40. So the difference between where I should be performance wise versus where I am is very high when you're leveling regularly, right? So that really sucks. And the other thing is some of the enemies are scaled, like most of the enemies are scaled to your level, right? Which means if you have heirlooms, you're doing fine. If you don't have heirlooms, every level you get makes you feel weaker and weaker and weaker. And I found some mobs that I probably don't scale properly or something. I'm not sure. But like they have twice as much as HP as most of the enemies around them and deal 3 times as much damage on me. So like I can kill them as a shaman because I have heals and stuff. But like I'm fighting regular mobs that are harder than actual elites because of, you know, my gear being so far behind. It really feels bad in some cases. So I actually think this is a great choice. And depending on how aggressive they are with the item level, and maybe also maybe checking out some of the scaling, this is such a fucking godsend. It really feels bad. This also sucked when I was leveling my mage, man. I went from like, you know, the first 10 levels where I would like 2-shot a mob to like level 30-ish where I would be casting like 20 spells to kill a regular mob. Yeah, I know I can level through dungeons, but I don't like leveling through dungeons. And generally speaking, if you level through dungeons, you're missing out on quest rewards, on unlocks, on maybe some unique trinkets or like pets or mounts. So I'm using leveling through zones to get new things. So like unlocking stuff, or like in this case with Legion, like the class halls, right? Because that's fun content. If you're just doing dungeons, I mean, you can still go back, but I'm getting 2 things done at the same time. That's why I'm leveling primarily through zones. Yeah. So Mage Riftor, yeah. I was leveling as Frost basically, and your Frostbolt doesn't do that much damage on its own. Ice Lance procs deal some damage. Should be doing a lot more damage, but because scaling works off of your gear, you know, your damage and stuff like that are based off your, you know, your stats, you're leveling the first few levels, you get them really fast, but your pacing of gear acquisition from quests is very, very slow if you don't have heirlooms. So you end up with like getting, you know, let's say 5 levels and you get maybe 5 items, you know, sporadically throughout those 5 levels, or maybe 6 items, but they're all at different breakpoints of leveling. So you might be at a point where you should be, let's say, all of your gear should be item level 100, but really, if you're leveling without heirlooms or anything like that, or like buying gear or whatever, your gear is going to be like, maybe you have 1 item at item level 100, but most of them will be like item level 50 with a few 2-3 pieces here at 70. Maybe you'll have an 80. Your trinkets will be like item level 20 because you get trinkets once in the blue moon, you know? So because of that staggered item level release being from quests based on your level, you never really achieve, quote unquote, proper power level for your level range. You're always weaker. If you have heirlooms, on the other hand, congratulations. You never have to worry about your character being weak. But if you're doing it the classic way, and like as a new player, for instance, yeah, it feels terrible. So I'm really happy about this one. It's gonna make leveling new units and like just going through the old content leveling much smoother. I hope they're pretty aggressive on this, and they're like pushing past, like instead of, let's say, at level 25 your item level being capped at 100, maybe they push it to 150 or something. Like you should be stronger than at that level, something like that, so that you can actually compensate for that staggered gearing release from quests. You never have to worry until you hit the heirloom level cutoff if you haven't upgraded them. Yeah, but the thing is, even accounting for the level cutoff, which is like what baseline, I think it's like 35 or something. What is it? What is it baseline? 29, right? 29. Okay, baseline is probably a little bit too low, but even then, like at level 29, by that point, leveling slows down a little bit. Not by much, but it slows down a little bit compared to the first few levels. And even then, like just having that gear at level 29 it would put you at a baseline level much higher than if you were gearing through quests. So like if you have your full heirloom sets, even limited at level 29, you will have far more stat budget in your gear than somebody who's leveling regularly. So if you're running the base heirlooms at level 29, at level 40, you'll still be more powerful than a regular person leveling through 40 through quests. Do you understand what I mean? And yeah, sure, you'll get some pieces over time that you're replacing the heirlooms, but all the pieces you're using to replace heirlooms are going to be better than the heirlooms at that point, and your baseline in each slot will be much higher. And that's just assuming you have the base version of heirlooms, of course. It's still gonna be much better to have heirlooms through the first 30 levels, and you're not gonna feel the difference until a little bit later. This is important mainly for the first few 30 or so levels. Oh, don't even get me started on trinkets. Yeah, trinkets are gonna overpower everything. And also, it also sucks that I started leveling in Legion because I really want to do the class Legion Hall room. But the other problem is you don't actually get better weapons in Legion. You only get the relic gem thingies. And those are also very rare when you're leveling. So your weapon is even weaker than it should be comparatively. But yeah, if you're running heirlooms with trinkets and heirloom weapon, you're gonna feel so much stronger. It's not even funny. I'm telling you, just create a new character without heirlooms. Just go level in Legion. It doesn't have to be Legion, but that's a good example to actually highlight how bad it feels to level without any heirlooms. Cool. What else? Sell value of the elegant canvas brush. I have no idea what that is. What is the elegant canvas brush? What even is this? I guess it's just some collectible item that sells for 2,000 gold right now, and they're nerfing it to 100 gold. That's probably why new players are directed level in BFA. Probably, possibly. I just don't think BFA has a very good story experience and starting point to the story. I played the BFA storyline on one character. I started leveling through that, and I also did a little bit of that when it came out. But it feels kind of disjointed. I think Dragonflight is great in that respect. And them making Dragonflight the baseline new player experience is gonna be so much better for the game, for any player that starts playing now, because Dragonflight has a very good starting experience comparatively. Like you're taking your time getting, especially if you're starting like as a new player from like the first level, the new starting zone, the 1 to level 10, right? You get off the boat, you sell your people, you go to your home base, and now it's like, okay, we're going on an expedition, and it doesn't feel too weird. Dynamic flying at level 15, was that what they said? I actually don't remember. I'm gonna have to check. Probably something like that. But it makes sense because the new experience for like in Dragonfly, you're gonna need flying, and if that becomes your baseline leveling experience, it's gonna be needed. It's also really needed in some of the older expansions, right? Like because they're designed with some of those leveling, with flying in mind to some extent. Like you can do it without, like even Pandaria or like Burning Crusade or Wrath. You can do it without flying for sure, absolutely. But it feels a lot worse without having flying. And some areas are super packed on enemies. So it's like if you want to get from this point to this point, well, have fun fighting for 10 minutes mobs that are not relevant to your quest, that don't really mean anything, and you're just kind of like standing there trying to get from point A to point B. But with Dragonflight as the base experience, you have a good entry point. You're not being thrust from recruit to, I don't fucking know, whatever they're calling you, Maw Walker or like general or champion or something. You're going on an expedition. Yay, let's go to the Dragon Isles. Let's have some fun. And then you get there and you have all of the professions in literally the first point of the landing point, right? So you get a relatively easy introduction to professions right off the bat. They have a pretty decent introductory like quest line tied to them. Like, this is how you do collection, and this is how the system works, and this is how you pick professions and combine them, and you know, you've got your rarities, which is they're carrying over to the new expansion. And you know, it just flows a lot better. You get your flying, you're training into dragon flying and things like that. It just really fits. So them giving you flight at a lower level is pretty much mandatory in this case. But yeah, it's gonna make for a much better starting experience. It's probably not great. Like, I haven't thought about it too much, but just the thought of like creating a new character next expansion and from level 10 going to Dragonflight, in my mind, thinking about it and thinking about how I progress through those areas already makes me more like engaged and happy to go through that. And because the world is a lot more populated, even though I usually say that this is a downside because it's overwhelming for new players, the fact that almost everything there can give you like rewards from rares and stuff like that. You can get gear from a lot of different sources. I imagine the difference in like your gear feeling like you're left behind, it should be a lot better. It probably will end up being the baseline leveling experience for Chromie time for most people going forward. It's probably not going to be faster than Warlords of Draenor, especially if you have heirlooms and you're like an old player. That probably is still going to be the best way, I imagine. But for new players getting into it, I think going from the Isles to the Dragon Isles is going to feel much better. Okay, professions. Yeah, they're removing inspiration, right? We added inspiration in Dragonflight to try and capture the fantasy of critical hits while crafting. If you weren't quite capped out on your gear and specializations for a given craft, if you weren't using max quality reagents to guarantee that max quality item, inspiration was the way to get that lucky crit. It could save you some money by using lower quality reagents, and you could craft a better item than you would otherwise. That was the hope at least, but it ended up understandably becoming a situation where crafters take this luck-based system, tell their customers that they would craft an item an indeterminate number of times, and summarily charge a specific price per recraft until their inspiration struck. So in the War Within, we're removing inspiration. In its place, we have a new ability for crafters to utilize concentration and a new stat, ingenuity. Concentration is a resource that you have a separate pool of per crafting profession. It represents your ability to heavily focus on your recipes and exceed your normal capabilities. You choose when you want to concentrate using a button within the crafting window, empowering your next crafts. Doing so will cause the craft to automatically reach the next level of quality, no questions asked. New stat, ingenuity. You have a chance to have an ingenious breakthrough when you concentrate on a craft, refunding all concentration spent. Okay. This sounds quite a bit like Final Fantasy XIV a little bit. It's obviously a very different system at its core, but it reminds me of like the CP for crafting, the crafting points, right? Like the way you spend points to actually progress your quality in item. It plays a little bit differently, but it gives you that ability to like spend a resource to make slightly better gear. And obviously, I imagine the bigger the gap between what you can craft and where you want to reach, the more points you're going to have to use. And if you don't have enough, you're not going to reach the next point. So you won't be able to just like re-roll indefinitely. You're gonna have to be more deliberate, and this also means it's gonna make your gear a little bit more important, and like your stats in general. It means you still need to be, you have better gear, have better point distribution, and specialize in certain items if you want to guarantee the highest tier. There's probably going to be some min-maxing where people will probably going to push to, let's say, one step below the maximum, and then instead of pushing that higher, then they focus on something else so they can do more things at the highest level, but not necessarily every day or something like that. There's probably going to be some min-maxing, but this at least sounds better overall than the critting chance thing, at least in World of Warcraft terms. Alchemy is in a near complete state beyond some polish and tuning work that will likely happen in broad strokes across all professions. Most, if not all, recipes should be able to be crafted and utilized, and the specialization tree should be largely reflective of the final experience. All subject to feedback, of course. Your good friend instructor and his cohort can supply you with the training and materials needed to experiment, and the items you make should be functionally and ready for testing. Okay, cool. Files have been rebranded to be profession effects only. Oh, right, because they went away from elixirs to files. For flasks, sorry. And flasks may return with 1 hour duration. So files are now basically a different type of flask or potion, but that's for crafting only. Flasks are the old school things you use in raids, and they're going back to 1 hour duration. Coolio. As a quality of life bonus, you can now have files and flasks active at the same time. Also good, because usually they serve different purposes, especially now more than ever with this change. So you got your files for your professions, you got your elixir flasks for your raids. Yeah, exactly. You just drag 2 files. It really didn't change much. But now at least, you have different uses, and it's more user-friendly. Experimentation has been carried forward from Dragonflight, but with some adjustments in effort to mitigate frustration while keeping with the theme. You now select which herbs to experiment with and can only discover recipes that utilize that particular herb. Experimentation now has 2 forms. A repeatable version that you can do with short lockouts, which can be bypassed with formulated courage. Yeah, okay, so the more expensive but repeatable way, and the time-gated one that boasts a much higher chance at recipe discoveries, and which usually historically costs less in terms of materials, I assume, because that's usually how it's been in the past. So that's good. That's how tailoring used to work, basically. Like if you think back to like Cataclysm and Wrath and things like that, especially Cataclysm, that's probably the best example for this. You could create like bolts of cloth where you could do like 1 bolt of cloth per day using a particular type of like element. So you'd use bolts with life, whatever, the motes. I forgot what they were called in Cataclysm, but you got like your life motes and your cloth, and then you got your fire motes and your cloth, and then you had 1 more that didn't have a time lockout, but that required like the drops from like dungeons, like the that special like Sargerite, Saronite, whatever it was, the blue dropping item, and you would need like 5 of those. That one was repeatable, but was a lot more expensive. So you could either stick to like 5 bolts a day for just the quote unquote easy to make ones, which weren't necessarily easy, but you know what I mean. 1 of each type, or you could go the expensive route where you just do the dungeon crafting one, which didn't have a cooldown. And I imagine they're kind of doing the same here. Transmutation has been significantly expanded with a system called thaumaturgy. This is a side component of alchemy that boasts extra complexity, which allows you to regularly transmute a variety of reagents found on Khazalgar into other forms. While this process is highly destructive, yes, okay, specializations and clever choices in your inputs will ultimately bring you closer to transmuting blasphemite. What's with these names? Blasphemite. The elusive and highly coveted meta gem that is sure to catch the eye of aspiring jewel crafting entrepreneurs. Please take a look at the thaumaturgy specialization tab and experiment with this feature. Okay. Blasphemite. Miss Alchemy had that with a reagent for making the sky golem. Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't have I didn't play alchemy in Mists. I already had tailoring, enchanting, blacksmithing, and trying to think. That was the main ones because I mainly played my mage and my paladin. So I had mining, blacksmithing, and then tailoring and enchanting. Trying to remember if I had any other alts. I don't think I had any other alts in Pandaria. I remember vaguely the requirements for the Sky Golem, but I haven't actually engaged with it, so I still don't have my Sky Golem on my previous account. Sky Golem a month. Wow. Yeah, I imagine that's probably painful. What else? Specialization now focus heavily on the herbs of Kazalgar, so it's wise to evaluate the recipe list to determine which recipes appeal to you the most. I kind of like this. I don't know why. Like I'm split on this to an extent. On the one hand, I like being able to craft everything like in the older expansions where you kind of just you level your skill, you reach the next point, you learn the recipe, you craft it, the end. But I also kind of like this idea of specializations where you kind of like you choose what to specialize in. And sure, eventually you can get everything, but that takes forever anyway. So you kind of want to make a choice of what you want to specialize in. I didn't even sell for a WoW token worth of gold. Yeah, I can imagine that sucks. Yeah, the WoW token is a different conversation for a different time, yes. Recipe difficulty tuning will happen later pass. Okay, blacksmithing specialization are in and ready for players to dissect. While the hookups aren't fully implemented, I'm hoping the ever-burning 4 specialization catches players' attention as a way to inject the helping of profession stats deterministically. I have no idea what this means. This is alpha stuff that I don't know. They likely want gathering to be spread out across more players. Yeah, I think that's one thing that is good overall. That it makes like you can't just pick everything. That also will make it a little bit harder, I guess, in a sense. Well, no, not true. I was thinking it's going to make it harder to make money, but I actually think this is going to make it easier to make money now. In a general sense. Because now people can't pick up everything at first. You're going to have to specialize in what you want to pick up. And obviously some things are going to be more desirable than others. But like because people are specializing in different things, things like herbs will probably be more expensive individually. So you can make more money with gathering and you won't be able to flood the market. At least at first. I think that's overall good. It allows people to make more money. Obviously, there's always the thing of the bots, so making it more lucrative isn't necessarily a good thing. But I also don't think it's good to punish players for third-party implications in this sense. More expensive flask is going to be annoying. Well, yeah, but also it depends, right? I think World of Warcraft suffers a little bit from too much inflation on stats, on like gold, and it's with the new expansion, those numbers are gonna go up again. So things are gonna get even you get even more money on average. But at the same time, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, it probably won't affect bots all that much. Well, generally speaking, of course, because you'll need the new expansion materials, which means you need to level all the way to max before you can actually collect anything. And most of the bots usually tend to be in older expansions and things like that. So you're probably going to be able to make more money individually as a player through gathering professions if this works out properly. And yes, flasks are probably going to be more expensive, but between the inflation on the gold from quests and other sources and overall more expensive materials, it incentivizes you. Like if you want to spend a lot of money on flasks, or you have to, it's going to incentivize you to pick up gathering professions and sell those materials, or just make your own, I guess. Because remember, we're also doubling down on things like the warband, right? So you're going to be able to run multiple gatherers, for instance, and put everything in your warband bank, and then just craft what you need from your quote-unquote main. And it's going to be a little bit easier. I don't know. This is all speculation at this point, I guess. It's too early to tell with certainty. But in theory, at least, it shouldn't feel too bad or too prohibitive. Well, that's the thing. You don't have to skill in multiple herbs per se, because that's herbalism, right? You need to pick up all the herbs that you need. But first and foremost, generally speaking, most people only raid on one character, maybe two. So if we're talking about specializing in flasks, in alchemy, you will know exactly which herbs you want for your specific potions or flasks. And at the same time, you will specialize in that specific one that you need. Instead of going into, like, I don't know, you're playing Feral, you need your agility flasks or whatever. You need potion, you need herb A and herb B. So you got your main maybe, or your two alts with two different herbalisms, specializing in two specific herbs. Or maybe you don't even do two, you just do one, the more expensive one, and then you buy the second one off the market and you sell excess of things. But I think overall, it should make it a little bit easier and more streamlined, both in terms of making money and keeping your professions relevant for longer. Because one of the things with gathering professions is that they're really, really good at the launch of an expansion, but then after the first month, they're a waste. They're a dead weight. Because things almost always and almost across the board, they tank. So outside of one specific herb, everything else usually has almost no value. Right? At least this way, because you're specializing in different herbs for different types of flasks and potions, even the like herbs that aren't as popular or as desirable will at least retain their value, because fewer people will specialize in them and there will be fewer of them on the market. So when you do need those particularly rare or less desirable herbs, there will be people that can actually make a money off of it. No, I'm not talking about like crafting professions. I'm talking about gathering professions. Most gathering materials, at least like blacksmithing materials, most cloths, and I don't know about all of the herbs, but most of them sell for really nothing. Like, I could spend an hour collecting herbs and I would make less gold off of the totality of my herbs and primal thingies, what they're called, the elements, than I would do of just doing like one world quest that gives me like 700 gold. You know what I mean? It's like, why spend an hour collecting things when I can just do one world quest in like 5 minutes? Like, they just don't sell for anything. Most herbs are like 8 silver, 20 silver. There's maybe like one herb out of all of them that sells for 5 or 6 gold. I remember when I leveled my tailoring, like getting cloth to level my tailoring on my mage, I think I spent like 60 gold to get like 300 cloth or something. It's like nothing. Enchanting. In this alpha build, enchanting has been enabled and can be trained by Professor in Orgrimmar, blah, blah, blah. Dragonflight enchantments work well to provide players with choices and customization, so many of the available options will look familiar in the War Within. There's a new host of weapon enchants available, as well as the new cursed ring enchants as selectable options. Weapon nodes have also made a return, and enchanting has an additional set of fun consumables to market to other players. The vast majority of the enchants have been implemented, but some of them are still in progress. Okay, some of the specialization include designed disenchanter, fundamental disenchanting rituals. You will gain 1 skill per point in the specialization when disenchanting. The oil jugs shall continue. Learn the art of shattering the magical essence. Multicolored in addition. Okay, whatever. Fishing in this alpha build, what around Kazakh are popular with a single fish. And work out a few updates to the ecosystem. However, fellow anglers will notice a change in their fishing journals, namely fishing accessories. Your existing fishing gear from the past will lose all fishing stats, and converting them to fishing accessories will permanently exchange the combat stats for the proper fishing related bonuses. Frictionless conversion. Okay, I haven't done fishing this expansion, so I can't tell. Herbalism. Specialization implemented. Okay, the base idea behind herbalism, especially the War Within, is the same as Dragonflight, but there have been changes. Binding specialization now has a mulching sub-specialization, which allows you to make potent magical mulch and learn to utilize your green thumb. Mulching allows you to consume some of the common herb Miko Bloom to make a consumable mulch that gives you a large finesse bonus to the next herb you gather. Green Thumb also learned from the mulching tree is an activatable cooldown that doubles the amount of herbs you receive from the next herb you gather. Okay. So this is going to work even better with the previous point of like focusing on the herbs that you want and need. So you're going to collect even more of a particular type. You're going to want to chase specific herbs. Jewel crafting. Dragonfly jewel crafters will feel right at home with the updates in War Within. A familiar lineup of recipes await your discovery, but with a variety of new cantrips and an updated set of gems. We felt that jewel crafting structure, particularly its vast array of gem choices, fit well under the new profession system and wanted to bring that with us into the new expansion. Atom quality has been removed from raw gems, and there is only 1 tier instead of 2. Enjoy the reclaimed inventory space. Yeah, I can't imagine how bad it must be to be in jewel crafter with like the amount of different types of gems you can craft, all of different rarities in terms of base versions, but also the results. Same lineup: Amber Stamina, Emerald Haste, Onyx Mastery, Ruby Crit Strikes, Sapphire Versatility, weighted hybrid combinations of all of the above. Yeah, ordinary hybrid gems cuts are now entirely sourced through specializations rather than attributed across various parts of the game, in any order you choose. Knowing your customers and the gaps in the market is critical for maximizing your profits, but eventually all invested jewel crafters will be able to acquire all of the gems as usual. Cool. Leatherworking. Blah, blah, blah. Learn it. Okay, crafting armor pieces. Leatherwork will also find that they have a new market in reagents with the ability to craft weapon grip wraps and armor banding that is used in the high-level crafts of other professions. We've also removed the specialization that granted general skill across the board, so it should be clear what specializations you need to focus on if you want to get max quality with a particular recipe. The majority of the recipes are implemented, okay. None of the effects have been tuned yet, okay. Majority of special implemented as well. Master your leatherworking fundamentals to increase reagent efficiency, again. Flawless fortes. Master the techniques of Castle Guard to craft specialty items beyond that of standard armor. Embellished armor pieces, reagent armor kits, profession gear. Cool. Quests, okay. User interface and accessibility. Spellbook has been redesigned. Yeah, moved to the same window as talents and specializations. Yeah, they changed that, so you no longer have your typical spellbook. It's gonna be interesting how this affects the general tab where you have your ratios and things like that. Because I guess that's gonna remain its own tab. The spellbook moves to the talent tree, and profession gets a new micro menu button. So you're not gonna have them all in the same window. I've seen some screenshots of this. The spellbook looks interesting. It's a very large image now. Let me see if we can easily find the post here. Try and scroll a little bit through here. There we go. Is it here? Yeah, so it's like one giant, huge page now. It's under talent. So you got specialization, talents, and spellbook. That's kind of cool in a general sense. Oh, well, general abilities are here as well. Okay, so they moved this here as well. So does that mean we no longer have a basic spellbook for anything because everything's here? Arcane Torrent. Okay. This is gonna be the hardest part to get used to, I think, out of everything. But it depends if they still keep the key bindings for this, so you can open it with the same buttons. It's not gonna be too bad, I guess. The various iterations from like the beta, the alpha or beta of vanilla WoW. The first implementation. This is the second implementation. And then the latest implementation. Yeah, we've gone through a lot of changes over the years. And this is pre-Cata, this is post-Cata. This was Cataclysm. And then this last one's Mist of Pandaria. Wow, it hasn't changed since Mist of Pandaria. Interesting. Cool. What else do we have here? Mount Journal now has a button called Switch Flight Styles. Yes, you can now switch between the flight dynamic and steady flight. Time for a little change. In this case, it's a very big change. It's the biggest they've ever done because that page is huge. New options to replace the spider. Okay, the baby spider mode thingy, the crab mode. Icon can be used to mark your player character for visibility. Options under accessibility, general self-highlight. Interesting. I think this didn't work on alpha because I was watching some streams and I think this one didn't work at the moment. Highlight your character silhouette when blocked by objects in game. Yeah, this one also didn't work on alpha in that first phase from what I've seen. Objective tracker, update objective tracker art. Updated objective tracker art. I have no idea what this means. Minimize settings are now on a new top level quest tracker header. New animations on headers and objectives. Icons for in-progress quests have been updated. Objective tracker text size can be adjusted with edit mode. Cool. New 3D quests, bangs, and icons. Meta quests, repeatable quests, campaign trivial quests. Okay, that's interesting. Flight map icons have been updated. Flight master icon and bank has been updated. Cool. So that's the alpha stuff right now. Leave talents for now. What else do we have here? What I wanted to skip that for now. Close this. So there was an interview with Hirumare DX. This one was one that I wanted to check to see what they are talking about. I didn't get to see this one or anything. I think it's to do with the updated quest icons. Well, some of it sounded like it, but some of the things sounded like they were something else. My biggest issue with professionals never getting the recipe to drop. Yeah, some recipes were historically too hard to get versus others. But I was talking more in a general sense of just like being able to acquire things in a more deterministic way. uh, versus like, you know, just getting everything. Cool. Visual class fantasy. One of the goals for tier sets in the War Within is to lean back into the class fantasy of visual design. Personally, I'm all for this. I prefer class fantasy over just like raid fantasy or like zone fantasy. We'll see how it goes. I did see some tier sets and like sets and armor sets in general. Some of them look really cool. Some of them are kind of like, but you know, you can't all be winners. Like tier sets, the core fantasy of hero talents is to add another layer of flavor to the class and taking the fiction of the character to a logical extension. Not just a joy, but a special type of joy that players can get excited about connecting to. In terms of visual, each one is intended to double down on their specific theme, such as the chosen of Avaloon Balance Druid having light beams upon light beams and more light beams. Mount customization. The Delve Reward Gyrocopter is the only customizable mount currently coming in the War Within. Team is always looking for additional opportunities to do more. Cool. Underground zone diversity. One of the primary concerns in most expansions is how to create distinction between new zones, particularly this time around when they're mostly underground. It's especially hard when you consider 20 years of zones in World of Warcraft, so making a completely different type of environment can be a challenge. Honestly, some of the early images that we've seen from the underground zones look gorgeous, and I do like the fact that they're not all just cave. Like, I like the idea of like an underground city. So between Ashkahet and like the Arathi zone with the crystal, I think that looks awesome. I mean, sure, if you want to go like whole fully 100%, this is not very realistic. Oh, this is too much space, blah, 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 blah. And you go like full real, like, yeah, sure, it doesn't make sense, but this is a fantasy game. I don't care. The planet can be like 10 times the size of our world, and there's enough space underground to, you know, have full cities underground. And I think that's good. I think that looks really cool. Both the Arathi and Ashkahet look really beautiful, and I can't wait to explore those areas. I wonder what other areas there are and like how the other ones look. But those two zones, I'm already sold on, honestly. They haven't done many full-size caverns, though, aside from the recent Zerlak caverns. Yeah, but Zerlak caverns is a cavern. It's a very typical cavern. It's a Magicka with many different beings living on it. Yeah, pretty much. So they're focusing on leaning into the stories and subverting expectation of what an underground zone can be. For example, Hallowfall has a giant crystal up in the sky, conveniently acting like a proxy sun, which is just one way they can inject interesting identities and push the boundaries of what might be considered conventional cavern. Yep, I'm 100% on board with this. 100% the Hallowfall zone. I love it. Varied architecture also helps. The Nerubian zone isn't just a whole bunch of ziggurats. Yep, we saw some images there as well. And I always loved the like, on the one hand, yes, I'm not a fan of spiders. I'm not a spider person, but man, the Nerubians and their like environments, from the little we've gotten to see like back in the day in like, you know, Wrath and with those dungeons, I find them fascinating, honestly, like truly fascinating, and I can't wait to see more and learn more about the Nerubians. Hello. Thank you, Blood Knight, for the follow. Much appreciated. Hello and welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, I want to see more about the Nerubians. Size-wise, the zones are meant to be relatively similar in size to those of Dragonflight, with interesting landmarks like that giant crystal sun in Hallowfall that will even experience some changes as we progress through the story. Oh, okay, interesting. I thought it was just gonna be a sun moon thing, but no, I guess it's gonna change based on what we do. I wonder if there's any way to like change it from one to the other, or like influence, you know, kind of like time of day when it goes light or dark. Because I'm not a big fan of the idea personally of it always being day versus always being light themed versus always being, void themed once you've progressed through the story, or vice versa, whichever way it goes, right? Like I would like that to kind of alternate. I think it would because both of those states give a very different vibe to the zone, and being stuck with one or the other based on your progress, I mean, again, makes sense story wise probably, but like it would feel bad, right, when you're going through a zone, to know that like, oh well, now I turned it from, I don't know, light to dark, I can never go back, or like there's no variation between them. So I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. But I personally would like to see this like kind of alternate between the two. Maybe the goblins will start mining it, or trying like they did. Yeah. I don't think they can, because it's in the sky this time. It's not. It's not on the ground. They're gonna have a hard time climbing up there, and they're probably gonna get shot down by everything. The Foundation Hall in the Isle of Dorn is another major location where the Earthen Council meets, and there are several other landmarks like Storm Perch, which is used to summon special Griffin Riders. Skyships. Yeah, but skyships usually aren't very, very good at standing still. They're good at hovering and flying through the skies, maybe in circles or something, but I can't imagine they would make for a very good, like, stand still and let us mine this crystal off of the edge of the ship, and even the slightest turbulence sends everybody to their death. But I mean, I guess as a fantasy, I can see that being kind of funny and silly to look at. Being below ground requires a lot of creativity to break up the environment. While they may have traditional day-night cycles, we will see some other types of cycles that alter the appearance of the zone through the day in the form of weather, storms, and other triggers. Customization is a pivotal part of player identity and how we consume the game, so it's important to find opportunities to add more. The Earthen in particular have some unique customization that wouldn't fit normal races, like stone beards and glittering gems. I'm kind of curious to see how that goes. First impressions of the Earthen is positive for me. I kind of like the thing where they're going. Sure, it's another dwarf, but I mean, we have how many elves? Really can't complain. Make an Earthen pally, call it Tarek. Good one. Story and world building. No spoilers on future characters we may run into, though we already know that Xal'atath is the main villainous character in The War Within, and we'll be seeing quite a lot of her. There's no particular time with Season of Discovery, though they aren't entirely sure of whether the mysterious void phenomenon seen in the classic game is considered canon to the main narrative or not. In our modern era version of the game, Xal'atath has just been playing the long game, plotting things from the shadows. The developers appear very cagey on this subject, so it is possible they're feigning in order to avoid giving anything away. Either way, we're not likely to get any firm answers. Yeah, I mean, as far as the Season of Discovery story goes, it's not guaranteed because obviously it's not confirmed, but like everything points towards that shadowy figure being Xal'atath, from the way that she talks and how it behaves, and like the places in which she pops up. It's probably Xal'atath. There's probably no other shadowy figure that fits Xal'atath's MO in that way that we don't know of. I mean, they could. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna pull some weird switcheroo where there's like Xal'atath 2 or something. I don't know, but I doubt it. Like that's most likely Xal'atath. It's almost guaranteed Xal'atath. Additional Dracthyr customization. There aren't any additional Visage forms planned just yet, but it could potentially happen in the future. Magni's role in The War Within. He's around and in for the long haul on this. A central part to the story. Keen players may notice he's not quite as shiny anymore either, which will play into his story going forward, which also involves his daughter Moira and grandson Dagran. Timey-wimey things? Yeah, anything's possible. We won't really get to know until we actually get our hands on it. visual customization transmog that players would like to be able to see their character's hair under helmets is a piece of feedback that the character team is very aware of. I'm glad you're aware of. It's not like people haven't been talking about this for the past 20 years, but I'm glad you're aware of it. They don't want players to feel like they have to sacrifice the coolness of their haircut to wear a helmet. And there's a place to have the best of both worlds. It's something they've thought a lot about, but requires some creative solutions. Yes, I imagine they do, because it's been 20 years since we've been asking for this. Being aware of something and actually doing something about it are two very, very different things. I'm sure you've been aware of this for a very long time, but you want to see something happen about this, because this really influences how you use certain items. Like certain helmets and things like that are simply unusable for your, fashion design because of the way they interact with hair and stuff like that. Like, just as an example, this is less about your hair being hidden and more a case of like, we didn't think this through entirely kind of thing. It's the helmet for like the Blood Elf heritage armor. Dude, that helmet looks like garbage on pretty much any female character with any hairstyle you choose aside from bald. Everything clips through that helmet in every single instance, and you cannot make that helmet look good ever. Like, ever. And if your character is bald, it looks stupid with that helmet. So it's still not good. It's terrible. It's such a nice looking helmet. The spellbreaker from Warcraft 3, right? It's that kind of helmet. But it looks terrible with pretty much everything. So, yes, do something about hair and interactions with helmets, please. Please do something about it. More visible wrist customizations, like the recent corsage, is something they're experimenting with more, so long as they find ways that make sense and don't cause excessive complication with clipping or character armor creation. Yeah, so here for the wrists, I like that they're thinking about it, and I think absolutely wrists should be a little bit more important. But the other thing I want to see to accommodate this is different types of gloves. Because right now the main issue with bracers isn't so much how they look. It's the fact that almost every type of hand armor, piece covers the bracers. They're all very long, they're all very bulky, and they all go over the bracers. It's very, very, very rare and hard to find gloves that don't extend all the way to cover the bracers, or that don't do finicky things with bracers. So if they can start adding some different types of armor, hand armor pieces that don't interact weirdly with bracers, like more smaller gloves, something smaller, or just a few fingers or things like that, that's gonna help a lot. Because yeah, sure, you can hide hands, but sometimes you're trying to make you want some hand glove thingies to go with your mog. So having some other options would go a long way to alleviating some of this bracer problem. Open talk. There's been a lot of thought put into the Earthen, especially among their various factions. The race is thousands of years old, abandoned by the Titans, and we know that some of them eventually became dwarves. There is a lot of history here, as well as some philosophy in what it means to transition from a construct into a living being. We'll explore the Earthen life cycle, what happens when the Titans left, and how they became a society of their own, which is now kind of falling apart, underpinning a theme of the war within, yes. Besides that, there's also an interesting campaign dungeon called the Rookery, which involves a new major character and the Earthen's main HQ. Kobolds have always been a fun classic flavor in WoW, and the designers had a lot of fun thinking about how a secluded society of them might have evolved, how they live and build things, what weird things they make out of wax, where they're getting all that wax. It's not a very sophisticated civilization, but they have their own culture, and this might be their zenith. Oh god, kobolds are such special thing. I like them, but they're also such a meme. But hey, more kobolds. That's gonna be cool. Okay, so that's the interview in a nutshell, basically. What else do we have here? Oh, we had the interview with Ian. Oh God, Rift or please, no, no, don't let me visualize that. Ah, God. Okay. TLDR store. This is a conflict that threatens the entire world. Zalatath is a key villain of the World Soul Saga, based on the priest artifact weapon that she was trapped in for so long. Her design takes a lot of inspiration from the weapon and the story behind it. Illyria and Anduin are key heroes of the story. Don't, no shit, Sherlock. Obviously, this is for like general populace. So yeah, I'm just being facetious. We'll find hope and redemption. The war within has a few layers to it. We're going below the surface of Azra, but we also see a lot of inner turmoil and conflict. The team didn't want the entire underground space to feel oppressive. Hellfall feels like you could almost be outdoors. Yep. Magni, Moira, Dagran, and more characters will be appearing. Dwarves will be taking center stage. This is one thing that I was thinking about as we were going through Dragonflight, and I want to see more of, is this kind of like passing of the torch to a new generation of heroes, right? Like you probably remember when Cairn died, that was sad, but we got Bane, even though they didn't handle him very well at times, but still, you know, this idea of like getting new heroes, right? Like the what's his name, the Worgen guy. Why am I drawing a blank now of all times? Morgan leader. Again, Greymane, right? Like switch, you know, leaving kind of Gen behind, and you know, seeing his daughter kind of rise up. What was her name again, dude? I'm so bad with names. I've been away from the game for so long. I just don't know names anymore. What's his daughter's name again? Any wiki, please? Family. Can you see? Give me family tree or something. Can I see more details? What's her name? Come on, bad wiki. Tess, right? Tess. That's what it was. Tess Greymane. I want to see more of her, and I want to see more of the, like a lot of these like younger second generation heroes kind of thing. So I want to see more of Tess Greymane. I want to see more of Kalia Menethil. I want to see more of like Dagran and Moira. You know, well, Moira is not really new, but you know what I'm saying. You know, some of the new characters to replace the old ones, a kind of passing of the torch and like getting new stories with the new generation. You remember like with Chen and Lily, right? Lily was a new character, but like she's still kind of fun and energetic and interesting in her own way. So like I want to see some of these new heroes take center stage. But the problem is with introducing new heroes, you need to set them up. You need to give them time to breathe. You need to develop them. And the problem with World of Warcraft historically has been that they've done a pretty poor job of actually developing most characters in World of Warcraft. That's why, like, you know, most of the iconic characters that people love are characters that were already established in the Warcraft series, like the RTS games, right? There's not a lot of characters in World of Warcraft, generally speaking, that are well developed and that appeared in World of Warcraft for the first time, right? It's mostly characters from the previous games and the books and other things. So I want to see more Tess. I want to see more Dagran. I want to see more of these newer heroes, but they really need to develop them properly. Because otherwise it just feels bad, right? You get new, you can't just make them, you know, show them in a cutscene and how they're super capable at doing everything, and you getting Mary Sue's and stuff. You also can't make them solve every single problem better than the older heroes, because then it just feels like the old characters that we've known for so long are just stupid. you need to give them time to like make mistakes, have some failures, overcome challenges. And historically, they've not been very good at doing that. And that's my only worry when introducing some of these new characters, is that if they don't give them the proper breathing room to develop, they're just going to fall flat and nobody's going to like them. And I think that would be sad, because there's a lot of cool characters here that they can do a lot with. Tess is a great example of that. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, the Rooker is the place that Storm Griffins were raised and trained over the centuries. It was overrun by corrupted Earthen. Is a part of the main campaign in the zone, so you can do it solo with all. Oh yeah, this is the thing that mentioned that now, as part of the progression of the campaign and story, you'll be required to do certain dungeons. Like the story directly flows you into the dungeon. It's no longer optional. And part of that is because they now have the follower dungeon. So if you're somebody that absolutely hates doing a dungeon with people as part of your leveling progress, or simply you're a DPS and you have to sit in queue for 30 minutes to just get a freaking dungeon going, at the very least now, even if you're forced to do a dungeon, you can just pop in with like your followers and get it out of the way relatively quickly, and it plays well into the story. Because I know a lot of people don't like it, but I'm personally a fan of this so much. Like, I love playing Final Fantasy 14 and going through like the story, and now it's like, okay, it's big showdown time. Now we're gonna do this dungeon and explore this thing, or like, oh, now there's this fight, this one man kind of quote unquote raid, right? And you have to do this for the story to develop itself properly. And I think that's good. I think this is good for storytelling purposes. It's going to add so much more flavor, and it's going to help a lot of people also get a better grasp of the story and continuity of things when things happen. Like, sure, you can still have your side dungeons that like whatever, you know, they're kind of zone stories or whatever. But for any dungeon that is part of the story, let it be a part of the story so that people know exactly, hey, after you've done this, this is what happens. Yeah, the whole idea of Warband as followers sounds great, but it's too early to tell with that. That sounds like it could be very difficult, and it also depends on like how you balance that, right? Because I can tell you, if they do go that route, there's gonna be a lot of people complaining either that, you know, they should either scale up your warband to be stronger than they actually are, if you know your alts aren't as geared to do the thing, or they're gonna say things like, why are you nerfing my character, because my character is much more powerful than this, so now I can't, I don't know, zerg through this dungeon because my character is nerfed, you know, things like that. So it's opening a can of worms, and I think it's too early to really make a decision on that. Because if you're going to do the warband, it's going to be like, well, okay, now that means you have to choose, you have to have enough characters in your warband to use this feature, but you can't force people to have multiple characters. But now you're forcing them to create random characters to have that option, or like you're forcing them to respec their character into a specific role, because I don't know, all of your characters are right now DPS, so you have to log in your character to switch it to protection or something, or like, you know, your gear doesn't matter anyway, or your character is too low level and it's not ready to do this content. So it's difficult. I mean, they could just do something like very basic as a sense of like, well, this is how your character looks, so you're just replacing the looks of the character in that setup. But again, you come into the restriction part. It's such a big can of worms. It's a really big undertaking. Like, it sounds very easy on the surface level, but it's a lot more complicated than people give it credit to implement something like that. It's really a can of worms. And even if it's possible, I would question if it's worth it at that point, right? Because that's a lot of development time for something that is gonna really not matter in most instances. Because keep in mind, follower dungeons at this point in time are just for level up dungeons. You can't go into higher tier content. So it's like, you really only need them for doing a handful of dungeons once. So is it worth it to spend that much development time to try and make something so niche? Maybe if they decide to expand the system to, like, I don't know, heroic dungeons, which I don't know if they will or not, or if that makes sense, but whatever. If they did something like that, or like they incorporated the followers system in other aspects of the game, then maybe it would be more worth it. But as of right now, I feel like that's such a big undertaking for such a small payoff. Okay, the rumors are on the greatest race of Azeroth. Yes, we know that. Gameplay, there will be an arachnophobia filter. Yes, we read that. New tier sets will be added and you can get them from a wide variety of activities. Cool. It's going to be interesting to see how... I mean, honestly, the whole tier set conversation at this point is almost kind of moot, because even if you can't get tier set from outside of raid, in a sense, right? You can't get your tier set from, let's say, delves. You can still get your tier set indirectly from the catalyst, for instance, from the vault, right? Or you can just use the catalyst to convert it. Yeah. So it's like the tier set conversation is starting to become less important in a general sense, because everybody kind of has access to tier sets. Now, sure, it might be better to have access to the tier set pieces directly more readily, so you don't have to spend your catalyst on them. But at the same time, I don't know. I guess I see the point, but also I think we're past the conversation of tier sets being available to players between the catalyst and the vault. It really doesn't matter outside like the first week. And even then, it only really matters if you're doing like Mythic 10 higher, Mythic plus 10 or higher dungeons, or like, you know, heroic raids or something like that. Bran will be the Delve companion for the first season. Players should feel like they adventured, stumble across a place, and walk through a seamless misty door to their own experience. Cool. Bran can be a healer or damage dealer, so no tanks. I mean, it makes sense because nothing here is supposed to be a tank. Like, it doesn't require a tank. I wonder if that means tier set dropping, or they mean through catalyst. Yeah. Honestly, the way it's worded, new tier sets will be added and you can get them from a wide variety of activities. Sounds like they're talking about adding like actual drops, like not just catalyst. That's how it sounds, which is good. Like, don't get me wrong, this sounds great. Like, instead of like having just one source of it and having to, you know, go too far into a raid to actually get your shot at a tier set that usually is a very big power spike and sometimes even integral to your rotation or your build for a particular patch or something. I think this is good. I just, generally speaking, feel like it's less of an issue today than it was like a few years ago, is what I'm saying. It's still a good change. Like, this isn't bad. It's just, I think it's no longer as relevant as it used to be. That's all. Does have 2 tiers of difficulty during leveling for players that want more of a challenge. More difficulty tiers will be unlocked at max level and through the expansion. As you hit max level, you get an epic customizable mechanical mount where you can earn customization and attachments in delves. This mount will have dynamic flying. Almost all mounts will have dynamic flying. Warbands are cross-faction, realm, everything. Logging screen shows your 4 favorite. This is a weird one because I keep seeing the mention of 4. I see alpha footage that says 4. I've seen a bunch of content creators that say 4, but I've also seen, like, I think at least one interview and at least 1 or 2 creators that said 5. And I'm not exactly sure which is true or what are the causes for the differences. Like, is it 4 but it's bugged and it should be 5, or was it 5 and then they changed it to 4? Like, I'm not exactly sure. It seems like the most recent numbers is 4, but I've also seen a lot of conversations about it being 5. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. But it does seem like, at least at the moment, the prevalent communication seems to be for. Warbands are foundation. The team wants to keep building on it. In 2024, WoW is going to shift from character-based to account-based. Yes, cool. Awesome. We need more of this. Am I floating? So that's the thing. It's not really floating from what I've seen. Like, most of the sources seem to say 4, but I've seen like 1 or 2 sources that say 5. And I'm not sure if that was misreporting, it was a typo or an error in communication, or it was an older design. It's not exactly clear where that 5 number keeps popping up, because it's definitely not as common as 4. Like, most sources say 4 and most images say 4, but there are a few instances where 5 is being highlighted, and I'm not exactly sure where that came from or why. So I don't know, maybe it's a mistake or something. We'll have to wait and see as things develop. Deep Hollow Ravine is a new battleground. Mix of Silver Shard Mines and Rocky Basin. Hold some point, push a cart. Battleground Blitz was testing out the AV8 solo queue. This will be the default for rated battlegrounds in the future. This is good. We need more battlegrounds, more small scale like battlegrounds, and like just easier pop in, pop out. Because PvP right now is kind of dead. Hero talents have been updated based on feedback. Professions was a shift on how profession will work again going forward. More within will be seen. Like, this is the only thing what I have mixed feeling about the new system. I think this is coming more from me as an older player that used to play like the previous expansions and stuff back in the day. One of my enjoyments amongst others, you have your mount collectors and your transmog collectors. One of the things I enjoyed doing in every expansion was trying to max out my profession, get all the recipes, things like that. Sometimes even going back to collect whatever it is I missed. And this system doesn't allow for that. And it also increases the investment required to build your profession during an expansion. But because everything is pretty much nullified the next expansion, the high investment feels overall worse. It's like you have to do a lot right now to get benefits right now, but then once you've reached the next expansion or whatever, everything is useless. So that's the one thing I'm really not a big fan of the new World of Warcraft model, where basically the only thing that matters is the here and the now, and everything else throw it in the bin kind of thing. But this isn't a profession specific issue, it's more of a general philosophy of the game that I have an issue with. But profession is definitely one of those aspects that it's reflected with the change to how they work. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad change, it's just one that I'm personally not a huge fan of. I kind of liked the old model where you kind of went through the steps, you got your profession done, and you could say, cool, I'm done. Whereas this model is like, you're never done. And it almost feels slightly counterintuitive to the new direction of the game, where it's more alt-friendly, it's more respecting your time kind of thing. It's trying to be more accommodating for, a different play style. And the professions kind of feel like they're still stuck. Like, this new design of profession feels like it's following the old mentality and design for the game. But it's more of a personal pet peeve than anything else. I don't necessarily think it's bad or like how they're doing it now. Just not a fan of it personally. Work order system frustrated people. So the War Within will have NPC crafting orders so that there is always something for you. Yeah, this is definitely one of the issues with the new model. Is like, if there's people not requesting crafting orders and they're contacting you through other means, or like you're keeping it in a guild or something like that, half of the beauty of this new system was kind of unusable and not accessible to you, But I'm glad to hear that they're adding NPC kind of like orders to this thing. Depending on how far they push this or and stuff like that, it could be interesting. I think this could definitely make the progression of professions basically better. But it's definitely a band-aid fix more than anything. I feel like the work order system didn't quite pan out as they hoped or expected. So now they're trying to like find ways to fix it and like patch it. It's gonna depend on how many NPC orders there are available in at any given time. This is really what's gonna make this either a good change or irrelevant. Okay, maybe not irrelevant, but really close to. Because if you get like one NPC crafting order a week or something, or not gonna help. It's not gonna help. The new quest icons will show what type of quest it is. Regular, daily, important, campaign. Cool. Definitely want to see this more. It's really terrible going into the game, seeing a billion different markers on the map and being unable to tell what is what. Like I want to clearly see, okay, these are the dailies, these are the weeklies, these are unlockables, these are side quests, this is main quest, Right now it's kind of just like, well, if you look at your map, you have quests. And that's it. And maybe you get one or two different markers. Like you have two markers on the map. It's like quests and like slightly more important quests. And that's it. That's the only distinction if you look at the map. I think they said they should always be up. Yeah, no, like there will always be up. So NPC orders will always be up, but that doesn't really, like you can't really extrapolate from that how many orders will be up, what type of orders will be up. Will there always be an order up for every single profession at the same time all the time, or will there always be orders up overall, so in case one disappears another one pops up or something like that? Like those are all kind of like what ifs, maybes. We don't really know yet. So that's what I'm saying. Like it really depends. Like, or like you get a crafting order, but again, you have specializations. You can only do these types of items, and the crafting orders are for the other types of armor, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like it depends also what kind of crafting orders and how they work in a general sense, in the way you as a player interact with them. It's not enough to just have crafting orders up. Alpha, the expansion intro experience is being tested. Yes, you'll see the scars from initial battle. I try not to go too much into spoilers and things like that. So I'm kind of breezing through. Each week a new build will focus on a new piece of the war within. Okay, cool. Developer Q&A. There will be 11 delve difficulty levels, so you can turn the difficulty up to 11. There will be 3 delve difficulty tiers in pre-season, with tier 4 and 11 unlocking with the season start. Around the delve difficulty tier 8, it just becomes bragging rights as a reward. There'll be a top difficulty delve, maybe a one-room boss fight. Players won't be scaled down for delves. If you outgear it, so be it. That's actually good. I actually think this is a good thing. A lot of people are going to tell you like, oh, this is trivializes it and whatnot. Man, most people don't care about the challenge. That's the reality of it. People want the carrot. They want to chase something. When you play a video game, you kind of just want to, have something to do, have something to work towards, and hitting a wall and being unable to do anything about it, generally speaking, feels bad in the game. And sure, I understand there's some people that really, really want the challenge, but most people don't. If you want the challenge, you can do your tier 9 through 11 or whatever, and challenge yourself there. when it's current, for instance, right? When it's new, you're going to have that experience, but eventually people will outgear it. And I think that's a good thing. I'm not a fan, especially in an MMO where the main focus is on people interacting with each other, playing together, having a good time, hitting a brick wall, being unable to overcome it, and maybe having to break up your friend group because these people are too good. These people aren't good enough, and you're kind of like playing two different games. That's not really a good feeling. Yeah, forget heroic mythic. Yeah, that's also the thing, right? You don't want to always keep scaling mobs and making them stronger and things like that, and not let the player feel strong. If you're gonna get better gear, you want to feel like that gear is put to good use, not just going to a higher difficulty thing and feel like you're always kind of weak because everything else is getting as strong as you are. Like power fantasy is a real thing, and games is the best way to experience a power fantasy out of any other kind of like medium, whether it's movies, games, music, whatever. Games are specifically designed to accommodate a power fantasy where you feel like you're stronger than everything else around you. So just going in a higher difficulty and always being weaker and weaker, or not changing all that much because the numbers all go up with you, it just doesn't feel good. So I think this is a good thing. Those won't have affixes, but the team is looking at how they will make it harder. Sometimes the treasure chest will be a mimic. Map mechanics may be harsher at higher levels, with more stronger monsters spawning from webs. There has to be a balance between just making things harder versus adding more and more mechanics. Yeah, this is going to be a difficult thing to get right. Because ideally, you want to make mechanics and systems that the players can overcome with better gear in terms of like fights and like being able to survive stronger, attacks more easily, killing things faster, things like that. But if you push too far in the other direction and increase difficulty through mechanics, then all of that improvement, personal improvement, becomes voided because you still have to do all of the dances, all of the moves, all of the things. And it's just like, well, I got stronger, but not really, right? Because now I just spend the next 2 minutes of this fight or whatever doing a dance. And it's like, you don't want to push too far in the other direction. I think, what was it? What's the name? Raids, database. Where are the raids? No. Zones, no. Instances, raids. By level. Legion was it? Trying to remember. Was it? I think it was the Tomb of Sargeras, I want to say. I think it was Tomb of Sargeras, right? Yeah, with Kill Jaden. Like, this fight really sucks in a general sense. Kill Jaden is one really annoying fight to do because of its mechanics. Especially even nowadays, right? Even if like you were talking about an expansion that's 3 expansions old essentially now, and you still can't easily beat this fight. Why? Because it has a mechanic that makes it impossible to beat without doing the mechanic. So you have the rupturing singularity and like the pushback of these things. Well, guess what? You get the mob to like 60%. It moves away from the platform. It becomes immune to damage. You have to do the fucking orbs. They still push you back even with the level difference. Like, there's nothing about this mechanic that is diminished, so to speak, with your gear or level difference or anything. So you just have to do this stupid dance. And if you're trying to do it solo, you don't have your party to actually give you like stampeding roar or anything like that. It becomes such a fucking pain in the ass to do this fight for Transmog. And it's 3 years old. I can almost kill the boss in like I don't know, 10 seconds. But I can't because the intermission kicks in at 80%. And even with all the damage, I can push it to maybe like 50%. But then he also gets the damage resistance. I think it's the damage resistance, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's basically just like he's going to fly away either way. You can't target him outside. So it's like, well, great. Now I have to do this fucking dance mechanic. And it has such a big pushback that you literally, like, on your own, it's super, super hard and annoying to do. Yeah, something like 5 years now. Yeah. It's like you don't want that when it comes to a lot of these like mechanics and systems, especially if they're older like this. You want to be able to actually feel like you've overcome it. So if you push too far into the mechanic side, you end up with fights like that. It's like, okay, I'm much stronger. I should be able to do this, but now I'm forced to do this mechanic for the next minute. And if I don't do this dance perfectly, well, it doesn't matter because the whole fight is pointless now. I have to redo everything just because of this one silly dance. Yeah. So they have to be careful how far they push into the mechanic side. Otherwise, it just feels like you're not really getting stronger. You're not really doing anything to earn the victory besides doing a dance multiple times until you get it right. You should die in the delve, but probably not in the first difficulty tier. Yeah, cool. Companions in preseason delves, companions will go level 1 to 10 and earn all of the talents. Once the season starts, your companion can level to 50, gaining stat boosts and things like that. Delve companions progression will be account wide. Cool. So if he's level 40 on your main, he will be level 40 on your alt. Awesome. If you go AFK, Bran will lean against the wall. Yeah, I saw that in some videos. It's kind of cool. It adds a little bit of flavor, makes it a little more lively to interact with the world and the characters in this way. That's personality. And a new Delve companion will be added in season 2. Each season will rotate in a new one with new mechanics. Bran will always be in the hub. Cool. My bet here, my money is on season 2 being Dagran, Moira's son. My bet is on Dagran. Is if you saw his model, he looks like a kind of scholar, or like, somebody that would be into like archaeology and things like that. So I think Bran and Dagran are gonna hit it off and be besties. I think that's what's gonna happen there. Oh, where was it? Gameplay alpha developer delves. Yeah, okay. That's my money. Delve rewards. Delves might grant gear up to Mythic 5, but that would be at tier 8 or tier 9 difficulty of delves. I mean, I assume tier 8 because initially they said in the other interview 9 through 11 are the bragging rights. So I imagine it stops at 8, but yeah, subject to change and balance, I guess. No limits on number of delves you can run per week. Rewards may be limited based on the rare and epic keys you can get. Yeah, apparently you can get keys from the overworld and things like that. And then you can use those to open chests at the end of the dungeon, the delve. That's going to be interesting to see how common or uncommon or rare those keys actually are. It's going to be an interesting balance. And also, the other thing that I don't particularly like about this system is that you're kind of... Give me a sec because I need to drink again. Dude, I've been talking so much, my throat is dry. My main issue with this system here, with the keys, is how plentiful there are. Because if they're very rare, it means you're going to want to hoard them until you can do the highest possible difficulty. Because if they're very rare, like let's say you can get, I don't know, 1 epic key a week, let's say, right? That means you're going to hoard it and you're going to bang your head against the highest difficulty that you can possibly do. Like obviously, okay, it's week 1. You maybe can't do tier 8, right? You can only do tier 6 right now. You can do tier 5 comfortably. You can almost do tier 6, but not really very easily. So people are just going to do degenerate things like, okay, now we're doing tier 6 until I can finally beat it to use my key on the right difficulty chest, right? If they're too rare, that's going to happen. I'm generally more inclined in having the chests be on a limitation kind of thing of like you can only get 5 chests a week or something like that from delves. But even then, I mean, I guess it's still degenerate because people are still gonna do that. I don't know, but I mean, it just feels a little bit more natural. I still feel like so. It's like, especially early on, you're gonna go, okay, I did my delve +3. I got my rewards. I did my delve +4. I got my rewards. I did my delve +5. I can't beat it. I'm not getting the rewards. Or like I'm gonna get my rewards up to this point, and now I'm gonna try to get delve 5 done, progressing kind of thing. And then when I beat it, I get the rewards kind of thing. Something like that. I don't know. The key system is gonna be interesting. How that's implemented and how rare those keys are. And also depends, actually the other thing, and I think this one's more important now that I think about it, it depends what they put in each chest, right? Because I'm thinking back to like the Super Bloom event, right? Where you have the seeds and you have the nourishment, right? Like they could do something like that where, let's say, the rare chest doesn't actually give you gear, right? It's only the main chest or something. And that's on a kind of lockout thing where it's like, you can get this gear from this difficulty once a week. So if you've done your 7, here's your reward, come next week. But if you still want some gear, you can do a 6 and maybe get some Warbound gear, potentially. Where the rare and epic keys could maybe not have a limit, or have a relatively generous limit, and instead focus more on warbound gear, for instance, or materials or other things, right? So if you want, let's say the epic key for the epic chest unlocks warbound gear, right? Now all of a sudden it feels like a bonus thing. It's like, well, do I need more warbound gear, or do I want to chase some warbound gear for my alts? Let me go pick up an epic key chest. Let me do the hardest difficulty. Cool, I finished it. I used my epic key. I got a warbound item. Awesome, right? Something like that. I feel like that would work better rather than tying the epic key chest to, let's say, main character reward, gear reward kind of thing. And then maybe the rare chest is for like amount or like customization for your ship, something like that, right? If they went that way, I feel like those keys will be like enticing enough in the sense that, hey, I want to unlock the mounts, I want to unlock the customization, I want to unlock warbound gear, I'm going to go pick up some quests. But if you're just like a one main character kind of guy and you just want to get your delve out of the way for your vault or for your gear, you're just going to do it and you get your reward from the main chest and Bob's your uncle, you're done. If they do it like that, I think it's fine. But if they put like your main character gear in either of these chests, that's going to be degenerate real fast. And the team doesn't want players to ignore everything and endlessly grind elves. Yeah, so this is kind of the other thing I said. Yeah, there's going to be limited keys, but the question is how limited? Because if it's just like 1 or 2 keys, then you're gonna breed degenerate behavior. If there is somewhat generous with them, like I don't know, 3 epic keys, 5 rare keys a week or something like that, or 1 epic key every 2-3 days, something like that. That could be okay. Yeah, keys as bonus rewards sound like that would be great. Yeah, that's how I'm hoping it's gonna be. We're gonna have to wait and see how it actually pans out. But like, you want these things to be mostly cosmetic or optional or like secondary power, right? Because we already know warbound gear is gonna be lower tier than your main, character spec performance power. So putting Warbound gear behind epic keys and giving the player a few extra keys, that's not really not that bad, right? The thing that I'm looking forward to the most, honestly, is the Warbound gear. I think this Warbound system can potentially like open up a big door for Blizzard, honestly. Because one of the things that Warbound gear does for the player is something that right now is in the game designed every single patch. And I'm talking about things like, the Super Bloom, like Emerald Dream gear. I'm talking about like the gear, for instance, from like the Storms, and the gear from like, what was the other one? The Time Rifts, right? You have all of this catch-up gear in different events. And Warbound gear essentially replaces all of those like individual content pieces and creating so much gear additional to the things that you're already building as a general thing or as an evergreen content. And you're just basically making it general, right? You're now having Warbound gear. It can drop from anywhere. It's just like a flag kind of thing. And you don't have to worry about making specific content for specific catch-up kind of thing in every single patch. So you have your general stuff, a new patch comes up, you got your flags for your Warbound, done. And it will potentially, if done right, it potentially opens up the opportunity for the dev team to actually focus their attention to other types of content or new content or different type of things and experiments, and would give them more ways to like work on new things instead of just redoing the same thing every single new patch with a new skin, just because we need a mechanism to deliver catch-up gear and things like that for your alts. I think this could potentially be a big thing if they get it right. So you don't have to worry about like having to, every single patch go through like your rifts, your dream, your forbidden reach, your like time rifts and things like that. But it depends on how they handle it. But it could really be like the Warbound gear could really be a game changer if they do it right. It could be huge. Delves. Most delves maps are static except for one that the team can't talk about yet. There will be some randomness in delves to make it a little different each time. So basically different objectives. Creature types, abilities, spawn locations may change as well as some other small things. Delve scenarios will be randomized at max level. Level up scenarios might be rescuing some NPCs, but max level could be here's a torch, burn it all down. Delve scenarios may rotate every day, but the team is still experimenting. Delves may have some positive affixes from chests. Cool. There will be cross-faction delves. Delve combat logs will have some extra information, but no plans for leaderboards. Delves will help to build the world story around the northern cultures. Delves open the door to other spin-offs. They use the base tech added. Creatures in delves are using tech developed for garrison NPCs to have them do things on their own without being told what to do. Interesting. That's good to hear that they've actually been using garrison NPC tech again. I think that's the like really the War Within, and to an extent Dragonflight really is that story in a nutshell. It's like we're building new things, but everything we're building with the intent of reusing it or like making it evergreen. And I think that's great. Like as much as I love Legion artifacts because of the aesthetics and the story behind them, as a system, they fucking suck, okay? The idea of working a whole expansion on a weapon and then trashing it all and throwing away all the content and all the dynamic systems that you worked on, and if somebody comes, a year later and tries to engage with this system, it's all kind of pointless and meaningless. And the same with like the borrowed powers from like the Covenants or like the Hearth of Azeroth. And it's like, well, all of this doesn't exist anymore. Or like the horrific visions, I think it was called. with the Nilotha stuff, right? It's like just that's not good for your game when you have systems that are only available for like a few patches, and then you effectively delete half of it out of the game. So whatever made that system interesting historically, most people will never be able to re-experience that in any capacity because it's different. This approach of like creating things with the intent of reusing them and making it evergreen is good, and I'm glad they're finally going in that direction instead of this constant borrowed systems approach. It's better for the game, and it's also better for like new and returning players because it makes it a little bit easier and more consistent to learn the game instead of going into a patch and be like, well, you know that thing that you played like 3 months ago, it doesn't exist anymore. Now it's this other thing. And then 3 months later, that thing also doesn't exist anymore. It's this other thing. Or like you're a new player, you engage with the system, you learn something, and it's like, well, actually you can ignore it because it doesn't do the thing anymore. All the thing that we said in the quest and we set you up to do all of this thing, ignore it. It doesn't exist anymore. And it just adds confusion. So like, I think it's good that they're switching that up. Warbands. For launch, there will be just the one warband background. You have to break and fix the entire character select screen to make it work. I can definitely see that. It functions completely different. Double click on the character to log in from the warband screen is hopefully coming soon. Post selection on the warband screen is on the list of things the team want to do to be decided if when. In the past, player data was stored per character, making it difficult to roll out account-wide achievements or any account-wide sharing things. Those features required a lot of extra work. Makes sense, but it's one of those things that you kind of have to do if you want to keep up with things. You just look at Final Fantasy XIV, for instance, and you can see that they keep going back and redoing things to bring them up to speed with like, you know, current day things. If they're outdated, they need to be polished and brought up to speed. And I'm glad that they're actually doing that instead of just constantly leaving things in the past. Because they just need updating. You just can't have an MMO where like so many things that are at the same time integral to the game and not integral to the game in some capacity because, you know, it's older content. You need to bring that up to speed. Achievements and the way we play with like games and like characters is very different from back in the day. People aren't connected to a character, they're connected to their progression. You see this even in like the, you know, now it's not even just nowadays, it's a long time ago. But like League of Legends used to be the whole you have to unlock your character kind of thing. But then Dota 2 came out and it's like, here's your characters, play them. And then you have things like Apex, which is also kind of doing the whole here's your characters, but you also have to unlock some characters. But the point is you unlock them on an account and you can play them all and you have all of your progress on your account. So it's like, it doesn't matter what character you're playing, you're getting the same kind of progress. We're not in the old ages of you're playing this character until the end of time. And even if in some cases like that, you know, you're thinking like FF14, that one's a little bit, you know, iffy in that sense. Because like if you're making a new character, you are starting from scratch. But at the same time, you only need one character. You do your character and you do everything on your character and you unlock everything on your character and you can do everything you want in the game on that one character. If you want to make a new character, that's basically a different story, but it's still like one of those things like you really don't need a second character. The only reason you make a second character in FF14 is because you want to have characters of different races for like visual reasons. Like that's literally it. Or like if you're like super invested into the game where you need to have like, you know, 3 different specs at end game all leveled up and ready to do the hardest content. But like, again, generally speaking, you don't design the game around, you know, the most degenerate players in your community. That usually doesn't end well for your game. You don't design top down, you design bottom up. At least when it comes to like games like this, right? Whether it's MMOs and stuff where you have multiple people interacting and working together. Next, in the War Within, a lot of things will be stored as account-wide data, with even more things being changed to account-wide in the future. It's a big change under the hood. Yep. Warbound and Warbound until equipped items will exist and be fairly common outside of the highest level gear. Being able to gear up alls with Warband equipment is important. If you have an existing item, it's very likely that a transmog appearance will be added for your entire Warband when you log into the War Within. Oh god, I so hope so. I so hope so. No plans to let you do professional actions from your Warband outs without changing characters. That's fine. So the thing here with like the unlocks, I really hope it applies to items you cannot equip as your class. Because I still have Thoradal on my Paladin, and I can't equip Thoradal. And I'm pretty sure Thoradal shouldn't be class specific though. It shouldn't have a class restriction. Oh no! It is a hunter. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be collectible by warriors and other things as well. I really hope it counts, because I've been having this on my Paladin since like, I don't know, Cataclysm, I think, something like that. I really want to unlock this for my hunter and stuff. I don't want to refarm Sunwell Plateau for another chance at Thoradal and 2 years from now. Please let me just get my fucking Thoradal achievement and unlock for my hunter, and let me move on with my day. Don't make me farm Thoradal again, please. You can deposit and withdraw gold from your war bank. That's cool. You don't have to send it via email. That's good. Hellowfall was designed to avoid cave fatigue, and an underground expansion can't all feel like a cave, or players will be tired of it after a few weeks. Yes, the culture in Hellowfall was inspired by the Arathi. What happened if some of the Arathi people found themselves trapped in this space, and their culture evolved to react to the Nerubians and elements in their environment? Airships underground are awesome. The only problem here with airships underground is, of course, the logic and the physics, but we don't care about that. It's cool. So let's go. Hellowfall has a unique event tied to the environment of the zone. Story behind what happens to Darana is being safe for launch. Returning players should get the basic story from playing the game. There's a lot of history and external content that shouldn't be required. The team is talking about things they can do to make it easier to keep up with the story, especially for returning players. Good. Do more of this, please. The Earthen had a ton of work done to build a background and culture for their race. Classes and hero talents were designed to avoid talent bloat. Debatable. New talents in the past just added another row of talents and buttons. Hero talents will expand on the fantasy of your class. The intent is to take things you already have and add to existing abilities. Cool in theory. We'll see how it actually works out by the end of it. It's still an experiment phase. We'll see how it works. The team is eager to get more player feedback so they can keep its rating on hero talents. The team is working on additional class changes beyond the hero talents, but hero talents will be biggest changes for classes in the expansion. I'm trying not to get into spoilers or cover too much. If you want to look up the alpha details, on what's available in terms of the story, there is plenty of sources, but I'm trying to stay away from anything spoiler related at this point. Yes, Dalaran is involved in the starting phase of the expansion, and as with many of the expansions, whatever happens at the start of the expansion, it doesn't always bode well, and something happens. What, we don't know, but I'm not going to dig up the alpha details on the story. I'm trying to leave that to have a more proper and genuine reaction to whatever is happening. The team is working on additional class changes beyond hero talents, but hero talents will be the biggest changes. Yes, I read that. The team isn't sure that players want more support classes or specs. The team heard the priest here. No. This one sentence here annoys me. The team isn't sure that players want more support classes or specs. Okay, so this part, first and foremost, people don't want more support classes or specs because you only introduced one with Evoker, with Og, and you either like it or you don't like it. It's a binary. You don't have other options for support classes or specs to compare things to and say, oh, maybe this support works, but this support doesn't work as much. The problem with support as an experiment is that it was only one spec, and when you only have one spec, you either like it or you don't. You either like playing Evoker, Og, or you don't. And by that metric, it's a very binary. The team heard the priest hero talent feedback loud and clear. This is also incorrect. Like they have the wrong takeaway from this. The problem with the hero talents for the priest was that the power fantasy of the support was placed into power infusion specifically, which is already a very strong button to press, and it's very like intentional on when to use it and on who to use it based on your group. It's not really supporty. It's just some player in your raid has an extra cooldown on demand from somebody else's toolbar, and that doesn't feel good. Yes, some of the talents here kind of spread things about a little bit, but it's like, problem is power infusion, not so much pre-support. And also, Evoker is just one spec. So when all you can do is look at one spec and say, I like it or I don't like it, the feedback will reflect that. People hate Og Evoker, therefore people hate all of support. It really gives you bad feedback when you only have one thing, like one spec like this. I understand why they did only one, because in the event that things are going too bad, they can just drop all of the support out of the spec and then redesign it into a more, directly DPS focused spec. But I don't think that's the problem with Evoker. The problem with Evoker and augmentation is that you either like playing a Drakthir and specifically an Evoker, or you don't like playing a Drakthir or specifically an Evoker, an augmentation Evoker, and therefore you don't like any kind of support. And for a lot of people, that's what it boils down to. They don't like Drakthir, they don't like augmentation, therefore they don't like support. Yeah, exactly. Power infusion just makes one guy hit really hard. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's an external cooldown for one specific player that's not even on their bar. And it's somebody else's responsibility to press that button for that player. Power infusion is fine as a support ability in theory. In practice, it just doesn't fulfill the role of a support ability because it's such a unique kind of thing where it's just one button affecting one person. That's it. So you just sim it up. You sim it up and you say, this ability gets used on this person at this time. It's your responsibility to make sure you press this button for this one person at the right time. And it's just, it on its own, power infusion really doesn't work. Void Weaver gives you a void pull button, put it under enemies to damage and slow them. Cool. Yeah, I think this line in particular needs to be reevaluated, honestly. I don't think most people hate support classes. I don't think most people have a problem playing with supports. I think there's a lot of people, myself included, that love playing support. It's just that the options for support right now are Augmentation Evoker, and I personally don't like playing Augmentation Evoker. It really boils down to that. I love support. I love playing Dancer in FF14, for instance. It's a lot more interactive and support oriented. But at the same time, even in 14, I don't particularly enjoy playing Bard right now in its latest iteration. It's not that I hate support. I just don't like the flavor of support that Bard provides. But I do like the Dancer flavor. So if we had more options for support with different interactions on either a raid level or a party level, or like buffs that interact differently depending on your party size and things like that, and how those abilities feel to press and how they impact your group. I think that's really the way you kind of figure out what support means for World of Warcraft. Because right now it's too limiting to actually get enough feedback or data. I'm not playing Evoker support, Augmentations Evoker. I don't play Evoker for that matter, because I just don't like how Evoker feels to play. But that doesn't mean I don't want to play support. Professions. Next, the team is experimenting a bit with archaeology, nothing confirmed for launch. Herbalist has a mini game farm in Hallowfall, but it is just one-off edition that happened to fit the zone. Not every profession will have something like that. NPC-owned crafting orders should make that part of profession better. No specific plans to make it easier to swap profession specializations. The team is keeping an eye on how crafting orders are being used. Cool. The team is talking about making Battle for Azeroth raids more accessible for players. That sounds great, but can you please do something about Legion and Kill Jaden, please? Because that's stupid. Especially those who want to go back and collect transmogs. No details yet, but stay tuned. Players shouldn't always need a specific class or support spec to do content, so striking good balance there is important. You already know my take on this. It's a very controversial opinion to just make the game easier. It's really as simple as that. The only way you make things mandatory is by making things too tight. The tighter the balance, the harder the content, the more things require you to play optimally and perfectly or proficiently to overcome the challenge. The tighter everything becomes, the more mandatory things become. Back in the old WoW, things were easy. Like raids were easy, dungeons were easy in a general sense. I mean, yeah, sure, they were hard if you were undergeared and things like that, or you were going in for the first time and you didn't really know what was happening. But generally speaking, everything was significantly easier than it is today. You didn't need add-ons in most cases to know what the fuck is happening. You didn't need player to play like 90% optimally to beat the encounter. So because of that, people could pretty much play whatever the fuck they wanted because you would be able to beat the encounter. Yes, some people will deal more damage than others, but that at the end of the day just becomes almost even a bragging right in and of its own because you get to carry players. I personally always love it when I feel stronger than everybody else in my party. Not because I want to brag or like, lord over them that I carried them. It's because I genuinely like helping people out and like doing things together with others. So like if the content is overall easier, it means you can have people carry. It means you can have people help others out. It means you can elevate players from one lower tier to the next. And it just generally makes the community come together more easily. The harder the content is, the more you segment your audience, the more you separate players from each other, the less they interact with each other. They build cliques and groups, and they just do their own things in different parts of the world. And it's just not healthy for an MMO. For single player games or for like directly competitive games, that's just like the name of the game. You know that if you're going to play Valorant or Apex or Dota or whatever, and you're going into ranked, you're going into ranked. People will have expectations of you, and you should have expectations of what you're getting yourself into. But in World of Warcraft, where it's an MMO, where everybody has to play with each other in an open world, in specific dungeons, in specific areas, the harder the content is, the more mandatory you make certain specs and performance and add-ons and all of these other things. So call it what you want, call it a hot take, call it an unpopular opinion, but the content in World of Warcraft needs to become easier, especially on the highest end. Like Mythic, for instance, really doesn't have a place in World of Warcraft. I'll stand by that. I understand why some people enjoy it, but you can't justify the investment for Mythic raiding as it is right now in terms of like how it impacts and how it affects and how it benefits the game as a whole. So that's my take on that. Difficulty scaling is always a topic of discussion. There has to be a balance between accessibility and providing challenge to overcome. There were some big difficulty spikes in the Bearger still that are now smoothed out. I'm sorry, but having to nerf almost 30% of the difficulty and pummel HP bars, damage bars, mechanics, and everything tone them down like at the end of the patch so that people can actually be able to beat it. This is not good difficulty, and this is not good balance, and this is not providing challenges. We have 3 guilds or 10 guilds or 100 guilds that can beat this content, and then we nerf everything and make an entirely different raid difficulty that's heroic plus, essentially, because it's not mythic anymore. And you're calling this providing a challenge. This is flat out not good, not a good discussion. It's not providing accessibility or providing a challenge. It's making a difficulty raid, like a difficulty setting in a raid that is intended for like 1,000 people, and then telling everybody else, another 200 people or whatever, 100,000 people, to wait 2 months and then you can do this fight. And that's, of course, ignoring any conversation about add-ons and weak auras and all of that kind of stuff. It's just like, no, you need to tone down the difficulty in the game. If you want to have your race to world first kind of experience for exposure and whatever, make mythic like a bragging rights thing only. Remove all the gear from mythic, make it a bragging rights thing, make it kind of like ultimates in Final Fantasy XIV, where this is like, you want to do this, you do it for bragging rights. You're not doing it for gear. You don't need, you've reached your cap with heroic gear, for instance, and now you're going into this thing and you're banging your head against the wall until you've beaten it. If you want it to be prestige, make it prestige. It's not progress. When you're keeping mythic difficulty as a progression part of your gear progression, it's like you go normal gear, you have heroic gear, you have mythic gear. You're essentially saying to the player base as a whole, here's 25% of your character progression not available to you. You can only reach 75 to 80% of your total power if you can't do mythic. And as far as like a player mentality is concerned, like in an MMO where you play with other people, telling somebody that you are only allowed to play this far really feels bad. If you want to have a challenge, frame it as a challenge, not as part of the progression. If the moment you put that gear in there, you're telling people this is part of progression, and you're sending mixed signals. So do you want Mythic to be for those top guilds? Then make it for those top guilds, remove the gear, and let it just be that bragging right thing. So you're going with, okay, you're doing Mythic, you're getting your title, you're getting your mount. Congratulations, you've done Mythic. But if you're making it part of the progression, fuck those 2% or 1% or even less than 1%. Those 5 guilds, they can do it in one day. Sucks to be them. But you have an actual difficulty for an actual 5% or 10% of your audience. You're not making that whole thing for just 10 guilds. You got to make a choice here, because it feels terrible as a player to be banging your head against the wall for like, I don't know, 2-3 months, and then on week 15 or 16, the boss gets nerf number 24, and now you can finally beat the boss. And everybody looks at you, oh yay, I beat Fanart. Yes, but when? Oh, you did it on week 24. Pfft, you're a scrub. Because it's not even the same difficulty. You're not even playing the same game. You can't just say, I did Mythic. No, you did Mythic on week 26 after 20 or 30 nerfs. It's not even the same fight anymore. We're not even talking about the same game. So they have to make a choice. Is Mythic part of progression, or is Mythic a bragging rights thing? If it's bragging rights, remove the gear, let it be bragging rights. If it's progression, tone down the difficulty, for fuck's sake. Or worry. Okay, maybe able to send. Okay, this is. You may be able to ascend webbing to do part of a raid boss encounter. While raid encounters are often just a large flat area. I mean, we already had this with spiders. Actually, we had Bethelak in Firelands. So there is precedent to this, actually. where you have the two elevated levels. You have your, well, not everybody, but you have your like ground team, and then you have your people that go up the webs, go fight Bethelak at the top, and then you push her down, and then everybody goes down. So, yep, it's definitely possible. We actually have precedent for this, and I'm okay with getting more of this kind of stuff. It's actually kind of fun. It does suck a little bit when you're trying to farm these things. It was a little bit of a pain, like, because normally you can go back about like you need to have like 2 expansions worth of time passing and gear and level difference to be able to effectively farm those things. So like when Cataclysm ended, that meant you could go farm Firelands, technically speaking, in Warlords, but you don't actually have enough damage at that point to like just one-shot it or anything. Actually, you might have at that point, because I think they did the whole level scaling thing around Warlords. But like historically speaking, right, you can't really one-shot the mobs easily. You kind of have to deal some damage with it. And sometimes these type of mechanics can end up resetting the boss because, you know, if you don't go up at the right time, or like if a mechanic requires somebody to be down and somebody up at the same time, it can be a little bit finicky for like when it's no longer current. I have many fights where you have to upstairs and downstairs. Yeah, I mean, probably I can't think of anything right now. I was thinking specifically here about when they mentioned webbing and going up the webs. I was just thinking about that kind of mechanic of like being pulled up kind of thing by webs. Bethelak was the first thing that came to mind, because it directly plays into that kind of elevation. But you kind of have to be careful with how spawning and despawning works in some of these cases, at least for later. They can always go back and change them as needed, but as we've seen with Kill Jaden, they kind of forgot. The team is never fully happy with how gearing is working, and make a change to prove it. Here, if make changes, fix that, and repeat that. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that kind of happens when some of your changes aren't like very, how should I put them? Very, I don't want to say it's something negative to like, because I'm sure they're doing their best, but it's just that some of these changes to gearing don't take into account, how should I put it, like player psychology, I guess, in a sense. Like they're thinking, I feel like they're always thinking when it comes to gearing and stuff, they're trying to think about things like player attention. Maybe they're probably thinking about how to keep people engaged with progress and stuff like that, but they're not really thinking about like what kind of patterns those processes develop. Kel'Thuzad, a recent one I can think of is Kel'Thuzad. Actually, I haven't done Kel'Thuzad. I'm guessing that's something in the expansion we don't talk about, because I haven't done Kel'Thuzad, the new one, so I don't know. It's a phasing half the raid, go and smack his soul for a bit and leave. Oh yeah, so it's kind of like what was this called? Cthulhu? No, not Cthulhu. The older one, where you go into his brain and stuff, or even more recently, like what was it in Legion? I guess the Emerald Dream, where the portals kind of thing, where you go into a different region. Yeah, they've done definitely phasing stuff like that before. But I think they're kind of trying to they're more looking they were more looking here talking about like, you know, elevation in the same kind of raid, kind of going on a different level entirely, right? And depending on that's not a mechanic that they have used a lot, that I can think of. It's usually on one plane, and then from that plane maybe you do go into completely different rooms or completely different like settings or phases, but it's not really like you're gonna go up these stairs or you're gonna go up this ramp and do a different mechanic up here. Like they did that a few times, but it's usually like only one per expansion, maybe if you're lucky. Like we had things like Alar in TBC, we had Bethelak, we had the in Firelands, we also had the other fight with the Phoenix that I forgot the name of, where you have to have people flying, after collecting the feathers. So you have a few fights here and there where you have elevation, but generally speaking, elevation fights are pretty rare. It's almost always on one plane or like teleporting you to a completely different area. The team has always thought about doing small raids with a few bosses. In the past, small raids were usually used to tide players over while a bigger. Yeah, I miss older, smaller raids, honestly. If they can even be made as sort of pseudo like catch-up raids if they wanted to, but I feel like they left behind that raid design philosophy. But yeah, I definitely want to see more like one boss kind of thing or two bosses kind of raids, smaller things. Gahoon had the ramps on the side, but that was again phasing or intermission type mechanics. Yeah, I don't know, unfortunately. I'll be honest, like most of my raiding knowledge ends with Pandaria, and everything since then to now is either LFR, very little that I've done of that, and just like going back for transmog. So I have no freaking clue what half the boss mechanics are because I just skip them by two-shotting a boss in most cases. So yeah, I actually haven't gone back to BFA raids because for me, obviously, when it comes to transmog things, it's all about the looks, and I'm not particularly interested in the BFA aesthetics for the most part. So I didn't play BFA when it was current. I didn't raid it when it was current. And now I have no reason to go back at the moment until I find something for a specific class or spec that I'm kind of like, ooh, you know what? I want this. And then I'll probably go. Give me a sec. Yeah, I had to lower my table because I've been standing. I have a standing desk, and I've been standing up for like 3 hours now. I need to sit down a little bit. Yes, I've been talking while standing up for the past 3 hours and talking nonstop. Call me crazy. That's how it goes. Yeah, BFA had some nice old god shields. Yeah, so that is kind of the problem for me. I kind of prefer so. First of all, I play a paladin. And second of all, I kind of prefer more like holy / clean aesthetics. So that was part of the reason why I didn't go back to BFA, because most of them the visuals were either kind of mechanical kind of thing or like very, because there were like some of the looks I think in the one, what was the one with Mechatork and stuff like that. You had some of those like more mechanical had more mechanical looks for weapons and stuff. Right, like what was that raid called? I don't even freaking know. Where am I going? Database, zones, instances, raids, right? That's where we're going. We're going for levels, and we're looking for BFA right here. I think it was Battlefield Desalar Lore, I think. Yeah, Jaina Mechatork. So these aesthetics are mostly like either mechanical stuff from Mechatork and stuff, and there's a few aesthetics that are more kind of bony and like maybe more fitting for like undeads and like something Death Knighty. And then you have a few like more light looking things, I guess, like the Dawnbreaker, I guess. But it's more troll looking, right? And I'm more interested in the paladin, um, kind of aesthetic for that. I'm not really usually a fan of these kind of like undead, voidy aesthetics because of that. I don't really play DK. I don't really play Warlock. I don't really go for those kinds of aesthetics. I usually like doubling down on the aesthetics for the class. That's basically why right now my paladin is let me see if I can show you. This should appear above the game. Is this the right window? No, this is the WoW Classic one. Where's the other one? Let me just add, I guess, another window real quick. Add game capture. Add existing, I think. Wait, give me a sec. What the hell? Should be having. Okay, I don't have it. Never mind. Game capture again. Wow, retail. Let me put this here. And that's my paladin. It basically uses the Lightforged heritage armor, and it uses the Legion artifact weapon skin for the holy hammer. And I do hammer downs all day. I'm basically Reinhardt, but Space Goat. I hammer down everything. And it looks so slick, and everything looks so well together. It's like I when I saw this hammer, it's like love at first sight. Like I don't think I'll ever change this. It looks so good together. The whole armor itself. The only thing that I maybe want to change, like find a different kind of look, is maybe a different chest piece with a slightly different pattern. Like it's about the only thing that I can't say I'm like 100% on board with. It's a fine pattern, but I feel like there's probably a better pattern that could maybe work together with this. But that's about really the only thing. Otherwise, this whole look works for me so well. This is a book. It's from the Legion hammer. It basically it gets attached because of the hammer. Because it's from that Legion artifact weapon model. You only get this book with this hammer. Usually it's a different Libram, but it's for the Paladin Holy Artifact weapon. Yep. But it looks so good. I'm in love with this general look for my Paladin. I didn't either. I just unlocked I just unlocked the artifact weapon. That's it. And the look. I don't remember where I got this look from though, because this is not the basic one. I unlocked this from somewhere. I can't remember exactly, because this is not the default for the hammer. It's one of the other the other designs, like looks for the Holy Paladin hammer. But it looks so good, man. I just fucking love it. I feel like this hammer looks better on a Retribution Paladin than it does on a Holy Paladin, honestly. You just smash things with it. And even with this chain attached, like this looks so sick. I'm loving this hammer so much. But yeah, you might want to consider getting it. Anyway, let's go back to some of the reading stuff for now. Uh, where did we leave off? Okay, raid, yeah. Tier sets. One of the goals I will continue is making tier sets available for a broader set of content. The team is still iterating on Delve reward and in-game content to be decided if tier set pieces will be available from them. Wouldn't be surprising. It wouldn't be surprising, but at the same time, like I said, I feel like this isn't that big of a deal nowadays as it used to, because you have the creation catalyst, assuming they bring it back, and I'm pretty sure they said they will. So I don't see why not. So as long as we still get a creation catalyst in some form, that shouldn't matter too much. But I guess if we don't get that back, then yes, absolutely should be coming from more sources. Dungeons. The team will get feedback from the current iteration of follower dungeons and then iterate on it. Yes, please. One feedback I already have for follower dungeons, because I've been using it a little bit in Dragonflight. Dude, they need to do more damage, honestly. I'm not saying, make them deal like so much damage that things kill over, but holy crap, is it slow to do a follower dungeon. Like, you can be there for like half an hour at times, considering just how slow they are. Because again, remember, your follower dungeons are mainly for leveling, so you as a player aren't dealing that much damage to begin with if you're playing a DPS, which you're most likely to be doing in most cases if you're using the follower dungeon. You're more predominantly speaking, because you have the worst queues. Well, if you're a healer or a tank, you're gonna have better queues, so you have less of a reason to do them, unless you actually just have anxiety playing with players and stuff like that. But like predominantly, you're gonna be a DPS, and holy crap, do you deal not so much damage, and the NPCs also deal not so good damage. So being stuck for like 30 minutes in Uldir or Uldaman, I think it was, like it's not fun, man. That's like my biggest criticism so far. The fact that they do some mistakes, and then sometimes they accidentally pull more than one group or stuff like that. That's all fine and dandy. Like I get it. It's more realistic as an experience, but Jesus, let them do some more damage, please. That's my takeaway from followers. And the war within followers should be in level up dungeons right out of the gate. Any changes after this depend on player feedback. Wait, we might get follower level up dungeon. So like, where would you add them outside of level up dungeons? Could we see this extended to heroic dungeons, maybe? Is that what you're insinuating here? Or like, where? Where else would you use them? LFR? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm not 100%. Actually, you know what? In retrospect, I actually think that's a good idea. 2 reasons. One, it would make running older LFR content easier, like more accessible. Because as far as I know, there's no real way to get into most old LFR modes of dungeons outside of when they're current expansions. Like maybe they did something to introduce new ways for you to get into LFR that I'm not aware of, but follower LFR would be a good way for them to actually. You can enter old LFR? How? Because it's not in the queue. It's not in like the dungeon fighter thingy. There are NPCs that have them? Oh, okay. Interesting. Didn't know about that. That's probably something I need to explore. But even then, man, like, I feel like there needs to be an easier way to access LFR when it's no longer current content. Just, I don't know, slap it on the interface where you change difficulty and just go from normal to LFR and Bob's your uncle. I don't know. I have to look into it. I generally don't know how old LFR works now. It used to be you just can't do it anymore. But if they made changes to that, then I have to look into it. I mean, an NPC that you have to ask on the forums or on this kind of jank. Yeah, I didn't even know there were NPCs, so that kind of tells you just how obvious they are. Yeah, it's now I didn't even know that was a thing, but good to know. Good to know. I'm gonna have to look up NPCs to get my looks for some of the older raids and stuff. In Pandaria, for instance, there's like some pieces that I like for my paladin in particular, but not only, where some of the better looks are on the LFR difficulty. The only one I know of is the mist one. Oh. Okay, that's cool. Where is that? That's probably the one that I care about the most out of all. In the temple in the middle zone? Eh? The lore walker zone? Like the... I'm trying to think what's in the middle. Like, there's no NPCs at the bottom of the temple. So maybe at the top? Ah, okay, so one of the lore walkers there. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I'm going to have to do some LFR runs there because I need to get some nice juicy pieces, transmog pieces. Actually, I'll probably do that later once the pre-expansion hits, because then I can unlock things for other characters. That's going to be even better. Dungeons, the team will get feedback from current users. Blah, blah, blah. Doing dungeons with your warband alts as follower is a cool idea. Nothing to announce now. I imagine this is never gonna happen, or if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen after they find a way to make this make sense. Yeah, yeah, I actually want to talk about that afterwards, but I wanted to finish this here. I'm really stoked about Pandemonium. Dawn of the Infinite was a progression experience. It felt good, and the team would like to do more of that. Yeah, I only did Dawn of the Infinite once so far because, again, I came back recently. I'm trying to split attention between 5 different games, but it was a nice little raid for sure. Dungeon. What is it? Dungeon? A raid thingy? Whatever you're going to call it. Mega dungeon, I guess, is the term. But yeah, it was cool. Mythic Plus. High-end Mythic Plus players feel like the progression in difficulty in Mythic 2.9 isn't meaningful. The changes being made in the next season are an experiment. Yeah, this is something we covered earlier. They're squishing everything together. This is gonna make heroic difficulty dungeons a lot more meaningful than they are today. They actually feel like they're gonna be rewarding. So this particular aspect, I'm already looking forward to season 4 because it's gonna make your gear a lot more powerful as a baseline and give you better progression. And M0 having no timer is also gonna be good. It's gonna allow people to more easily get into Mythic Plus. But this is the thing that I kind of don't like with the upgrade systems and the way the tiers work now. Like literally, if you look here, 489 Mythic 0 is basically the current Mythic gear maxed out, right? So it's like, or like even Heroic, right? Heroic dungeons here in the new system basically give you gear at this basic level, a Heroic level, as good as like, Heroic rating. They need to do something about this. They need to squish things down a little bit, bring numbers closer together a little bit, maybe remove some of these upgrade numbers, like go from 8 upgrades per gear to maybe like 6 or 4 or something. Like, I'm just looking at this makes me not want to raid ever again in World of Warcraft. Like, the fact that I would, like, let's say work up to here, right? Because I'm doing heroic raids. I'm doing heroic raids. I'm doing the mythic plus 70s, and this I'm banging my head for like a month trying to get my bis, getting the right trinkets and all that, to be brought back to here. This feels awful. I'm sorry. Like, this needs to be brought closer together. At least make me go from, like, I don't know, from here, 476 at hero gear, right? Maybe at least put it like around here for like normal dungeons and stuff, right? Somewhere around here. Like, okay, I get to skip a little, at least a little bit of this, right? I don't want to go from here to here. Like, it really makes me not want to do any endgame content. And I don't think that's healthy for the game. Being incentivized to not play the game is not good. The same way being forced to do everything all the time is also not good. So I want to see a little bit of a middle ground here. It was like a tier less last time. I don't know, honestly. I wasn't around. Like I said, I only came into like basically towards the end of season 2, start of season 3. Like, it came in back in December ish. So that was season 3 basically. So yeah, I don't really know how the scaling went for the previous patches, but it's actually insane how big of a jump it is. You go from mythic gear being turned into heroic dungeon gear. Like, I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? It's too big of a jump. And part of it is the fact that we have so many difficulties and so many things. But the other thing is the +8 upgrades on every gear piece, inflating the numbers insanely. Is boosted? What does that mean? What do you mean heroic dungeon gear is boosted? I don't think I understand. The fact that it's Mythic 0, I guess. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, that's a difference. But even then, 467, if we're looking at the old one. Yeah, but even then, 467, basically, now coming from normal dungeons. 467 was what? Basically here. So basically, like, 467 hero. So this is like Mythic plus 17, Mythic plus 18. That's 3 affixes. And like the equivalent of like heroic raiding is now normal dungeon gear. Okay, this is normal dungeons, right? 460. Like, you go from pushing plus 19 keys to doing freaking normal dungeons. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? How is this encouraging anyone to do anything? Like, I just, like, please, no, this needs to change. This needs to be tightened up a little bit here. Do something with the upgrades. Go down from like +4, +8 upgrades to, I don't know, +2, +3, +4 maybe. Tighten up a little bit this curve. Make these things a little bit closer to each other. And when you do a new season, drop like a tier below or something. Like, your current heroic gear is equivalent to the new normal gear or something like that. This is just no. At 460 S4 normal dungeon is halfway through S3 normal, right, as well. Yeah, like you go from normal dungeons to basically like what I'm saying, like end of normal raids, start of heroic raids, something like that, right? Because this is hero gear. This is heroic. 460 is champion. This is normal. 463, 467, basically you kind of have a little bit of a gap here. But like you can upgrade this gear from 460 to about 473. So you're basically getting heroic level gear from normal dungeons. It's like, no, please no. And then heroic is basically, again, heroic. I mean, because that's part of my problem right now. Like logging into retail right now, it's like, well, it's not gonna matter too much in like 2 weeks, I think. But like for the past like 3 weeks, I didn't really do much in retail because I saw this post when it came out, like when was it, like a few weeks ago or something, like what was it, March, right? Mid-March. I saw this and I was like, okay, so I have my gear right now is around 463, somewhere around it here, I think. It's because I have LFR gear basically. It's like 450. I have 450 gear that I upgraded to like 463. Right? So my gear was around 450. I upgraded most pieces, but not all of them, to 463. I was gonna continue like upgrading my whole gear to 463 and try to like maybe get into some mythics or whatever. But then I saw this announcement, like, okay, so I can spend the next month trying to get flight stones to upgrade my gear to normal level dungeons. Or I can just wait a month and get better gear than I do right now as a baseline. Such a hard decision, right? And yeah, like you said, right? Vault now is 489, right? This is going to be your new vault level. It's like I can do right now LFR 450 and get like, vault being 450, I think it was. No, it's 441. 441 from vault. This is basically LFR right now, right? So I get 441 from vaults and I can upgrade it to like 463 or something. I don't remember exactly. I think it's 463, right? I can do this, or I can just wait a month and get 460 baseline, which I can upgrade to like 476. And I can do that with followers if I wanted to, even. So like this isn't sustainable. As an experiment, I'll give them that, because I think that's my biggest takeaway from Blizzard in Dragonflight is they're experimenting, and I want to give kudos to that. I think it's good that they're trying new things and they're actually experimenting again, just how it was back in the day. You try things out, you see what works, see what doesn't, you change it. So as far as an experiment goes, this I'm okay with as an experiment. But I really think the takeaway from this experiment is this isn't good. You need to rein this in, bring things together, make progression a little bit more meaningful. I'm okay with catch up. I'm okay with, being able to kind of, go back in the next season and kind of like, start at a higher baseline. Okay, if that's what you want to do, it's fine. But one, you have Warbound gear now and the War Within. So you can gear up your alts by playing your main. And you have this kind of squish of mythic dungeons and pulling everything together. The next step is to reduce the number of upgrades for the gear and use the Warbound gear as that means of catching up for both your alts and for your character main progression. This is not the way forward, if you ask me. And it also invalidates most of the Warbound gear collected. Because the whole idea of Warbound is that you're getting this stuff and you put it in your Warbound stash for your alts, and sometimes you don't have an alt yet. You're working on that alt, you're leveling that alt, and then the next season comes out and you bump up all the levels, but I guarantee you they're not gonna bump up the levels of the Warbound gear. Those are gonna be at the old levels. So you have your Warbound gear, let's say 441, and then the new season comes out and your alt can get 460 with running follower dungeons. And all of your Warbound gear is useless. So like one more reason with Warbound gear being introduced for why this stuff needs to be reined in. You need fewer item level brackets from here. You need fewer upgrade levels per piece. This needs to like be halved at least, and bring everything closer together. That way, gearing progression stays more meaningful. Upgrades don't get out of hand. When you push back from one tier to another, your previous progress actually has meaning. All of your Warbound gear remains relevant, and everything kind of just works together while still maintaining that kind of like catch up feel to it. But this is not it. This is almost of a joke. But again, I'm giving it slack because it is an experiment in a general sense, and I want them to continue experimenting. Even if the takeaway is that it's a bad idea, I don't want them to stop experimenting, because if they stop experimenting, we get another Legion, and I don't want another Legion. Sorry, not Legion. Shadowlands, and I don't want another Shadowlands. I'd rather they do something like this and learn from it. But yeah, this. Where were we? She's talking about ways to. Yeah, there are a lot of players that haven't engaged in Mythic Plus. Some because of the timer system. They are interested in playing more like a raid, where you can try difficulty without being rushed. Yep, I absolutely agree with this. But the other thing, there's another issue with Mythic. One is obviously the timer, the key depletion, and the other thing, and this is one that kind of goes back to the difficulty conversation. The fact that Mythic Plus is a never-ending system where you can just push higher and higher keys, it creates a different psychology around Mythic Plus. I know that most players don't need to push the keys that high. You just go to your like plus 15 or whatever the cap is for your upgrade, and getting to plus 15 is not going to be too bad, especially with the changes to Mythic Plus in the future. Like, I understand, like, technically that Mythic Plus dungeons aren't infinite, and technically you don't need to push beyond a certain point, and technically all specs and classes are viable up to that relevant point. The problem is you have a never-ending mode to it, and it trickles down the same way Mythic raiding trickles down to heroic raiding as an issue. The fact that you have a never-ending thing means that players that want to push, they will push as high as they can, which in turn reinforces meta play, reinforces specific builds and paths, and it scares people away because their interactions with people that go into Mythic Plus, yeah, it spills down, right? So even if you're just trying to do an M0, M5, the mindset, like the expectations of players trying to get into it is like, okay, now I have to find people, I have to talk to them, I have to convince them to get in my group, but I'm not the meta spec, so they won't want to join my group, or they won't invite me, so now I have to, you know what I'm saying? So like, even though that's technically not true, you don't need to be the quote-unquote right spec, and you don't technically need to do anything special to get into M5s, or even, well, current M10s, future M0s. It's like people get that perception because that is how Mythic Plus is being talked about in a general sense. That's how people talk about Mythic. That's how people like you see content on YouTube and like you see content creator. Everybody keeps talking about the meta, Mythic plus 19s, the plus 20s, the plus 25s. This is the meta spec. This is the meta build. This is how you need to approach it. And then people just go like, okay, M plus isn't for me, clearly. Even though technically they can just as easily get into Mythic plus 5s or whatever and have a good time and not stress out too much. It's like all you hear about is the M plus 10s, M plus 15s, triple affixes. This is how you need to do the dungeon. This is how you run it. This is how you time it. And if you don't, you break keys and everybody hates you, right? So that's one of the things. If you want to encourage more people trying out Mythic Plus, it's definitely a good start that Mythic 0 is going to be without a timer, without keys, without anything. And it's just kind of like, take your time, kind of like in a raid and stuff like that. But if they want, like generally speaking, more adoption into Mythic, I really think they need to cap Mythic Plus to not scale indefinitely. It also doesn't help that because of the conversations mostly happening at those higher tiers, balance becomes more of a conversation. And like I said, it affects who is good and who isn't, so that people just are deterred from engaging with the system because they're the wrong spec or people don't want them around. I think that needs to change a little bit, and by limiting Mythic dungeons to like, I don't know, plus 15 in the future, I guess, but even that's a little bit kind of too much. Maybe just limiting it at plus 10, honestly, because that's kind of the range that they're actually looking to design around. Like limit it to plus 10, let it be the end, and that's it. Or like, I don't know, like something needs to, like it needs to have an end that pulls things back a little bit, so people don't just see those weird numbers of plus 25 or in the future plus 15 and all of that conversation about this is how you do Mythic Plus dungeons. I think too many people underestimate just how big of an impact like horde mentality or like conversations about these things affect the general player base, how people perceive them when they get into them, when all they see is every YouTuber or content creator talking about like M plus 25s and all this kind of stuff. Everybody is either you're good enough to do those things and you understand those content creators and you're in that space, or it looks completely foreign and unapproachable to you. And there's very little middle ground because of that. Instead of just being more, anybody can kind of do it, but some people can just do it faster, right? That's not how conversations around Mythic Plus currently play out. The team is talking about what ways they can experiment more with Mythic Plus changes. No details yet. Plunderstorm and this Pandora remix are the start of a big change in how the team works and thinks about the game, and I think that's good. Yeah, talking about Plunderstorm, man, it was a fun little thing. I enjoyed it. I got my plus 40 renown. I got all my rewards. One thing I would like to see is this coming back, but also I would like them to make it approachable for people that missed out this time around and are new to the game when it comes around, and put more, like, maintain all of the rewards that they did during this event, for instance, and squish them into like the first 10 levels instead. So like for people that never done this, they can get all the rewards, in a timely manner, because they're cosmetic, really. They shouldn't be too like inaccessible. And then the older players, they don't feel like they're going through 20 levels of just unlocking things for Plunderstorm, because that's the other thing. The first, like, almost all of the like first 20 or so levels, predominantly, aside from like 5 or 6 or so levels or whatever, are Plunderstorm specific visuals and improvements. You could remove like 20 of those levels outright, and just because they don't translate to the retail game. They take long to get the 48 renown. Honestly, no. Like, it's gonna be a little bit harder if you're starting it right now, because you have like what 9 days or so. Like, you got a little over a week to get it done right now. So it's gonna take you some time. But like, the event was going on for in total for like 6 weeks or something. No, 8 weeks, something like that. So you could easily get a level a day. You have like every day, you like with your daily reset, essentially you get one quest that gives you like 800 plunder, and then you have another quest for every single game that you play when you get into the game. And the daily quest that gives you 800 plunder basically just requires you to complete a mission in that game for that day. So you go into your first game, you complete your first mission, and you instantly get 1,000 plunder. 800 plus 250, so 1,050, just from completing the quest the first time for your first day. Plus whatever you get in the game, your first game of the day is going to give you like 1,500 plunder easily. And a renown level takes 2,500. So you do 2 games, maybe 3, if you have a worse game or something like that. You do 3 games, and 3 games takes you like half an hour. You do 30 minutes every day, and you're renowned 40 before the event ends. On top of that, right now, for the last 2 weeks basically of the event, so I think it came at reset this week, you actually get double plunder for every stage. So like for that first mission where you usually get like 12 to 1,500 plunder if you're just doing the mission, when you end the mission, you get double the rewards. So if you're just doing it literally just one game right now a day with your daily quest, you're guaranteed level like 15 from just now until the end of the event. But again, that's accounting for only one game every day, which is like 5 to 10 minutes, depending if you want to be super efficient or not. So like, it's very doable. I think they definitely nailed, generally speaking, the approachability of this event. So if you just want the cosmetics, log in every day for like 15, 20 minutes, and you're done literally before the event ends. If you're starting later, then obviously you're going to have to do a few more quests. If you haven't done any levels, you got 9 days. From just the dailies, you're going to be getting about 10 levels plus. But if you want to, you're going to have to grind a little bit. It's pretty easy. If you want to be like super, degenerate right now, if you want to be super degenerate right now, I think the fastest way to get your plunder would be to obviously do your daily, because that gives you a lot of plunder. You just land, you get your mission done, and you get yourself killed. That's usually the most degenerate way of doing it. If you do your mission and if you depends on which mission you get, but like there's a lot of easy ones. There's like the easiest one you can potentially get is just get 30 plunder, which is basically you kill 2 mobs or you interact with your first chest, and you've got your mission done. That gives you your quest completion gives you 250 plus the 30 plunder that you get for that mission times 2. You're basically almost 600 plunder for just that. Obviously, not all of the missions are quite that easy, and usually if you play a little bit or you have a good start, just by looting some of the chests around and things like that, you could get like 500-600 plunder off of your starting point, things like that. So it's just like a minute or 2 of like plunder gameplay. You can get like 1,000, renowned progression basically, and you get that in like 5 minutes or whatever. Obviously, there's the quote unquote queue time in between matches, so you have to factor that in. But you can easily like get 5 levels in an hour. If you're being just a little bit efficient with your time, you could get it. You can knock it out like 5 levels in an hour, and like 10 hours. You're less than 8 hours. You've done it all. So you can definitely once you've like tried out a little bit, you got like what Sunday 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ish. You got 9 daily quests. That's gonna be like 5, 6 levels just from that, depending on how good of a start you have. Actually, you could potentially have just 10 levels just from that. So if you get up to like level 30 in like this weekend, just push it. Level 30, that's gonna put you like 5 hours ish. It's doable. It's not bad. Like in a general sense, for like if you're thinking about this in a similar fashion as we usually think about season passes in games or something like that, 5 hour, one big game session on a weekend day to basically get it almost entirely done. I feel like that's pretty generous, especially right now at the end. So I think overall they did it right with Plunderstorm. The only problem with that is, like I said, the first few levels, for the most part, reward like cosmetic dressings for your character in the Plunderstorm mode. And it's mostly like, I think level 10 is a mount for the base game. Level 20 is like another thing for the base game, like a pet or something, or maybe level 15. So it's like the first 20 levels are for the most part kind of just fluff for Plunderstorm. That's kind of the only problem, right? If you're looking for the transmog set, that's like levels 30 through 38 or something. And then there's a mount, and then there's some like some coins for the trader standard, right? There's actually 2 parrots. There's 2 parrots. There's one without the armor kind of thing, and then there's one with the armor. Oh, and there's also a seahorse for water stuff if you don't have a sea thing. Let me boot up my game. I'm pretty sure there were 2. Let me boot up the game and we can check it out together. I'm pretty sure there were 2. Mounts. Blender. Keg leg. Keg. Okay, so you got Royal Sea Feather at level Renown 20. You got this one. And then you got the Polly Roger, the pirate one, at 39. And then you got the Silver Stallion at 10, which is the water mount. So these 3. 10, 20, and 39. It's basically without a parrot hat and with a parrot hat. And like, well, a hook, I guess. No, they both have hooks. Yeah, that's mainly the difference. Fancier hook and a hat for 39, and no hat and not as fancy hook. But yeah. And of course, you got the appearance set. Where is it? This one. The main thing from this set is the cape, because this cape gives you these sprite thingies around. I think that for any collector, this cape alone is kind of like, something that you probably want to have, because it's very unique and fancy for a cloak. That's another really nice piece, the cloak here, because of this thing. You can add flair to your set, transmog set with this cloak. Yeah, I definitely would like them to add more options for whether it's for this set or for the mounts, but maybe during the rerun, we're gonna get a different set. I still maintain that because of the way this game is designed and what it's trying to kind of uh, encourage and like gain from it, I think it would be best to use it in a way that where like new players can actually get these older rewards. Like I'm not a big like gatekeeper when it comes to these kind of things, whether it's mounts or like transmogs things. I'm fully on the let people just get them. Like I don't care if Plunderstorm comes around again, make levels 1 through 10 all of these sought after rewards like the full set, um, the three mounts, the two pets. That's the first 10 levels. Let the people get them, and then from add extra like 10, 20 levels for during the rerun or whatever, and for new rewards. I'm not really a gatekeeper when it comes to this kind of stuff. I want people to have fun first and foremost. I don't care too much about exclusivity. There's plenty of things that I have in on my characters, like on my paladin, like the legendary cloak from Pandaria and things like that, and legendary weapons. Like I don't care. Let people have them. Yes, you have to work towards them. Sometimes you have to spend more time, but let people do it. Not just now. Not just during this expansion, like they did with the cloaks in Pandaria, like they did the ring in Draenor. I hate that kind of stuff personally so much. Like I really hate that kind of stuff where like if you weren't here right now, you can never do it again. Yeah, I mean at the very least with the drop mounts is like you can do them on expansion later or two expansion later, um, with a small group of people like two people or whatever in the next expansion, and just fish for it every week. So at least it's not out of the game entirely. But I'm more annoyed with things like to actually get removed. Like I said, the cloak in Pandaria sucks. Nobody can ever get it again. Sure, I have it on one character, but I would like to do it again because it was a good quest. The ring in Draenor, the legendary ring, getting Garona for your garrison, those are out of the game. Didn't get them, sucks to be you. Like I don't like that kind of stuff. I really want that kind of stuff to stop being a thing in an MMO in a general sense. I get why it's being done, and I hate it. I hate FOMO. I hate this idea of like lording over others. Like there's already plenty of prestige in being first, in having the titles, in having the mounts, 5, 10 years before anybody else can. Because they weren't there, they can't get it now, but at least they can farm it 10 years down the line. Uh, I mean, I've been farming the Druid Anzu mount in, um, what was it, Shethek Halls, I think it was in TBC. I've been farming that since TBC all the way until I quit, effectively in Draenor, and I still don't have it. Like it sucks, right? It really sucks to be farming for that freaking mount for like 8 years or whatever. But at least it's in the game, and at least I have a chance to get it. I still don't like the idea of it being such a low drop chance, but at least it's in the game. At least it gives me an incentive to go back and do it. But like the cloak in Pandaria, the ring, the Garona in Draenor, those kinds of things, the um, anathema staff from Classic, all of these cool things, I can never go back and do them because they're out of the game completely. And I really, really dislike that kind of stuff. talking about is okay. No new mythic to announce today. No new mythic plus affix to announce today, but the team is talking about how they can make affixes more interesting. Okay. Talked about things like doing positive affixes in the harder base difficulty. Sounds interesting. I'm kind of for this. I kind of prefer this personally. Slightly harder, but with positive affixes, which, if done right, make things easier on you. I kind of prefer a reward over punishment generally. So like if you don't do the mechanic right, you don't get the benefit and it stays at the difficulty it is, rather than you don't do it right and now you wipe and you're dead altogether. I personally, again, when it comes to games, my general philosophy is always give people a reason to have fun. If you're punishing them excessively, unless your game is like literally like the whole design of your game is like Sekiro, where the point of the game is that you have to learn to fucking parry every single thing and do basically a sort of rhythm game, right? I don't think difficulty and hard content is a good mechanism through which to engage your player base, especially not in an MMO. Yeah, stupid girls, they have to interrupt. Like, players, generally speaking, enjoy a challenge. They enjoy something to kind of like figure out and discover. But most players don't like having their time wasted because they, I don't know, they pressed a freaking ability, like, you know, on my paladin, maybe I did like the 3-part attack on like what's it called now, man? You know, I'm doing this attack. I'm locked for like a second and a half into my animation. I didn't interrupt this mob because I'm on a global cooldown, and now we're dead. Like, that's stupid. Like, almost nobody likes that. Being kind of like having to wait for an add-on to tell you that, hey, this is happening. Now you have to press your button. That's also not engaging. That's also not fun. Like, is it difficult? Yes. Is it fun difficult? Not really. Convoke, which is cancel with faffing. Yeah, like, it's I'm really opposed to difficulty as an incentive in video games, because difficulty as an incentive in most cases just makes people not want to do it. Like, rather than going into, you know, oh, just get better so you can push higher keys, people just go, no, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. And you've wasted your time doing this content for like 10% or less of your player base. And most everybody goes just like, nah, thanks, fam. I'm good. I'm just not. Rather than giving them kind of like a progression step to like make them play with other people, make them have fun. In an MMO, that's really what it boils down to. Those connections and that interactivity. And hard content, 99 times out of 100 does the exact opposite. It stops people from even trying it or giving it a shot. I will like yell from the top of the mountain this forever if I have to. Difficult content makes sense in games that are designed and revolve around difficulty. If you want your difficult content, you have your single player games usually, and you have your competitive games usually, right? MMOs, by their very nature, are not competitive games. They are social games. You can have some hard content here and there on the side, absolutely. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any kind of challenge or hard content, but it shouldn't be the driving factor to play the game. If your game encourages players to just get better, grind more, improve more, maximize your gear, use add-ons to get better, to progress, you're not doing MMOing right. That's my bottom line on that. You're just discouraging players from engaging with your game, which is, generally speaking, the last thing you want to do. Add-ons. Add-ons are important to a huge portion of player base. New players don't have those, so it makes it part of the game less accessible to them. New players entering a dungeon and being told their DPS isn't very good doesn't feel good. The game should be a place people want to go and play. Yes. A team could make certain add-ons more a part of the core experience. No action planned yet, but the team wants to hear from the community. The changes made to private auras were intended. Content shouldn't always be completely solved by an add-on. Absolutely. I also think, fundamentally, add-ons shouldn't be a consideration when you design content. Your content should be doable and, reasonably solved without the use of add-ons. If people want to use add-ons on top of that to make it easier on themselves, sure, okay, let them do that. But that shouldn't be your driving factor for designing fights. Like, if people want hard content and then they use add-ons to make it easier and complain about the content being too easy, that is a them problem, literally. Your idea of difficulty in the game should revolve around the base experience. It should be hard on a baseline. If people use add-ons to make that easier and ruin their experience and enjoyment of the fight or the challenge of the fight, that is a them problem. It's literally a them problem. I do not subscribe to this idea of designing fights with add-ons in mind when add-ons in any other type of quote-unquote competitive setting would be considered cheats. Okay? Because that's what add-ons are in the competitive settings. They're not accessibility tools in the competitive settings. They are cheats. They give you an unfair advantage over the other players that don't use them. So in that sense, do not design your fights with add-ons in mind. Make your baseline difficulty be reasonably lower than it is today. And if people decide to use add-ons to beat the game and they complain that the game's too easy, that's a them problem, not a you problem. You get more people into the raids that way. You get more engagement on every single level. And you only maybe, not guaranteed, maybe lose a few players because they've done all of the content. But for most people, this would benefit them. So stop designing fights with add-ons in mind. If people want to ruin their experience, that's on them. Alpha and beta, the team will do a character wipe and open a beta once the things feel ready. Early access will start near the end of the week, giving players the weekend to play. Music is one of the last things they do. Yes, no plans for. No new race and class combinations to announce at this time, so just Earthen. No big changes to the raid loot systems are planned. Have to balance content between casual and high-end players. No big changes to mythic or mythic raids are planned. That's bad. There are no additional allied races to announce for the war within this time. Okay. Oh, new race and class combinations. Oh, this was just for like previous stuff. Okay. No allied races, no specific plans for cross-region play today. Okay. Understandable. No plans to expand void storage. Okay. Not really a problem anymore. We already have plenty of bag space. We have void storage and we're getting warband guild banks thingies with plenty of spaces there. So like that's kind of understandable. No new visage forms for Evoker, no guild housing, no plans to add more save spots for transmog sets. I don't even know what the limit is there, to be honest. It's definitely higher than 1. I know that much. How high, I don't know. Leaderboards for the flying races would be cool. The ocean graphics have been updated. Cool. A team's working on an update to group management in the UI. It's annoying to manage groups in a raid. So the team is going to make it a little easier to manage. That's good. Really dope. Easier to see roles. People are going to have cleaner UI. Yes, please. Awesome. Team wants to keep adding ways for players to express themselves through character customization. Awesome. Bring me more. Adding dragon riding to the game requires physics tech that will let the team do lots of cool things. The team is talking about ways they can use the system for cool new things. Cool. The team hears the feedback around rare mounts, especially older ones people really care about. It took some action around holiday mounts with increased drop rate on your first attempt of the day. Cool. Earning all raid mounts was a big accomplishment when the raid was current, so making them easy to get in the future diminishes their accomplishment. Look, yes, it's true. But also, who gives a flying fudge if somebody flies Mimiron's head in 2024? Who gives a fudge that I have Starcaller title on my mage in 2024 because I beat Algalon in 2011? Nobody, okay? I can tell everybody, hey, I did Old War when it was current. I did ICC when it was current. I did Firelands when it was current. Does anybody give a fuck in 2024? No, they don't. This accomplishment really only matters to that person, and it only mattered when it was current. You're showing, if you're showing off your Mimiron's head in 2024, there's maybe like 5 people that are gonna be impressed. Okay, literally like 5 people. I'm not. I don't even know if in 2024 I would care about Mimiron's head, aside from having it in my collection or using it in a specific like character transmog / like theming going on with like maybe a mecha gnome with Mechagon's head or something like Mimiron's head or something like that. But it's like nobody gives a fuck in 2024 what you accomplished 20 years ago. Like really nobody does. Most people nowadays don't even know who Kungan is or Nihilum is as a guild. Let's be honest here. This is one of those like old World of Warcraft / MMO designs from literally 2004. I just do not think most people care about this stuff the same way Blizzard does on a design level. There's very few people that actually care about this, if they're even playing the game anymore, honestly. So I genuinely don't think this is the way to go forward, but it's their choice. Okay, I guess I'm gonna continue farming for Invincible for another 20 years until the game closes down. Team isn't ready to talk about legendary items yet, but thanks for asking. The boundaries between factions are important, but they aren't the main thing for most players. Nope, they are not. Not anymore. Not in current year. Guilds are cross-faction, and that has worked pretty well. Yes, it does. Ashes of Invisible draw more. Yeah, Ashes of Valor. But even that, they draw more awe because of the lore implications rather than the models themselves. Like, the reason people want Alar is because they're fans of Kel'Thas Sunstrider, and they want Alar because they love the fucking Phoenix. We already have other Phoenix mounts in the games. We have a purple one from guilds, for instance, and nobody gives a damn about it. Not because it's common, but because there's no connection to that mount. Alar is Alar. It's Kel'Thas's Phoenix. It's a big deal because it's Kel'Thas's Phoenix, not because you have it. Everybody wants it because it's Alar, Kel'Thas's Phoenix. If it was a Phoenix from a dungeon, nobody would care. If you just want a Phoenix, you can get a purple one from guilds. Simple as that. If you want, even Invincible is kind of in the same room. It's like it's Arthas's horse. It's a special horse because it's tied to Arthas, not necessarily because it's rare. People look at it and go, "It's Arthas's horse." You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the purple one is also nicer overall. It's much more polished. But that's what I'm saying. It's people don't want these mounts because they're necessarily cool or they look nice. Some people do, absolutely. Most people just want them because they either have a connection with the what that mount entails, or because it fits their kind of vision of like a transmog. When I see somebody running Anzu in 2024, I'm not thinking, oh man, that guy, he did something special to get Anzu. No, I'm thinking, fuck that guy. I've been farming for this month for 8 years, and I still don't fucking have it. And I really wanted to complete my druid set or like my mage arcane look. Like, I don't care if 10,000 people have it. I just wanted to complete my arcane look. I want my arcane mage to run on Anzu because I love the orb design of that mount, and I think it looks great for the aesthetic I'm going for. I couldn't care less if 10,000 people have it, or 100,000 people have it, or 1,000,000 people have it. I just want the fucking mount for the looks. That's it. That's really the only thing I care. It can be the rarest mount. I couldn't give two shits. Yeah, pretty much. Like that's really what drives most people. There's a very, very, very small section of people that actually care about mounts for their intrinsic rarity. They either want it for bragging rights, because again, they want to lord it over other, and that's a small group of people, or they want it because it looks nice and it fits the fantasy or whatever that those people are want to go for. Like, seriously, this is like something that should change for like how World of Warcraft is being played in 2024. This accomplishment thing is really not that important anymore. Again, I understand that some rewards still need to be rare, like for accomplishment reasons. Like, I'm not saying all of a sudden every single thing has to be gained without effort or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, like, your accomplishment 5-6 years ago, nobody cares. You don't care about it in most cases. Like, I got my Glory of the Old War Raider mounts, both 10 and 25. Got my Nax 10 and 25 Drakes. I got my Wolf from Talk. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't give a fuck about them. The only one I care about from all of those mounts is the black Drake from Ulduar, from the achievement, because I like how it looks. Literally nothing else about that mount makes me go, look at me, I got this old Drake. Ain't this cool? And people go like, yeah, okay, cool. So it's not even bragging rights at this point, because nobody gives a shit about it. So like, what bragging rights are we even talking about? Yeah, the Ironbound Pro trick. I think it's one's Ironbound, the other one's Scalebound or something. I don't remember the names exactly. But yeah, I think the 10-man was like brown and the 25-man one was black. I think. I don't remember, and I don't have my subscription up on my EU account. But yeah, I have both of those. Like, I don't care about either of those in terms of like where they came from. I got them because I wanted the dark one for my aesthetics. That's it. That's literally the only reason I did it. And I got it when it was current. Actually, I think the 10-man one was removed. Or was it no, it was the next ones that were removed, if I'm not mistaken. The older ones were kept in the game, but I think the next ones were removed. Or was it the other way around? I don't remember. It's been so long. But either way, my point still stands. I don't think FOMO and removal like that is good for the game. Aside from like literally in the moment for a few people. Rusted Proto and Ironbound Proto. Okay, that's the names. Yeah, Rusted is the like brownish rusty color, yeah. But I like the other one, the Ironbound one. I did it for him. Guilds are cross-faction. That worked pretty well. Good. Keep it going. Some changes coming to World Quest, but plans aren't finalized enough to talk about yet. Okay, this makes me interested a little bit. I wonder what kind of changes they plan on bringing to the World Quest. Live team works on live content for the game. They aren't working on raids, dungeons, or anything for future expansions. This is a team that does holiday updates, Secrets of Azeroth, Hearthstone Anniversary. There'll be more holidays, updates, and fun content in the game going forward. Used to be guild perks in the game. They removed them. You want to be in a guild that had perks. Does want to create a barrier for new players. Good. And also, mega guilds fucking suck. If players keep enjoying Fated Seasons, the team will keep making them. I'm kind of like in between. I neither love nor hate Fated Seasons. It's kind of just like, okay, it's fine. Yes, well, some of them are a little bit harder because of intrinsic mechanical needs. Like, I think XT's Heart for one is one that you can't really do solo nowadays. You kind of need two people for that. There's a few of those kind of like iffy achievements because of how they work. But yeah, for the most part, you can just go back and do them. But either way, but my point is more that again, people want to collect these things for their like either collector value in the sense of like I want to get everything, or because they just want to use it for transmog or to look for a specific like image. We don't play games in 2024 the same way we played them in 2004. Prestige may have been a thing back then, but nowadays most people don't care which mount you have. Most people aren't in awe. Like literally the only mount that I think anybody today thinks is like awe-inspiring is literally the Black Kiraji battle tank. That's the only mount I think in the entire game that still turns heads. Everything else is really not that impressive. Not even Invincible, not even Mimeron's head. It's just, okay, you have it, cool, whatever. I don't care. Like that's the reaction of most people to almost every title and mount in the game. Or even, and let's not even talk about like armor pieces, right? Like, oh, you have mythic raiding gear on you. You have this special coloring. Yeah, cool. Whatever. You probably, the person having the mythic gear doesn't care about it and have probably transmogged into something else. That's just not how video games are played in 2024 anymore. That prestige thing is just, no. That's for grandpas. They just like to go, back in my day, we used to raid with 40 people. Okay, Grandpa, let's put you back to bed now. Yeah, that too. You can get myth gear from high gears too. So it's just like it's a different environment for games as well. And also, you have to think about competition as well. How does Final Fantasy do things, right? You can get some really sick looking gear from 10 mans, from like 8 man, sorry, and from normal difficulty, and then Savage difficulty. I don't even think that gear looks different. I might be mistaken. It might be a recolor if you do it on Savage. But either way, it's like you go into the next expansion, you go back and you've got your gear. Yes, sure, you need 8 people if you're gonna go Savage. You need more than 1 or 2 expansions for that in there, but it's the same principle there. It's like people go back to those older raids just to get the transmog. Ten-man myth raid for small guns. No, we don't need more difficulties in the game. What we need, I'm serious when I say this. The game doesn't need more difficulties. The game needs to be more streamlined so that it brings people together. Giving people more options in an MMO just means you're segregating the audience more. You're making smaller and smaller cliques, or you're forcing them into bigger groups. Generally speaking, for an MMO, what you want is fewer difficulties overall and more reasonable difficulties. You don't want your mythics. Like mythic doesn't really have a place in this kind of environment, generally speaking. Like again, if you just want your raid to world first, do like one of those. How did they do it in PvP? Like tournament servers. Create your tournament server. Have your top guilds go into the tournament servers. Have fun doing your race to world first, and call it a day. Or if you're gonna keep it in World of Warcraft, make mythic difficulty just a thing for bragging rights specifically. Remove all the gear that's like power performance, and go into it after you've finished with your heroic dungeons, the same way you kind of go into like ultimates in Final Fantasy 14. You go there once you're all decked out, you're all prepared, and it's all about the execution. And you keep your bragging rights if that's how you want to do it. But like as far as like the community aspect building of it goes, mythic doesn't have a place. I'd argue LFR doesn't have a place, but it's 2024. People play games very differently. But ideally, you'd have something like the LFR for your dungeon experience, your raid experience, kind of like experience the story. Probably remove gear from LFR as well, I would say, but yeah, whatever. It's not really that good of a gear anyway, so it's like whatever. Yeah, so like keep LFR for the story, and unlocking new things and experiencing things like that. Keep your normal difficulty, and just because people want their difficulty, keep heroic. You know, just to have that little bit. But if it was up to me, like I draw the line at 2 difficulties. 2 difficulties is already too much in a general sense, in so far as community building is concerned. But like, okay, people love their difficulties. Give them difficulties, fine. We can have 2 difficulties. But I still don't think 3 difficulties is good. Because at this point you've segmented your audience into 3 different categories of one group. Because we're talking just about raiding here. We're not talking about Mythic Plus. We're not talking about PvP, which are completely different segments. You have your Mythic group that's segmented across 10 different key ranges, currently 20, soon to be 10. You've got your PvP segmented between your arenas, your RBGs, your whatever else there is in PvP that I don't know, if there is. And then you've got 3/4 different groups of raiding. You've just segmented your entire player base into 10 different sections, and most of them don't want to interact with each other because everybody looks sideways at each other. Those guys are too scrubs. They're too pathetic to play with us professionals. And the other group goes, those professionals are scumbags. They're assholes. They're always looking down on us. They're always treating us like shit. We don't want to have anything to do with them. So now you're just segmenting your whole audience again across, yeah, like I said, 10 different kind of groups of people. And generally speaking, that's not good in an MMO setting. If in a competitive game setting, okay, sure. You got your gold ranks with your gold ranks. You got your platinums with your platinums. And that's just how it goes because it's a competitive game. But MMOs are social games first and foremost. So by dividing your community into so many subgroups, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment and like, you know, friction, unnecessary friction at that. But anyway, I feel like I talked so much about difficulty. Yeah, it's probably my biggest pet peeve because so many people bring such bad arguments. Like people keep saying like, oh, you want the game to be easy because you don't like a challenge. No, man, I like a challenge. But if I want a challenge, I go specifically for a challenge. I don't want a artificial challenge just because something. But anyway, Dragonflight's done for now. Let's go into Pandaria, and I'm really looking forward to this. This is the part I really kind of wanted to go get to. 4.5 hours later. But yeah, I'm really hyped about this. I'm actually just genuinely hyped about this. I can't wait for this. It's such a good thing. I mentioned this when Plunderstorm came out. I did say at the time, like, keep an eye out on this mode because this is a sign for the future, and I was right. Like, one of the things that Plunderstorm did was allowing Blizzard to, like, they created this tech where they could play essentially a different game within the game by allowing you to switch, to Plunderstorm in the same like launcher, right? Or, like, client, I guess. Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. But I actually tested this on the PTR a little bit, and I'll get into that shortly. But, like, the idea that you can have a full game within the same launcher opens so many opportunities, and it also the fact that you have all of this kind of like side stuff that you can then pull into your main game, like rewards and things like that. I think this is great, and the opportunities this presents are immense, and I'm glad to see that they already came up so soon after basically their previous experiment with this Pandaria stuff, because it really shows how this technology will evolve. So basically, Pandaria remix, or however they call it, is how you think about this is a mix between Season of Discovery and like Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 seasons. And by that I mean it's basically a seasonal server where you only get to play with seasonal characters. So in this case, Pandaria remix characters, playing their characters in that space. You cannot take this character outside of Pandaria stuff. You cannot, do anything that's in the main game. It's just on this server. So it plays like that kind of a seasonal character. And when this Pandaria thing ends, your character gets converted into a base character at the end. So that's the Diablo 3, Diablo 4 seasonal aspect of it. The other aspect is more of the Season of Discovery thing in the way gear works. So the way gear works in this game is that you get these time runners gear pieces from different rewards. Does it here? No. Trying to find one of the posts that talked about it. The Pandaria remix. In the news, I wanted to search. Is any one of these good? Whatever. So basically, anything you do in Pandaria Remix is gonna give you these coins, right? These bronze coins. So you get bronze from killing mobs, just regular drops. You get them from quest rewards. You get them from achievements. You're getting bronze from every freaking source. I played on the PTR for about 2-3 hours, and I had like 5,000 bronze coins. It's like I was like level. I don't remember if I even reached level 20 by that point, because I was just looking at different inventories and checking all that kind of stuff. So like in about 3 hours, I was like level 20-ish or something. I took my time exploring things, and I got about 5,000 coins, which is enough to like buy several rewards already. Obviously, things get a lot more expensive. There's some rewards that can go up to like, and use, let's see, first second was from maybe this one. Yeah, like some of the rewards like Sky Mirror from the rare mobs, 5,000 coins. Some mounts 2,200 coins. Some of them are more expensive, and there's plenty other rewards. But basically, you get coins out the wazoo. You get coins from achievements. You can farm them, and so on and so forth. You can use this to upgrade your gear, but generally speaking, you don't want to do that. So when you complete quests, every single quest will have like a kind of reward. Instead of like giving you gear from quests, you get a small chest. And when you open that chest, in that chest, you can get from that chest, you can get gear, which is adjusted to your level. So the higher level you are, the higher level the gear will be. So you actually don't have to upgrade your gear most of the time, especially the early levels. Like in order to get like let's say level 2 upgrade sword, just level up, open your chest, and you're gonna get a higher level weapon. Obviously it's a little bit RNG if you're gonna get a weapon or a chest piece or whatever, but for the most part you'll only really need to upgrade gear if you actually are kind of quote unquote forced to, like you just got super unlucky, and this is more of a way for you to well, okay, I got every single piece at this item level, and my weapon is like still 2, 3, or 3 tiers below, and I'm kind of getting weaker. Okay, let me catch up to it. But for the most part, you're not gonna need this. You're gonna get so much gear you don't know what to do with it. At least from the early things. Pretty much every quest gives you. So that's the other thing, right? So like every single quest, maybe I don't want to say every single quest, 99% of the quests, because there's like breadcrumbs and whatnot. But like every single quest effectively gives you one of these chests, and when you open it, you get shit out of it. You get gear. So you won't really need to care about upgrading gear for the most part, at least insofar as leveling is concerned. Once you hit max level and you've hit your level 70 and stuff like that, it's possible that it doesn't go all the way to max level. So maybe you're gonna get to like, let's say maybe 30 out of 36 or something like that, and the last 6 levels or something like that you might have to do if you want that extra power, because it only drops at, I don't know, plus 25 upgrade levels or something, or plus 30 upgrade levels. So you need those last 6, 15, 16, whatever. I haven't gotten to max level because I was caught up last week, like I said. But insofar as leveling is concerned, you shouldn't really ever need to upgrade your gear. All of your coins that you're gaining while you're leveling through the zones and doing all that kind of stuff, just hold on to it. You don't spend it, or just get your mounts and stuff. The cool thing about this is the cloak of infinite potential. This thing. This is the big one for insofar as like this one. Sorry, this thing. Is it news? Okay, this is the big thing basically. Where is it? Here. So, whenever you kill a mob in the world and things like that, you will get threads. And these threads were going to increase your stats in some way. You can get threads for bonus experience. You can get threads for like stats like versatility, mastery, crit, haste, main stat, leech, stamina, all of that kind of stuff. You get these threads randomly from just killing things in the world. And your cloak just keeps stacking. You get more and more stats. And this cloak is also gotten at the start of the event, basically, in the starting like little opening sequence. And any character that you make after this, like if you make a second character, it's gonna retain all of those stats that you've collected. It's basically a universal kind of cloak, because the way the cloak works is it's actually more of a it activates a buff, and the buff itself is account bound kind of thing. So whatever you farm on your main character, the second character you make is gonna have the same cloak as your main character. And so far as it's infinite stacking, we don't actually know if it's infinite, like literally infinite. But we did see like in an example from one of the promotional, I think it was, where the character had like 300 or something, 240% bonus experience on its cloak. So if you think about like how much one of these gives, like 3, 7, 12%, like you can stack it to kind of unreasonable levels. As far as the cloak goes, it's going to be super fucking powerful. Is it literally infinite? Probably not. Does it go to ridiculous numbers? Probably yes. And just from looking, and keep in mind, this is just the cloak. You still have your other gear pieces, like you saw with the upgrade levels, and those upgrade levels go up to, I can't remember exactly, but it's higher than what's available in Dragonfly right now. So it's something like 550, I think it's max for the last upgrade. Something like that. It's like 550 or 555, something like that. It's much higher than maximum that you can get right now. On top of that, putting aside the stats that are really, really high, you get gems that you can slot. So the way gear works here is like every single piece, depending on its level, it will have 1 or 2 or whatever slots. Meta gems, from what I've seen, are in helms, and at least at the lower levels, you can only have 1 socket. And these meta gems are basically really powerful effects. Some of these are basically the effects from the old legendary cloaks, like the Bulwark of the Black Ox is basically the tanking legendary cloak. So you get some of these, which are basically the effects from the legendaries, but you also have some other kind of really strong and powerful effects. So you get to pick whatever like meta gem you want, if you get it, because you do have to get it from one of your chests. And you get access to a really, really strong ability in your headpiece. Then, in addition to the headpiece, you have the cogwheel gem for the boots, which give you some form of mobility. Again, you get one of these, you slot them in, and congratulations, you have blink on a warrior, or you have sprint on a paladin, or you have roll on a mage, whatever, right? You get mobility of soul shape if you want on I don't know. What's the most awkward thing you could put soul shape on? An evoker, I guess? Whatever. You get the point. It's mobility related. Not all of these give you like movement, right? Because some of these are like Death's Advance. You get movement speed, but you got things like Dark Pact, which is basically a shield and removing impairing effects. So not all of them increase your movement speed, but they all affect mobility in some capacity. You can get Wild Charge, for instance, Pursuit of Justice for passive movement instead. If you don't want an active, you got Spirit Walk. This is all mobility. You can just kind of tailor this to your preference. Then you got Tinker Gems, which go to bracers and gloves. These are like trinket effects, essentially, because you don't actually get trinkets, rings, and necklace through leveling. So you use these Tinker Gems for your bracers and your gloves to get like special effects. You can get, more damage, more healing. You can get some special effects where like static charge, where moving releases the static charge and you deal damage to things around you. Lightning Rod, your abilities have a chance to apply Lightning Rod to your target. Allies are granted critical strike and deal damage around you. The coral. Which one? What am I supposed to look? Sorry. I don't only see coral. Bloodthirsty coral. This one. This one, I honestly don't. Maybe it is. Maybe it is BFA effect. 10% of damage taken grants you healing blood up to 200% of your max health. Every 3 seconds, healing blood is expanded to heal you if you are injured. Storm Overlord. Casting your major class cooldowns causes you to overload, inflicting nature damage and stunning enemies within 40 hours for 2 seconds. Vampiric Aura. your leech is increased by 10%, grants you 10% of your leech to your party. So you got vampiric aura. And you can have, so these things, unlike the cogwheels on the boots and the helmets meta gems, those, from what I've seen, only have one slot. But for some of these, I was around level 26 or something. I saw that my gear could actually have 2 sockets for this kind of stuff. And they go on bracers and gloves. I had a bracer, I believe, with 2 slots. I didn't get a gloves with 2 slots yet. But potentially, it's possible you could get like 4 of these abilities slotted in. So you could get your Savior, your Vindication here, your Brittle. Your abilities apply brittle to enemies, accruing 10% of damage you deal. When a brittle enemy is slain, it explodes, inflicting frost damage. So you pull a group of tons of enemies, and as you start killing every single tiny little thing, it starts exploding into more and more AoE. And then you also have your vampiric aura, so you're gonna get life leech. You get your leech, you get life back. So you're blowing everything up while healing back, while dealing more. It's fucking insane. It's so fucking fun just looking at it, let alone trying it out. So I'm telling you, this thing is gonna be amazing when it goes live. It's gonna be super fun. I understand why people don't like this, in the sense that it's seasonal kind of FOMO thing. You have to be here and it's going away. But it's the only way they can do this crazy stuff. If it's in the base game, you would not be able to do this stuff unless they pull another like Torghast kind of thing where you go into a room that nobody cares about ever again. But this is actually fun, and it only works because it's not in the main game. And wait, that's not all of it. There's still prismatic gems. So like if your gear doesn't have enough stats and your cloak doesn't have enough stats, now congratulations, you can get stat gems that you can slot into your gear, which you can combine into higher tiers. Now these don't give you actual stats per se. Like it just says, like you see here, plus mastery, plus mastery, triple plus mastery, plus stamina at the highest tier. So basically the way this works is the amount of stat that one of these gems gives is relative to your like gear item level. The higher your item level gear is, the higher the bonus this is. So obviously, this is the main reason why you will probably want to upgrade your gear once you hit max level with the upgrade system, because the amount of stats you get from this is dependent on that item level of the piece. And those gear, like the chest and pants, from what I've seen, they can reach 3 slots. So you can have like 6 of these. So you can slap all the mastery in the fucking world that you want, all of the crit, all of the haste, whatever, leech, speed, because there's also speed gem. Like you can just tailor your stuff in a way. So if you just want to run really, really fast through every single raid, or like nobody can catch you, and you can do some really fun stuff. Obviously, for those that, want to be super fucking efficient, there's probably going to be some kind of meta that you can, figure things out. But like, as far as the mode is concerned, this is fun. It's pure fun. And this is just the gear, right? Keep in mind, you can create a second character and they're going to get all of the benefits of the cloak, and the gems are actually tradable. The gems are not soulbound. So you can play a character and then create some like powerful gems and then send them to your other character. On top of that, even though these gems are RNG, you can kind of sort of focus them, in the sense that there's a vendor that for coins sells you these items, sells you a cluster, basically a gacha box essentially, for every single like for tinker gems, for cogwheels. So you can buy a bunch of chests and like fish for these if you want to. And on top of that, if you get an item, one of these, they're effectively unique, so you can't get them again. So you can basically get all of them. But not only that, if you've socketed one of these things into your gear, you get a button, a special button for this mode that you can click on an item and you can unsocket the item. So as long as you're not like super rushing and selling your gear, you don't need to get these items twice. You get it once and you have it forever. And same with the gems. If you have two, like, I don't know, chipped swift opals and you got the third one in your gear, just take the chipped out of your gear, combine them into a flaw, then slap that into the gear. It's like, I've spent 3 hours on the PTR. It probably was a little bit more than 3 hours. I spent a few hours on the PTR and I looked at this thing from all of the angles and I tried to think and find anything wrong with this, and I genuinely cannot find anything wrong with the system. They've pretty much covered all of the like annoyance bases. You do quests, you get experience, you get rewards, you get coins, you get gems, you can reach max level, you get the achievements, you get more rewards from the achievements, you do raids, you do dungeons, you do scenarios. It doesn't matter what you do, you're always progressing. There's no, well, if you want the best gear, you have to do this, or if you want to get this stuff. No. As far as like the general thing is concerned, you just do whatever the fuck you want and you get rewards. Now, there is one thing that is a little bit iffy, so to speak. Like this is the part where we get into like, well, some people see this as negative. And that is in regards to trinkets, rings, necklaces, stuff like that. So those things, you can't get those from boxes. They're tied to specific achievements. So as you can see here, there's 2 trinkets. There's a Time Runner's Idol is awarded from Time Runner, reach level 70. This is easy to get. You just need to reach level 70. And this is a trinket with 3 prismatic sockets, so even more stats. I think prismatic was stats, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yes, it's so you get a trinket. Where was it? Here. So you get a trinket where you can get even more stats if you didn't have enough. And then you got Time Runner's Beacon, which is the second one, again, for even more stats. Complete any 3 of 6 faction war quest lines. So you just do the faction related quests. Cool. Trinkets really easy to get. They don't have special effects in that sense. It's just stats. But again, you got your gloves and your bracers for trinket effects, essentially. And you can get like 4. Potentially, if these rings are an indication, maybe even 3 slots. So if you get like 3 slots on your bracers and gloves, you could have potentially 6 of those special effects, which is insane. And then for rings, you get 2 rings. Again, more stats for doing Pandaria scenarios on heroic difficulty. These are tuned, from what I can tell, very easily. And you can get most heroic difficulty things even while leveling, potentially. Because they're not designed to be quote unquote hard. So you just do your Pandara scenarios, you get a ring, you do every heroic Pandaria dungeon, you get your other ring, and for necklace, you do the raids at least once on normal difficulty. But again, this is normal difficulty in a world where you have 3 times the power for every single character kind of thing. So it's like, you just post up a group. We want people. You get your 20 people. You go in and you demolish everything in just a few seconds. This is all about power fantasy. So if you're somebody that, 1, likes feeling really, really powerful, this is for you. 2, if you're somebody that likes to collect all the rewards, this is for you. You have a very easy and direct avenue to getting a lot of rewards very easily with relatively little effort while also having a lot of fun. And 3, if you're somebody that still wants to level alts and you want a fun, more like generally enjoyable experience leveling your characters, this is for you. Like, this is just freaking awesome. Obviously, if you're into like hard content and character progression on your main, this isn't for you. But I see this more in line with how they, think like pre-expansion, like events, right? Where usually, if you think like the storm event for like Dragonflight, right? You go out into the world and everybody blows up these monsters for 5 hours to get what some catch-up gear that really isn't all that great. It's mainly just for a transmog set. You get a transmog set, you get a trinket, and you get a pet and an achievement, right? People do this for like hours on end to level characters and get these 4 things. And this is basically just that, only better in almost every conceivable way. More fun, more entertaining, more rewards to collect. It's a pre-expansion event times 10. Like, I genuinely cannot think of anything bad about this event aside from the fact that it's FOMO. That's the only negative of Pandaria Remix, that it's essentially FOMO. You do it now, you never do it again. But even on that front, I want to push back a little bit because I don't fully think this is FOMO, mainly because of the framing of the opening act. So I'm gonna give a tiny spoiler. It's literally at the start. It's like the first quest, and it's some of the flavor text that you get when you talk to the NPCs. So it's really not that big of a spoiler. It's more of a setup than anything. But like when you start a character in this Pandaria Remix set, you get to talk to what's his name, Eternus, I think, the Infinite Dragonflight troll visage character from like in Dragonflight. You know the Infinite that you do the quest with Nosdormu, right? Where you show them the past and all of that kind of stuff. Basically, you talk to them. You can tell that this event happens right after that, or somewhere after like that quest where Eternus and Nosdormu go into the past. So it happens somewhere after that, where everybody's kind of like on peaceful terms with each other. Like there's a truce essentially between at least Eternus's group of infinites. Not all infinites agree, but like Eternus is here to basically look back on these events that happened in the past to learn from them and try to understand why Nosdormu thinks this quote-unquote one true timeline needs to be protected, right? So you're not trying to interfere with the events that happened here. You're reliving them, but through an infinite Dragonflight kind of lens, right? So what this tells me is that assuming this gets positive reception from players, which I personally think it will, I genuinely think this is good for the game as an experience and as a mode. If this gets a good reception, this is going to become a pseudo kind of like story beat that we can expect in the future. Maybe it's going to be like this, where it's like at the end of the expansion, you get, I don't know, Cataclysm Remix, where you get to collect Cataclysm mounts. You get a Wrath of the Lich King remix, where you get to go and blow everything up and collect everything from Wrath of the Lich King. You get your TBC remix. And you just get to have fun leveling characters, feel really powerful, and collect things. Like, I think this is a gold mine of an opportunity if they handle it right and if they bring it forward. Now, if they want to go a step further, they can even do multiple kind of thing, kind of these Pandaria, remixes in general, right? So maybe, let's say, at the end of every future expansion, we get a new one of these remixes. So in the War Within, we're going to get a different remix. It's not going to be Pandaria. It's going to be, I don't know, BFA, let's say. But then after the War Within, in the next one, whatever it was called, I can't remember right how to. What was the last Titans, the one, and before that? Oh God, what was the expansion after the War Within called? Oh my God, I'm drawing such a blank. Midnight. Okay, right, midnight. Thanks. So in midnight, because that's technically the third expansion now in terms of a timeline, right? And we tend to get like 3 patches. In midnight, we're getting a different remix at the end, right? In the season 4 or whatever it is. But maybe in like season 2 and 3, we could get a rerun of Pandaria Remix. So for the people that haven't played it before or that want another go at it, they could have that again. Or season 3, they can go to the BFA remix. And that this way you still have the quote unquote FOMO aspect to it, but you make it a seasonal kind of celebration of those expansions. Maybe they don't want to go that far, but I genuinely think having one of these every expansion going forward is a good idea for the game. I genuinely think this is going to be fun. Oh, and I forgot to mention one thing, which is important for this experience. You get flying at level 10 right as you begin. You don't have to worry about it. So you get your dragon flying right as you start. You don't have to worry about walking it. So if they do this every single time, I genuinely think this is going to be some of the best time you can have in World of Warcraft at the moment, especially towards the end of the expansion like it is right now. Yeah, I just gave BFA as an example because I'm thinking more of it of like what this is trying to be. It's like collection event of all the rewards. There are some of them are easy to get, some of them are harder to get. Leveling characters, right? That's the basic of it, and you want to feel really, really powerful. It doesn't have to be BFA. It could be something that was before Pandaria, like Wrath or Kata or whatever. But my point is the theme, the setting, the idea, the system of Remix is freaking amazing. I genuinely want to see this succeed, and I genuinely want to see this coming back every single expansion. Just those 3 hours, which again are just the first few hours, and I don't really have all of this good stuff, was so much fun as far as the leveling experiences compared to anything else that you usually do in terms of leveling a new character. And I want this so hard to succeed because this was both in theory and in practice such a good experience. Oh God, I've been talking for like 5 hours now. But yeah, time running, I really want this to be good and to come back. Yeah, rewards. And there's a ton of rewards. I didn't get into a raid because of the timing, but I saw some people going to like, I think it was Mogushan Palace, and like they were burning the first boss in like a few seconds because of their power and stuff. Also, the other thing that I forgot to mention is that the way it's segmented is in Pandaria Remix. It's level scaling to an extent, but also content is kind of designed around starting at specific level brackets. So for instance, you get your first raid, you can get into your first raid, I think at level 25. So it's not all tuned towards end game, right? You can start doing raids like level 25, right? Your first raid is like Mogushan Palace, I think, and things like that. I wish I could get my hands on an easier post like Actually, let me see. Pandaria Remix. I think this one is right. Yes, it's both. Okay, so this is it. So at level 10, you create your character at level 10. You have access to the Jade Forest as a zone. You have access to Greenstone Village, Brewing Storm, and Theramore's Fall as far as scenarios go. And you have access to dungeons, Temple of the Jade Serpent, Scarlet Hall, Scarlet Monastery, Saltlands. Once you hit level 20, you can start doing Valley of the Four Winds, Krasserang Wilds, the 5.1 landfall campaign. You get access to these scenarios in this dungeon. And then at level 25, you can go into Mogushan Vaults. At level 30 and 70, you get access to the next zone. At level 35, you can start going into Heart of the Fear. At level 40, Terrace of the Endless Spring. And then at level 45, you get access to Isle of Giants and Timeless Isles. At 50, you get access to Isle of Thunder and Throne of Thunder. And at 60, you get access to the Siege of Orgrimmar. And at level 70, you can do heroic raids, which, again, are harder, but also you're blowing everything up. Like, I see the potential in this thing becoming a staple kind of event coming back every like expansion at least once. It's so good. And I can't wait for it to come live. But we gotta, man, this is gonna come out in like, I don't know, mid-April, I think. I think it's somewhere thereabout. So you still have to wait a bit. But I'm so looking forward to this. And you get, new cosmetics, old cosmetics. I also saw that, like, there's reputation achievements as well, but I also saw that most quests give, like, double reputation rewards, kind of like that. So if something gives 500, it actually gives 1,000. But that was just the first phase. I would like that bumped up, honestly. When it comes live, like, I would like to see that even 5x's. Because some of the, rewards, reputation would take you like a month plus of doing it every day. So I would like to see that bumped up from like 100% to, 300%, maybe even 500%. Just because it fits so well with this whole like almost Zerg rush experience. And at just 100%, it means that if you don't start this event day one and do your dailies consistently, sure, it's not going to take you a whole month to do it, but it's going to take you like 2 weeks, maybe 3 in some cases, because some reputations, are just more rare, have fewer quests and things like that. I would like that bumped up to like 500%. You do your first daily on your first day and you're instantly friendly. And then for Chiji, the temple stuff, like you usually get like 1 quest or something like that. You get your quest per day, you get your friendly, then the next day you do 1 more quest, you got honored, and then the 3rd day, 4th day, you do the other quests, you finally hit revered, and then within a week you're exalted, right? That's kind of how I want to see this go out in this kind of setting. As it is now, you are gonna have to go do all of your dailies from every single faction and every single day for like 3-4 weeks, and I just don't feel like it 100% it really fits the general vibe and like dynamic of Pandaria as it feels to actually play through it. I think that's like the one thing that I noticed while playing it that felt kind of like that's about the only miss. But other than that, everything else is really, really fun. And there's also like other small things that I didn't touch on. So like when you create your character, you get, big bags for 36 slot bags. You mainly just need these bags for like your meta gems and stuff like that, and the chest for the gear, basically. Enemies don't really drop all that much junk. And the only thing you need gold for, from what I've seen, is flight paths and buying some items for quests from vendors. That's about it. Your gear is indestructible, by the way. I forgot to mention this. Your gear doesn't have durability. It's all indestructible. So you don't even have to worry about repairs. So your gold is just to buy items for a quest from a vendor that require you, and flight path. That's the only things that I've seen that actually cost any gold of any kind. And you do get some of it, at least on the PTR. But other than that, everything else as far as gold and items is concerned is just coins, gems, and consumables. You can get like scrolls, for instance, for different spell buffs. You know, like class buffs, for instance. You know, like your intellects and your staminas and stuff like that. There's like a scroll for bloodlust, I think, and you can get those from a vendor. You can get these bandages that you can heal yourself. You can buy them for coins, basically. So they do cost a few coins, but not too much, really. But for the most part, you don't even need to buy them. Like if you're leveling through questing and not through dungeon running, you're getting all of these chests, like I said, with gear, and those can drop scrolls as well. And you can collect scrolls from just mobs as well at like a slightly reduced rate. So you're gonna get consumes out the wazoo as you're leveling. So yeah, like I genuinely think Pandaria Remix is gonna be a lot of fun. I'm personally looking forward to it. I'm the only thing I'm still deliberating is what character do I want to level through Pandaria Remix. That's the only thing, because I don't want to level all of my characters in Pandaria Remix. I actually want to get as many rewards as possible. So I want to focus mostly on a character to make sure I can get as many coins as I can. Also, it doesn't look like raids have any lockouts because of the way it is, because there's no gear and things like that. So you can run raids over and over and over again if you're having fun. Yeah, that's what I played on the PTR actually. Fury Warrior. That's one of my top contenders right now for the main class to play. Warrior number one, and my number two is Hunter, but I'm still deliberating if I want to do that right now or leave it for later. That's actually my first pick right now, Fury Warrior. Uh, Rogue. I technically need one. I don't have one leveled, but I don't know if I want to do it now. Maybe later. Mm. It's so much stuff. So many mounts. So many, full like ensembles of like tiers of like sets, like, and they don't cost a lot really. From what I've seen, most of them are like not super expensive. It obviously depends on how coin collection scales um, towards the higher levels. But like I said, I did like half of the first zone maybe. I was level 20 and I had like 5,000 coins. So like you should be able to, just by leveling and getting every zone quests and all of that kind of stuff done for your achievements, you should get a good chunk of coins and get like, I don't know, 10 mounts or something like that, or 12 ensembles or something, just by the time you hit max level. Now if you want to get everything, obviously that's probably going to take forever, but like you're going to be able to get a lot of things very easily. Oh boy, 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 boy. What is that? What's here? Game rant interview on Hero Towns. Then there's the war within. This is a new interview. What else do we have? Fancy cosmetics. Design your own personal tabard. Okay, see, you get to make your own tabard in the War Within. You don't need a guild. You just get a personal tabard, and you can make your own tabard. That's kind of cool, actually. You don't have to worry about a guild. You don't have to worry about, somebody else making a different thing. You can make your own. Yep. Custom tabard. It's called a personal tabard, sorry. You get to make your own tabard. So now you can make that ultimate tabard that really works with your set. Well, it still has some limitations because as far as I can see, it follows the guild's tabard creation model. So it, you can't quite do just anything, but still you can make your own design, and maybe they'll expand it in the future to get some new things. But that's pretty cool. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be really nice to get your own tabard. What's this interview? Let's skim through this one as well, real quick. Game rant interview. Full interview. I mean, nah, screw it. Let's just go through the bullet points. Team is aware of feedback regarding hero talents cosmetically changing their class fantasy in an undesired way. However, right now the focus is to get them released to the public. They're talking about it, but as of right now, not working on a glyph replacement or similar. I'm sorry, but I'm as much as I advocate for like player freedom and stuff. Sometimes some of this feedback is almost bordering on unreasonable. It's like, okay, the spell effects are gonna change. Yes, they do all the time, every expansion. If there is a particular effect that you feel like is core to your fantasy, highlight those specific abilities and effects. But like this kind of like, oh no, my spell effects are changing is kind of just like, oh, whatever. And now we're complaining just to complain almost. Team wants to get people's feedback on buttons feeling required for a hero talent tree now that they're play testable in the game. Hero talent trees are being built as evergreen systems. Okay. Dungeons Dawnbreaker dungeon takes place over a large zone and will take advantage of dragon riding again. We'll be escorting a Narathi airship. Okay. This sounds interesting. It's gonna fucking suck as a Mythic Plus dungeon. That I already can tell. But you know what? I prefer fun over like, end game kind of utility. Like a dungeon where you do dragon riding to escort an airship sounds kind of cool, not gonna lie. That's gonna be pretty cool. It reminds me of also like the train dungeon in Warlords. I like these gimmicky dungeons, honestly. They're so fun and so entertaining for the game. They suck for like, again, your end game content, but that's why usually I advocate for fun over difficulty. Because if it's fun, you just want to play it. But if it's quote unquote fun but difficult, the difficulty is gonna keep getting in the way to the point you're just not gonna want to do it. And like some of these dungeons don't make for good Mythic Plus dungeons. A Rookery dungeon will have follower dungeons enabled at launch because of how critical it is for the story. Yeah, we already know that. Follower dungeons in level up dungeons is, yeah. All of the dungeons should have actually that active. What else? Yeah, we already went through most of the warband stuff. We know that achievements are getting shared. Some of them aren't, some of them are character specific still, like Insane in the Membrane, or certain characters that require you to do a very specific thing in a very specific way. They're not doing them account wide. I don't really agree with their general philosophy on that personally, but like I understand it at least. But at least most of the achievements that have like rewards tied to them will make the rewards account wide, so that's fine. Dreaming of Worms achievements like these, where you kind of like you graduate from lower tier crests to higher tier ones. They're staying character specific. I don't know if this is really that important in War Within, considering we're moving to Warband bound gear. So like something like this is probably gonna feel less impactful, but at the same time, you're probably going to be able to um, outgrow those, I guess, very quickly. So who knows? I'm not too miffed about this right now, but I'm not fully on board it either. Gladiator stuff stays character specific. Generally speaking, I get it, but at the same time, again, it's the account. The player got it. The player, if I don't know, my character Light Shiva gets Gladiator, why can't I use my mount on my mage on my Frozen Shiva? Like, I got it. I Whether I fly my Gladiator mount on my Paladin or on my mage, it's still me that got it. As far as getting into groups, for instance, or something like that, like, sure, I get it. It's a competitive thing, and maybe I know how to play my Paladin, but I don't know how to play my mage. I don't know, man. I'm like I said, I'm not fully on board to their thought process. I understand their thought process, but I'm not on board with it. Other achievements, though, are getting nice treatment. So, like, if you have an achievement like this one, personal crafter, fulfill 500 personal crafting orders, and you do like 200 on one character, 200 on another, or stuff like that, achievements like these actually get totaled together. So you might just log into the game and suddenly find yourself with like 20 new achievements completed just because you've done things across multiple characters. So that's kind of cool. Shared flight points for your warband. So now, if you've unlocked your flight points on one character, all of your subsequent characters will have all the flight points unlocked. So that's cool. Preserving map exploration. I'm actually okay with this change as well. So map exploration is so, like, when you log into a new character, the map will remain hidden, and I think that's a good thing, because oftentimes you use the map as a guide to where to go or where you've already been, as they're saying here. So I think it's good that maps aren't fully explored right off the start, for people that like to have a control and idea of where they've already been and what they have to do. But instead, they added this toy. So for those who may not be as interested in re-exploring every map, we are adding the Warband map to everywhere all at once toy. So you just click this thing and it reveals everything. So I think this is actually kind of good. And this is one of those compromises where I'm on board with it. No currency confusion. You don't have to mail currency from one character to another. You have it all in the currency interface. Most currencies you can just send from one character to another at the 1-to-1. Some currencies you can't send, like flight stones. Unfortunately, they're still not quite there yet. Like, they're on the right track, but they still don't quite get it in some regards. In some cases, they still need a little bit of help to get there. But hey, we're heading in the right direction at least. And some currencies, apparently, for whatever reason, you can send them from one character to another, but with like a kind of cost. So not all currencies will be a 1-to-1. Yes, friction. The only word I hate more than friction in terms of like video games and things like that and storytelling is subverting expectations. Subverting expectation and friction are two of the most overused and like misapplied concepts in gaming in the last, like, I don't know, 10 years. Like, I hate hearing the word friction and I hate hearing subverting expectations. Those two expressions can disappear for all I care. Anyway, yes, not all currencies are transferable and not all of them are 1-to-1. Yeah, there may be some cases in which currency is earned on a character with the intent that the character will be the primary user of the currency, but where we want to allow players to shift any excess currency to an alternate character. In those cases, there will be a slight loss in the transfer of that currency. This is akin to older currency in which this value loss was accomplished by an item purchase, such as Cosmic Flux from Shadowlands. There will still be many currencies that will remain non-transferable because they represent important character-based progression. Two examples of these are the Crests and Flight Stones equivalents in the War Within. Whoop-dee-doo. And we will be taking a pass at all their currencies and enabling warband transfer on many where appropriate. Where appropriate, yes. Want to bet that there will be plenty of quote-unquote appropriate cases where they don't apply it? We both know it's the case. We all know it's the case. Item and gear. Unlocking tabs. Okay, so this one is another one that people were losing their fucking minds over. So the warband tabs, you have to unlock them. You pay gold the same way you currently like pay, to unlock your bag slots in your bank. And they get, increasingly more expensive. The first tab is like, on the PTR right now is something like 1,000 gold. So basically 2 world quests, nothing special. Second tab is something like, I think it was 25,000 gold. Again, a week's worth of play at max levels. Not really that big of a deal. One tab is like 98 slots, basically 100 slots. So you get your first 2 tabs in like 26k gold. It's like nothing. 200 slots for your warband, very easily accessible. Third one is something like 100k. Okay, that one is going to take you a month or so to play. It's not quite free. Fourth tab is 500,000 gold. Okay, now we're kind of getting into the expensive territory. 500k doesn't just grow on trees. But also, why do you need 400 warbound tabs, I would like to ask? And then the fifth one, and the one that people are flipping over, is the fifth tab, which costs 2.5 million gold, which is clearly a gold sink. Same with the fourth tab. So basically, you get 3 tabs for like 126k gold, and the last 2 tabs for 3 million. And people are losing their minds over it. And I honestly, I just don't care, man. It's a gold sink. You have, I just spent the last month farming 120,000 gold to get my Expeditioner Yak. Don't tell me you can't get 100,000k in like a month or so. If you have that many alts that you need more than 300 warband tabs, the problem isn't the cost. The problem is, what are you doing that you need another 100 tabs in the warband tab? Honestly, at that point, it becomes a personal problem. Yeah, I mean, I understand that part where people keep thinking about it in token terms. And it's also not necessarily one-to-one because, the cost of tokens is different. Like, I can probably see in Wowhead. I think they used to have it here. Don't they have it anymore? You could see the WoW token price. But, like, it's very different between the US and the EU. I think this is the... Is there a way to see like both prices, both regions? I don't know. It doesn't seem to allow me to check it. But basically, I remember the EU price, I think, was much higher for the token in terms of gold. Like, I think a WoW token in Europe is like 500,000 gold or something. At least at one point, it was a lot more expensive. So if you wanted to buy game time with gold, it was more expensive in EU. US is around 100k less than you. Yeah. But anyway, yes, if people want to look at it in terms of tokens, yes. For the last 2 tabs, you're probably going to buy like 8 tokens. But again, my question is, do you need those tabs realistically? You get 3 tabs for 100k. That's 300 slots. You have your regular bank. You have the reagent bank. You have the void storage. At what point is a request unreasonable? And I would like to think that after 300 warbound tabs, a bank, a void storage on every single character, and a reagent bank, bitching over 2 tabs and 200 slots is probably starting to lean into the unreasonable. I feel like at that point, it's fair to say that people are kind of being unreasonable. But yeah, people are losing their mind over those tabs. That's the thing. EU is 373, US is 285. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to unlock all of the tabs, you will have to buy some tokens. I still don't understand why anyone would need 500 tabs before they even know how they're going to use that space. At some point, I think people just need to clean out their garbage, because you don't need to hold on to gear in most cases because you already have access to it, especially once the War Within comes out, right? All of your cosmetic visual effects from gear, like transmog, is unlocked. You don't need to hold on to the gear. If specific pieces hold a sentimental value, you can put them in the void storage. You got like 2 tabs there, I believe, as well. And that's not like, I think 200 slots or something. Is it 2 tabs or is it more than 2 tabs? I only have 2 tabs and unlocked on my mage, and I know I don't have both tabs filled. I have mostly completed 1 tab, and the second one's like halfway filled with some other like sentimental junk, essentially. It's stuff I'll never pull out of the void storage, but it's there because it holds sentimental value. But like, seriously, at what point are we kind of just complaining for the sake of complaining? Yeah, we went through that. We went through the cloak. We went through that. We went through the bags. Okay, so we got all of that main stuff out of the way. Anything else interesting? 2 sockets craftable on rings and necks in the War Within, and new unique gems. PvE jeweler setting. PvP jeweler. PvP gear will use the new magnet. Huh? Okay, interesting. They made 2 different settings for PvE and PvP gear. Okay. Why? Why not just make one? Oh, actually, I think I know why. I think I understand why they did this. I still think it's pointless, but I guess I understand. So the PvE jeweler setting, I'm guessing this is probably gonna be a jewel crafter thing, or maybe some kind of like, that kind of stuff. And this one's gonna be from PvP for PvP gear by unlocking it. And also, I guess this one's different because this one can go on helms, amulets, bracers, belts, and rings, where this goes just on amulets and rings. Okay, so yeah, the PvP stuff for PvP gear, and it only goes on PvP gear. And this is PvE jeweler. Okay, sure, I guess makes sense. Never mind, it's not that big of a deal. I thought they both did the exact same thing, so I was like confused. But yeah, this makes more sense, I guess. This is more of a PvP way to progress your character outside, because PvP gear for the most part, I believe, doesn't like the effects of PvP gear don't scale with your upgrades. They just have like a base item level for Outworld content, and when you upgrade it, it upgrades that. But I think it might not affect the actual effect of like scaling your gear for PvP. I might be wrong, but I think maybe that's the reason why it gives PvP player an incentive to chase upgrades. I think. I don't know. I don't really do PvP right now. Probably won't for a while, but yeah, if it gives people something to do, that's cool. Unique gems, one of the features Buffett going to war within. Blasphemite gems. Here we go. The Blasphemite. Illimited diamonds and dragonfly. They are more powerful than other gems and provide additional bonuses based on the gems you have equipped. Okay, primary stat and 1% maximum mana per unique Algarian gem color. So basically, if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you can have a maximum of 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5 gems. So you can get 5% maximum mana if you have one of each type of gem. Critical effect. Okay, critical effect. Is that crit chance? I guess. Yes. So plus 5 crit chance from this one. Plus 10 movement speed if you have all 5. And plus 100% perceived fame and fortune per unique Algarian gem. What does this even mean? 20% perceived fame and fortune. This is silly. 20% perceived fame and fortune. Something. It does something. This almost sounds like an option of a gem that would be sold by Grifta, the troll. This sounds like a Grifta item, honestly. Or should I say Grifta? Blasphemites are intended for PvE usage. Bloodstones are aimed at PvPers, providing better benefits for PvP combat. Primary stat and plus 15% damage reduction when affected by crowd control. Primary stat and opponents failed interrupt. Opponents failed interrupt attempts grant precognition. No idea what that is. PvP stat. Blasphemia. Yeah, good catch. Right. It has a different name. Yeah, that's definitely. That's a Grifta item, honestly. If I've ever heard one, it's a Grifta item. Promise stat and getting snared increases damage of your next attack. Okay, cool. So PvP stuff. And then we got the regular gems. You got your crit strike with other stuff. You got your versatility with other stuff. You got your haste, your masters, your stamina. Okay, cool. Nice, more sockets. You got War Within pre-patch event. We already know a little bit about this. Basically, you go into like 3 different places around the world. I think it was Dustwallow Marsh, I want to say. It was Dragonblight, and I forgot where the other one was. Deadwind Pass? No, Deadwind Pass. Some other place. The 3 places, regardless. And then you fight things. just like in every other pre-patch event. And then you can buy things like 32 slot bag, warband bound, so you can get big bags for your friend, your other party members. It's nothing that special. You can get 32 bags pretty easily nowadays, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think 32 is the current like green bag, which you can get for like 5 gold or something. Recruits, reagent bag, warband about 30 slot. Again, nice for new players. Again, I'm not complaining about these things. Like, it's nice because this is supposed to be a kind of catch-up thing. So if you're leveling a new character, or you're just trying to pick up some new things for your character, by all means, yes. Also, they sell for 58 gold, so that's a nice little thing, assuming those stay the same, and 92 gold. So you can at least get some money off of these if you're trying to make some, you flip them into gold essentially, provided they stay the same. That could potentially be nice. And then you get pre-patched trinkets, throwbacks to famous trinkets. Just for old time's sake, I want to get Weathered Northrend Crest, this one, that Deathbringer as well. I kind of like this, so that's going to be kind of cool. Shriveled Ancient Tentacle and Faded Ebony Scale with main stats. I actually don't know if you can buy them from a vendor or not. It's unclear at the moment. They could be. Or they could just be like one-time event. I can't remember. They're not unique though, so that's going to be different. Usually they're marked as unique when they come from these types of events. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how they work once it goes live. But still, it's nice. It's a little catch up. You're just creating your character, and you don't have to go all the way to the city and buy bags or anything like that. It's just you send them over, and it's a nice little gesture. I like it. It's not a big deal, but it's nice. The trinkets are also kind of nice. Well, we're gonna have to see the final numbers on them, obviously, but I like these throwbacks. This is the big thing that I'm looking forward to. So the Lifeless Stone Ring is one of the reagents needed to create Band of Radiant Echoes. You can make an heirloom ring essentially, because most of the rings are really hard to acquire. But now you can, by just doing this event, you collect these things, and then you can get your ring. You can get a heirloom ring, which is really nice. Yep. This is the big winner here out of everything. For sure. And then you get some gear, cosmetic stuff, Dalaran staff. This is kind of cool. Some of the older stuff, shields, swords. Like, this looks kind of cool. I think, yeah. Get some new gear as usual, as per the usual stuff. And you can get your stuff. Currently seems to be set at 350. I'm not really sure why just 350. But supposedly they started 493, so that makes more sense. We'll see how it actually ends up being. But 493 warband, that could be a nice little thing that you can stock up on. That's gonna be pretty nice to get some of these. If they actually start at 493, you could stock up on some of these depending on how expensive they are. You could plan around this and slap them on as your character hits max level or something. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see exactly how it plans out. But there's potential for this to be pretty nice, no matter how you look at it. As long as they're a little bit generous with these in terms of level restrictions. I mean, it seems like they're level 70 on those. Level 70 on these two. Yeah, eh. If it's a catch up, like I guess the idea here is like if you're creating a new character, you plan on creating a new character, I should say, outside of this event, like later down the line, you could stock up on some of these. Maybe you want a priest in the future, but you don't want to worry about it right now. Maybe get a full set of cloth, slap it in the warband, and then once you finally get your priest working, you kind of give it this at level 70, and it jumps up like 3 times in performance from where it used to be from your chromie time. Yes, I did get the trinket from Dragonflight pre-patch, but that was on my EU account. I don't actually have it on my NA account because I just started playing this year, so I don't have it here. I only have it on my old account. Because all you mofos are on the US, so I decided to make a new character so I can play with you bastards. Can still get it? I didn't know it was possible. How can you still get it though? I mean, I know it's tied to the storms, but I don't think I saw the drops that you needed to collect for any of the, like I've done a bunch of elemental storms over the last few months, and I haven't seen any of the like drops. I saw the pets drop, like I got 1 or 2 pets, no, one like last week or something, but I didn't see the accessory thingies. I only saw the pets. And I guess some of the gear. Yeah. It's fine. I don't really need them anymore all that much. And I have it on my EU account, so it's fine. I count it as collected, even if it doesn't share across regions. I have collected it, so it still counts. It still counts. Okay, what else? Loading screen. Video preview, total delves. We read that. Awaken raids will now rotate weekly instead of every 2 weeks. 1 dinar per character per week. So this is 1 dinar per week from boss skills. We don't know if there's going to be other sources. On the PTR, there was a quest for it. There was a quest for like doing, I don't remember what it was, a mythic dungeon or something. And you would get 2 from that. So I don't know if we're going to get any quests. So potentially get like 3 dinars a week or something. That would be kind of cool. But Spyful Mythic Plus FX bug, potentially. Kazalgar questing armor and weapon models in the War Within. Cloth set. Okay, this is questing level gear. I can't say I care too much about any of these. I like the plate a little bit. I could see these shoulders potentially working in some places. Helmet looks like it doesn't really work without the full set because of the chainmail structure playing into the headpiece. So this kind of looks like it only works as a full set. I don't really care about this. I don't really see any pieces here that I like. Leather shoulders, kind of okay. Could be interesting. And I kind of like the belt. I could see both of these pieces being nice for mugs. And then for cloth, I'm not really feeling this. Maybe I guess the belt with the missive tied to it could be interesting for maybe some mogs, but overall, not great sets for mogging. Collection purposes, but that's about it. And weapons, some nice axes, they're okay. Pickaxes, they're okay. Crossbows, not interesting. Guns, eh. Namakappa, fist weapons, shovels, basically hand shovels. Not that great. Swords and daggers. As far as I'm concerned, nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Offense are kind of nice. I like the lamps. Oh wow, okay, this is kind of funny. Nothing serious, but it looks kind of funny. Meh, drop right. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need it. Yeah, but like having a detonator in your hand, this looks kind of cool as an offhand. It's funny. Bomb detonators, dynamite detonators, pole arms as a sort of shovel thingy. Shields. What the hell is? What is this? What is this supposed to be? Like, it almost looks like a propeller from like an engine or something, but at the same time it's filled. I was like, what is this? Doesn't have any names. What is that? It's an offhand of some kind, but I'm not really sure what. Oh no, sorry, it's a shield. It's supposed to be a shield, but I can't really tell you what it is. It kind of looks like, because of this thing, it's like it's supposed to be a lid on something, a pot lid, or yeah, something like that, or something even bigger, like a wine barrel lid kind of thing. It kind of looks like a lid of some kind. It's very weird. Staff, okay. Pierce the heavens. Let's go Tengen Toppa style, all the way to the moon to pierce the heavens. Swords, okay. Not too bad, but also not very great. Okay, that's the questing in Kazalgar. There's some interesting pieces there for sure, but oh wait, what? They're removing the talent? Hello mages, we have some updates coming to these changes will be almost exclusively specialization tree goals. Allow you to acquire each specialization core gameplay, less talent points invested. Simplify rotation complexity, provide tools to help you adapt your damage profile to better match their given counter, provide competitive choice nodes. Okay. Mage class tree. So far there is one change in the master class. Temporal warp is being removed. Temporal warp has some experiential issues we aren't happy with, like mages not being able to use it in raid fights where time warp is not used at the start of the fight. We're also unhappy with the significant APM requirements it creates and how failing those might snowball into substantially reduced damage over the course of a fight. Mage damage overall will be tuned, taking temporal warps removal into account. Okay, you know what? I actually like this. I was not a fan of temporal warp personally, just because of how it interacts with the class. It's one of those talents that I know I have to take, but I really don't like playing with it. So personally, goodbye temporal warp and good riddance. I'm not gonna miss you, but yeah. Arcane Spec 3 will be receiving updates aimed at providing more options for players who enjoy the fantasy of Arcane, want to play without some of the demanding elements of its current playstyle. Arcane has a lot of inherent complexity with mana management, and that complexity is not well represented in the Spec tree. Talents that might seem simple to manage on other specs become a headache to juggle alongside Arcane's burns and management. This, paired with the new elements being added by hero talents, makes it seem like the right time to address these issues. We're still working on the changes, but we can share this. Radiant Spark will be redesigned to be much simpler. It will also have a competitive choice node for people who do not like the scripted style of gameplay it incentivizes. We're also looking at increasing the power of Arcane's procs and giving them more exciting procs. such that responding to them as they come up is almost always the best move, even in your burns. Huh. Okay, I kind of like what I'm hearing here overall with Arcane. Making procs be the responding to them as they come up is almost always the best move. I kind of like this. Radiant Spark, which one was that? Spark. Radiant Spark, which one was it? Radiant Spark that causes it can down instantly and additional damage. I think it's this. The target takes 10% increased damage from your direct damage spell stacking each time. I'm guessing this is the right one. I don't remember this one. To be fair, I didn't play Arcane yet in Dragonflight, so I'm not familiar with this one. Interesting. I'm gonna have to wait and see. I historically have always enjoyed Arcane more than Fire. And I'll be honest, out of all Fire iterations, I dislike the current iteration the most. Like, I genuinely do not like playing Fire in Dragonflight. Fire will likely be the first to test new changes. These changes are targeted at giving Fire more talent options, particularly in AoE. Want to be able to assess the encounter and adjust your talents accordingly, and that means being able to alter how good Ignite, Flame Strike, Phoenix Flames are at different target counts. We're also taking a look at Fire's suite of maintenance buffs and calling a select few of them. Okay, interesting. Too early to tell what this means. Cutting down on maintenance buffs. Okay. I just don't like the current interaction between Phoenix Flames and Fire Blast and Pyroblast. Like, the kind of like I get what they were going for, and I think it feels good to be able to kind of control your Pyroblast procs. You know, it's just, I don't know, man. I really don't like how it feels to play. Going from like instant pyro into like Phoenix Flames or things like that to like guarantee your Flame Strike procs and then go back to casting fireballs until you get a proc to force. I don't know. It's just not for me. Like, I'll be honest. Like, Fire in its current iteration really does not interest me whatsoever. I don't like the current iteration of Fire Mage. And I say that as somebody who has played Fire in, you know, progression rates for like 3 expansions from TBC to like Pandaria. No, not Pandaria. TBC, Wrath, Kata. Right. Kata was my last time playing Mage in progression rates. So I played Fire enough whenever it was good, and I just the current iteration of Fire is just not for me. Frost, with the exception of a few talents which we're looking to address, we're feeling good about Frost gameplay entry. Our first batch of changes for Frost will be small in scope and target at adding a new build that should reminiscent of the Deathborn playstyle from. I don't know what that is. I don't like seeing Shadowlands, so I kind of don't like it already. But maybe this one was a good thing. Who knows? Some talent points. Yeah, I want to see Frost be properly viable in PvE. I like genuinely Frost and Arcane are my 2 favorite specs as far as a mage goes. I prefer Frost because, again, Frozen Shiva. That's me, you know, the frosty guy. I really want to see Frost viable in PvE, but I know it's never really gonna be because of PvP, and it's annoying. I think there was like one time in World of Warcraft's entire history where Frost was a viable PvE spec. Like once, I can't even remember when, but I think there was one time where Frost was viable. I think it was, I want to say it was Pandaria at launch, but I could be misremembering. I don't remember exactly when exactly, but or maybe no, maybe it was Warlords. Yeah, but I'm not talking about decent. I'm talking like actually being a viable PvE spec. Because as far as mages are concerned, you're either picking the number one option or maybe the number two option if the number one option is too complex. And Frost historically has always been the worst of the three specs, which you never play in PvE because both of your other two specs play better or deal more damage or are easier or whatever. Like Arcane is usually the go-to to outshine Frost in almost every situation. And with enough scaling, Fire usually becomes the go-to. Better than Arcane Legion. Interesting. But yeah, I like Frost, but like Frost is historically not very good in raids. Uh, and I'm pretty sure it's not very good in Mythic Plus, because Mythic Plus is more about the damage bursts, which is where probably Fire is much better, and I imagine probably Arcane too most of the time. They've just been way easier than Arcane Legion. Yeah, Arcane and Fire are kind of like, you know, PhD specs at this point. For different reasons. Fire is less of a PhD spec, but it really does require you to know when to press your buttons and why exactly and in what order. And you also have to twitch react. So, but Arcane is definitely like you're a university professor with a degree in mathematics and whatever else, because like some of these specs, especially with like the opener rotation, I don't know if that got tuned down a little bit, but I remember like I think it was in Shadowlands, or was it at the start of Dragonflight where the opener was like freaking, you know, a whole freaking document of like go through these abilities in this order in like, it's like a 40-second opener or something, and the green mental maths and the timekeeping mode in your head. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember exactly when. I just remember reading about it because I wasn't playing a mage then. I wasn't playing WoW then, but yeah. It looked insane. It looked insane when I looked at that opener. Like I maintain that World of Warcraft has become way too complex, and it's unhealthy the degree to which it requires and requests, you know, things from players. Arcane is kind of crazy. Fire is kind of crazy. I think what was it? Outlaw Rogue was kind of out of hand recently as well. Was it Outlaw Rogue? I think it was. There's just a few specs. I think there was also a Hunter spec that kind of got a little bit on the deep end, but I may be mistaken. I'm pretty sure Outlaw Rogue was also on that list of like get carpal tunnel and also use an add-on, because if you don't use an add-on, you're killing your rotation. Nah, anyway. Upcoming changes to Warlock. I don't really play Warlock, but we can skim through it. Ensure each capstone is interesting. Reduce the amount of throughput talents to free up utility choices. Reduce the number of ranks for talents that don't warrant multiple ranks. Cool. Affliction specialization tree forces a choice between a single target and multi-target. Yes, just like Retri. Redesign that. Nice. Remove talents. Cool. Demonology. Address the number of long cooldowns available as well as reduce the amount of resource flooding. Underused talents such as Doom. Should expect a redesign. Destruction. We have plans to reduce the fluctuation in power based on target count. Take another look at how destruction plays in multi-target situation. Improve underused talents. Cool. Dragonflight Raid Awakened Starting. Okay. Or no. Wait. Okay. Bullion acquisition. Okay, so powerful rewards to wait in season 4. Every 2 weeks. This already got changed. Like I'm so happy to see that they really communicated well, and they made this announcement like yesterday at 1 p.m. and then 2 hours later they already corrected this. So this is already outdated within a few hours. It's not week 1 and 2 was Vault of the Incarnates, 3 and 4. It's actually 1 and 4, 2 and 5, 3 and 6. You're going to get Vault, Aberrus, Amir Drasil, and then Vault, Aberrus, Amir Drasil. And then week 7 is going to be all raids awakened. Above that increases reputation gain with Dragonfly reputations will be enabled whenever a specific raid is awakened. So when Vault is up, Dragon Scale, Maruk, and Iskara. When Aberrus is up, Lom Nifin, Sori Dormian, Civilian, Rathian, and then Amir Drasil, Grim Warden, Zanvel Draken. And then all raids, all of them. Cool. All 3 raids will also drop a new tier token. Cool. 1 antique bronze per week by defeating awakened bosses, with the cap rising by 1 each week. If you miss a week, the next week you can get basically the missing ones. So if you don't do anything in the first week and in the second week you beat 2 bosses, you get 2 bullions on the second week up to the cap. And the same with the third week. So if you don't do any of these for like 6 weeks potentially, then you can go into the 7th week and get all 7. That's how it sounds like. Legendary items will drop as usual from raids, but players have previously played them. Okay, can upgrade them. Complete all 3 awakened driver raid on normal difficulty to receive the Voyaging Wildering Dynamic Flying Mount. Earn the new title Hero for Awakened Heroic, and then get portals for Mythic. Plus, return to all 8 Dragonflight dungeons. Dedicated offenders can obtain the new Keystone Master Mount. Infinite armor done once the Dragonflight Master achievement sustained. Earn the new title for rating 1500. Draconic Hero, top 1%. PvP Season 4 arrives. Vicious Dream Talent for rated arena, rated battleground. Nobody's gonna get this because of not enough rating inflations. Maybe like 10 people are gonna get it. Draconic Legend title can be earned after attaining Draconic Legend when ending this in top 1% of the solo shuffle ladder. Have fun, PvPers. You have been forgotten. Variety of change. One of the most notable change players. Okay, so it's the dungeon stuff. Normal remains unchanged. Heroic is basically the old Mythic 0. And remains queuable because it's heroic now. Mythic basically starts with 0 that has no timer. It's going to be a lot harder than it used to be. There are no timers, affixes, or limitation on changing specialization talents. The goal is to create a mega dungeon-like difficulty. Meaningful challenge. I think this is still on a weekly lockout under this model, though. So this is still on a weekly lockout. This is about the only thing that kind of sucks, honestly. I don't really understand why this needs to stay like this, considering Mythic Plus, but okay. I guess they don't want people to feel incentivized to run Mythics multiple times because they're harder. Whatever. Nitpicking, I guess, at this point. Mythic Plus system was, yeah, we already went through this. At the beginning of season 1, Killstone will be reset to level 2, regardless of levels, due to the way the difficulties are changed. Yeah, we already know that. Northern Cup on April 30th, 2 weeks. Why? Just make it longer for people that want to do this. Healing nerfs across the board. Yeah, it does feel like it's just a legacy thing that they kind of don't want to change for some reason. I mean, I kind of get it. Like I said, some people were just going to go down the degenerate route of running that multiple times. But at the same time, Mythic Plus is literally that. Yeah, it isn't key, which is random. Yeah, but again, it's Mythic 0. The difference in gear is huge. It's the only real reason why I can see that still being kind of like in place is to not encourage the degenerate behavior. But that's about it. Healing nerfs across the board. For Druid, Monk, Priest, and Shaman. Poor Shamans. Dungeons and looking for raid in combat resurrection. So now you get combat res set to 6 in LFR. More people alive, and then you get more combat reses every 90 to 150 seconds, depending on group size. So congratulations, LFR is going to be even more of a face roll now. Yay! I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just a story mode. Let people have fun. Eberus, The Shadow, Crucible, Echo of Notari, Volcanic Heart. Okay, nerfs probably all across the board nerfs. If I were to guess, all dungeon nerfs. All dungeon nerfs. And player versus player. Honor gained from Battleground Blitz Brawl now contributes towards the PvP track in the Great Vault. Monk, Mistweaver, Ancient Teachings, Healing Transfer, okay, and Atonement, Heal increased. Cool. We covered everything there. HD texture settings in Cataclysm, Classic. Professional knowledge doesn't carry over to... yeah, I kind of knew that. Between level and Cataclysm, several new spells named studying have been discovered specifying Castle knowledge, meaning Dragon Isles knowledge won't be applicable. I mean, we kind of knew that. Not really surprising. I don't think anyone is shocked by that. New heirloom ring. Yes, new Night Elf heritage armor weapons. These look nice. 2-bladed swords kind of thing. That's cool. To fit the heritage armor set. That's nice. I like to see that, and I want to see more of that. Anything Paladin class change? We already went through all of those. We're not going to go into individual classes anymore because we already went through the overviews. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else interesting that we haven't already talked about. We haven't yet talked about. Time running, we cover that. Rewards, mounts, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of sets, I guess, but trinket tuning, the elf companions, reading war within quest line. We're not looking at that. Yeah, well, I knew about this. So they're nerfing XP requirements once war within hits when leveling to 70. So up to level 10, it'll take you a little bit more experience than it does right now, because just because of adjustments. Then from 10 to like 50, you'll need overall 20% less experience. So that stays kind of sort of the same, or just a little bit faster than it is now. From 50 to 60, from 50 to 59, essentially you get like an increase from like up to 40% reduction. And then, you know, you go into 60, like 70% reduction in XP, going all the way to like 80% by level 70. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They're streamlining the process. They want to basically keep the time it takes right now to get from basically new character to start of current expansion. They want to keep that about the same, but now there's 10 more levels. So now you're going to hit level 70 faster overall, but it's going to take you about the same time as it does today to get to level 60. Yeah, you can see the breakdown per level. It's about 16%, 16%, 70%, 18, 30, 40, and then 70, 72, 73, 74, 79.9, 80% almost reduction from 69 to 70. That makes sense. There's one more thing actually on this front. It's not here. In the War Within, there's going to be an achievement. There's going to be an achievement in the War Within. You know, the one that tells you to like level characters to max. So like reach level 80 with a character. Reach level 80 with 2 characters. And I think right now we have up to 3. Like Terrible Trio, I think, was the last one. Or something like that. In the War Within, with each max level character that you have, at level 80 specifically, you will get a 5% bonus XP buff, essentially, account-wide, and it stacks up to 5 times. So if you have 5 alts at level 80, for all the other units, you'll get 25% boost to experience. So that's gonna be, you know, that's gonna be on top of the general reduction. So you can expect a speed up from that as well. Oh god, this paladin set, man. This paladin set makes me cry, honestly. Dude, these wings, man. Like, these wings make me sad. They're too small, too high up, and too apart, and they just look weird, man. If so, do one of 2 things. Either bring these closer together and place them lower, so around here, around the back piece. That would be okay. Or you keep them up here, as you have right now, but you make them big, like big. You know, like the wings from like the tier 6, I think it was. The Black Temple Hydro tier set for Warlocks that comes with a headpiece with those wings. Make these wings big. You know, like an actual angel type wings, big wings. If you're going to keep them up here and kind of like this apart, they need to be big wings up to like, you know, you go from here and all the way here, kind of like this over here, right? These big wings. If you're going to keep them up here and so apart, they need to be big. If not, bring them together, put them like over here. But these wings are just not it. Yeah, basically like Diablo 3 angel wings. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. Like, make them big and make them like imposing. But like these little flimsy things here, like these tiny kids toy wings, this isn't it. This just isn't it. Those are wings for like Toys for Bob wings, you know, kids wings made from plastic. No, this ain't it, Chief. I'm sorry. This isn't it. What else? Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. The outdoor Arathor armor sets. This one. This is basically the equivalent of what we're getting now from like the Super Bloom kind of stuff, like those kinds of quote unquote outdoor. It's not the questing stuff. But these sets look actually dope. I like pretty much every single one of them. I love the Pope on the cloth. This one in red in particular. But all of them look really nice. Like not much on the blue one, this one, but it does look nice. This gold one looks really nice. This red one looks really nice. Purple voidy one also looks really nice. Rogue with the dumpy. You got the cake. You got the cake, man. If you're a cloth user, if you're a rogue or something, you got the cake. Show it off, my brother. I like the red coloring though. This one I kind of like. I like this general theme. I like the shoulders. These are actually nice shoulders. You can actually do something nice with these even on Transmog. General coloring is really nice. It's a 10. Gold one, it's not really for me, but it's still, like, generally speaking, it's still a good aesthetic. It's still a good balance of colors. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. And the purple one, you know, for that voidy thing and to show off more cake. Male one. This one, dude, as far as like sets go, like in terms of tier sets, it's a different story. But as far as generally speaking, male armor, I feel like so much of the male armor just doesn't look good. Like out of all the armor sets, I feel like male has the least good sets. So seeing this, I'm actually happy. This is a good male set for male. The only problem I have with this is that it doesn't quite hit the mark for what we have as in so far as male classes is concerned. Because if we're talking male, you have your hunter. So this doesn't look very huntery. You've got your shaman, which doesn't really fit very shaman-y look. And we have, what was the third one? I think it's Evoker is the third male user, which you can't even see the armor on. So it's kind of like whatever. So that's kind of like my only issue. This is a very good male set. Survival Hunter, I guess. Yeah, I guess Survival Hunter kind of works. It's just like male is such a weird. It's such a weird like armor type because all of the classes that use male have like very different needs for like the aesthetic. And as much as I like this, it doesn't really like, maybe like you said, maybe on a survival hunter it can work. But like just generally, this isn't very huntery. It's not very shaman-y, and it doesn't have anything to do with evokers. But otherwise, as far as the set is concerned, it looks really nice, and I love it. I specifically like this second version with the white fur. It's like, man, I'm loving this. This is a genuinely good set. And there's a gold version and the purple version, which seems to not have its gloves finished for some reason. But yeah, there's purple. And by far my favorite, the plate one. Jesus Christ, I fucking love the plate one. Not more than the heritage armor set for the Lightforged Draenei, but close. This plate is sweet, and I love the shoulders. I freaking love the shoulders. Gold looks good. This one is by far my favorite. Like the combination of red and white with like the orange glowy kind of effect. Dude, this one is so good. So good. It's so good. And then the kind of like, you know, more dark. This one's more warrior-y, I guess. And this one's more DK-ish, I guess. It could probably work with DK. But this one is like, oh my god. I love this so much. This is so good. This is an 11 out of 10 tier set. Like, whoever designed this, man, I would give you a raise if I could. This is great, both in terms of like the model design, but also the choice for colors and how they all work together. The only thing I would highlight, and this has less to do with this set specifically, but more to do in general set customization. Can we get some bigger boots, please? Like actual like plate boots instead of these flimsy things. Like, do you remember like the DK boots, for instance, from ICC, for something like that? Like those big bulky things with like knee pads. Can we get a little bit more of that, please, back? I kind of want like boots to actually feel like they're metal boots instead of shoes. I feel like so many sets are kind of just like not necessarily ruined, but like taken down a notch because of these like tiny boots. These. Look, I have small feet. I have small feet. Give it some proper like, plate boots, please. They have. I don't remember. Also, to be fair, I only have a Light Fortress Draenei for now in Dragonflight, so I have hooves. I can't wear the big shoes. I can't see them, but yeah, I probably should try on a different race to see the newer models, because all I get is like feet bracers. I don't actually get boots. I get feet bracers. But yeah, these looks really sweet, the play ones, and the weapons are also really nice. Good axes. Let's just look a little bit. Guns, I'm kind of indifferent. Looks kind of cool, I guess. Daggers, meh. Warglaves, they look kind of nice. Ooh, this one looks really sweet. This fifth variation. Yeah, playing Draenei is good for avoiding boots, yes. Pretty much. Ooh, flails. A new flail. I think we already have like one or two flails in the game. That's always nice to see flails. Let's just do, spice things up. I'm not really much a flail guy, but when you see a good flail, you gotta give it credit. And this looks like a nice flail. This seems like a one-handed mace or something. For casters, looks pretty nice. Offhands, braziers, incense burners. Yeah, makes sense for the cloth set, especially. Could also work with a paladin kind of thing offhand. Pole arms. Okay, I guess. This one speaks to me. But they really need to do something about polearm animations, man. The polearm animations are sad. Polearms deserve some love. This one also looks nice. Also looks nice. Ooh, baby, I like this shield. Oh, I love these shields. I hope they're big shields. They look like tower shields, but I really hope they're actually tower shields, like big shields and not the flimsy ones. Man, one of my biggest issues with shields in World of Warcraft is that most of them are tiny. We need more like actual tower shields in the game that are like almost as big as the character. We need some bigger shields, man. Please let this be like an actual big shield. Not a like as big as your hand kind of shield. Kite shield and tower shield. I want tower shields. I want actual tower shields. There's not enough tower shields in the game. There's like maybe, I don't know, 2, 3. Like there's the obvious bulwark of Azeroth from BT, but even that isn't that big actually most of the time. It looks okay on some, but not great on others. But like most of the time, you just kind of go for like kite shields or like small round shields. I want tower shields, man. I want actual tower shields. And this one looks really good. Like I genuinely feel like this could be a tower shield. It has the tower shield design. It looks like a tower shield. It's perfect. Just make it actually big. Make it an actual tower shield. That's all you need to do. Everything else is fine. Just make it big. Gesundheit. Staves are nice. I like this one. Yeah, it's very priesty for sure. Makes sense because this all kind of looks like it's influenced by Arathor, right? It's Arathor armor sets. So it has that priestly paladini look, either holy or void. This particular one, in terms of coloring, I don't know why, but this reminds me of Warhammer so much. This particular color combination. I feel like it's very Warhammery. A toy sword. Wooden toy sword. That's kind of cute. I like these toy stuff every now and again. I like these kind of funny haha weapons. Oh boy, this looks nice. Oh, fiery effect. Oh my god, all of these swords look really nice. I wonder how big it's gonna be. Two-handed swords is another one of those where I feel like we don't have enough broadswords, like actual broadswords. You know, big, bulky, both sides kind of thing that you hit, two-hand specifically feel like this thing is as big as you. It's probably not going to be. It's going to be a little bit dinky for a two-hander again, most likely. I wish these things were like the blade was a little bit longer than the hilt, because based on the ratio with the hilt, this is not going to be that big of a two-hander. It definitely won't compete with the bigger two-handers we have in the game right now, with like the Zinroks and stuff like that. And we need more of that. We need like proper big two-handers, please. The ones are pretty nice too. Although, no, there's not a lot of reasons to use. Okay, there's a brush. I think this is supposed to be a brush. And a hammer. Blacksmithing hammer. Cool. A bit basic, a bit simple, but sometimes basic is nice. It's effective. Looks like a Mountain Thane's hammer, so I like it. Got a beautiful one in Aberrus from Notharian. I have to check. I don't actually know how those look. Anything else? Class restrictions removed. Earthen. Dungeon encounters. Legendary companion trinkets. Cool. Achievement for completing mythic dungeons with every roll. Mount models. Evoker. Monk. Human racial going away. Diplomacy, yes. Hunter sets. None of these speak to me. The druid set looks kind of nice from what because I skimmed through this. It's just the helmet that sucks. Like, they really need to do something about the helmet. Everything else about the set is beautiful except the helmet. It's the only thing I don't like about these sets, the helmet. Everything else, great. Color wise, all of them look nice. The composition, the elements. I just don't like this helmet. That's the only thing I don't like about the druid set. Otherwise, it's nice. Rogue looks pretty okay. Looks very interesting with the flames and effects and everything. It looks pretty nice. Especially this one. This could be very nice for a void elf. Uh, Shadowy. This is very undead kind of Shadowlands thingies. The skeletons. Ashkandar. Oh. So they made another one for to go with Ashkandi. I remember Ashkandi, the old one from the was it Blackwing Lair, was it? I think first introduced in Classic. Ashkandi Great Sword of the Brotherhood, I think it was called. And you got your vent there stuff. Color wise, they all look good though. Not gonna lie, all of these variations look really, really sick. Narrow Bar Palace, Mounts, yes. Talent Calculator, Delves. Illyria looks nice. Warband, Bank Preview, People Losing Their Minds, Mythic plus Season 1. Count wide leveling rewards in the War Within. New Bank Toy, yes. Extra experience. Ashkandi added in patch 111. Yep, that's the old one. That's the original. Have fun going back to Blackwing Lair. It's definitely a good one. Especially if you like the big bulky swords. That one's pretty big, if I recall. Fate of Dawn, like a week, class and talent tree works and Work Within. You hear talents, nothing here. What else? Collector's Edition, Parses, nobody cares. Pandaria Remix tier. Pandaria Remix tier ensembles aren't class specific. Okay. Allows players to acquire transmog ensembles resembling tier 14, 15, and 16 armor from all price. These sets are not class specific, meaning these appearances are usable by multiple classes that share an armor type. Interesting. I wonder if this is gonna get changed or not. I hope not, personally. There's nothing wrong with having, like, let's say a warrior looking like this. I hope they keep it like this. Ashkan Dur, how does that? Ashkan. Oh, there's also reclaimed Ashkandi. There's the reclaimed Ashkandi. This one for Blackwing Descent. From oh yeah, this was Blackwing Lair, right? This was the old one. And then there's this one from Blackwing Descent. And this is Ashkan Dur, the new one. Oh, this one's definitely the nicest of them all. I like this one. I like this one more as well. This one was pretty nice, the reclaimed Ashkandi, but this one really takes the cake. I think my biggest thing, my thing with this is the icon, really, the one that I like the more, and that look is actually for a different sword, which I forget the name of. It's pretty big. It's pretty big, but yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. No, I don't remember the name of the sword that has this specific the model that matches this icon. But it's an older one again. It's from Classic. Two-handed swords. I don't even know how to look for it, honestly. It has to be epic. No, I said epic. Only epic, please. There was Zainrock. This one was another good one. Zainrock. That was a good one. Um, Solthraze. This was another one. This is the old one from Zulfarak. When you combine them, but no. I'm looking for a different one, but I don't know what it's called anymore. I forgot. And it matches this icon specifically. I don't remember if that sword also has that icon or if it has a different icon. I'm looking specifically for that icon again, hoping. Was it the Untamed Blade? Yeah, this one. Yeah, for Blackwing Lair, this one. This one looked really sick. I really like this one. The Untamed Blade. It's a pretty sick one. Some of these older one, man, like I swear, like for a lot of the things, I keep going back to like the Wrath End earlier. There's some really sick, like this one for the Horde. If you're Horde from Trial the Crusader, Edge of Agony. And I think Reckoning was also pretty cool. No, not this one. This one's not as cool, but it's something. Like the Horde one for sure. Like this one, Edge of Agony. Come on, this thing is fucking badass. The Alliance also has a good one for that, but it's the PvP one from like Vanilla. That one's also really good. These like original ones are some of the best. Like so many good things from Burning Crusade and like Wrath. Like come on, ICC Glorenzelg. This one, dude, come on. To this day, I still have this on my like Blood Elf Paladin on my old account. It's my go-to. This one with tier 2 Paladin, the classic Judgment. I'm running Judgment with this, and fits the color scheme. It looks so good. Like these old ones are so good. High Warlord, Great Sword. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of this one, but it still has a unique model. This is the PvP for the Horde one. And you can't Obsidian Edgeblade. I think this one was from Onyxia or something. Yeah, Onyxia. Yeah, I remember it correctly. This was a giant knife. Yeah, Fury Warriors get to have to. That's the main reason you play Fury. For Titan's Grip. That's the reason you play Fury. To look fucking cool with two-handers. Man. Anyway, where were we? That's enough two-handers. Yeah, but Ash Condor looks nice. I can definitely see why you like it. It doesn't really work for me as a Paladin Mog, but as a Warrior, this looks great. This one can also see kind of like a DK or something. But yeah, it doesn't quite roll well with my Paladin design, my Paladin theme. I'll stick to my hammer. That's a really big kitchen knife. Yes, it is. It's a really big kitchen knife. It reminds me of that comic from like 2004 or 5 with the Tauren and the gnome. Oh man, good old times. What else here? Upcoming classic Dragonfly, Nepego World Quest available. Cool. Rune Quest, Weekly Reset, Murdrasil, Righteous Orbs, no longer dropping, not looking next. Still Martyrdom. Sign up for the beta. Reputation Plunger Storm, like I said 5 days ago. Show character slots not available. Over 2 million players and blah blah blah. Season Discovery. Well, congratulations! In season 4, you get the chance to get it all, to get it again, with a higher item level at that. Unused mist Pandari weapon models, finally obtainable. Best is Lucky Air Classic. Plunderstorm, details, Ball of Meth. Trading post sets. Ooh, right. I forgot that this is a thing. So you know the trading post, like combination of things that you could get for like classes in terms of weapons. During Pandaria Remix, you can get these in a different color. So if there's any of them that you liked before, you can now get them, but in a slightly different color. So this is the DK stuff. This is the Demon Hunter stuff. You know, the Druid one. I think this was Evoker, I want to say. Yeah, this was Evoker. Alright, we have, I want to say this is Hunter. Right, yes, Hunter. If you like the bony stuff, the mage stuff, you can finally be Kel'Thas. Good staff. A nice little dragon blade. This looks really cool. And an arcane staff, one-hander kind of thing. What's this? Monk? No, not monk. Oh yes, it is monk. Okay, this is monk. You got this staff with the keg. You got a little pre-wand, and you got the fan. This thing looks badass. I'm not gonna lie. This thing kicks ass. It's such a good look. I'm loving that. That fan. And Paladin. Jared time. Scarlet Crusade. Let's go. Two-handed hammer. One-handed mace. And the shield. This is a very nice looking shield. This is a very sexy looking shield. And I kind of want this. It actually goes very well with the Judgment set as well. Tier 2 hype. I like Tier 2 hype, right? This is going to be really fitting. Probably going to get that one. Book for priest, staff, and one-hander, and yeah. What else? Rogue. Nice dagger. Very nice dagger. Very nice dagger. Nicer dagger. And sword. Yeah, I mean, these look nice. I'm not gonna lie. This one in particular, I really like the color scheme and the distribution of colors around the blade. Like, this is a slick ass blade. And this one's really nice too, especially if you're going for like the more, you know, darker theme, assassination kind of rogue. This also looks really nice. Swords, I feel like the sword's is the most underwhelming of the three, but hey, you can't all be 10 out of 10s, but it's still a nice sword. What's this again? What are you? Oh, shaman. Don't care. Do care though. I love these. I love fist weapons so much. Some of them are kind of not that great in World of Warcraft historically, but some of them are amazing. I wish they would improve the animations on them as well a little bit, because not all of the animations with fist weapons are great. Sometimes it's kind of just But as far as fist weapons are concerned, I love them. And in World of Warcraft, they really look nice. And then you got shield, and then you got ooh, this is a sexy axe, not gonna lie. This is a really nice axe. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is really, really good. Well, this is the thing, man. That's the shit. Warlock. Not my cup of tea. I think the shoulders are kind of interesting, and the belt can be pretty cool. But but yeah, I'm not sold on it personally. The dagger though, the dagger is really nice. Yeah, it does look Frost Wolfy, that axe. Yes, absolutely. Staff by looks of it, and the off. Yeah, this one's also nice offhand. So I like the dagger and the offhand for the warlock. Some really nice looks right there. And last but not least, the warrior. Those are some sick shoulders, though. Not gonna lie. This is even more Herod than the previous Paladin Herod. Those are some sick shoulders. That's a sick sword. And that's the one-handed sword. This is the one-handed sword, if I'm not mistaken. Really nice one-handed sword. And then the shield. Dude, this is a nice shield. That's a remake of a classic helm. I think it's inspired by Herod's helm from like Scarlet Crusade. Whatever was it called, Metal Barbute or Herod? I think it was from Herod. NPCs. It's basically on this guy inspired from. Pretty sure. Yeah. It's the old looks. Raging Berserker Helm, I think it was that one. And Herod's shoulder is based on that. Spinny Boy. If you remember him. But yeah, really nice shield. I really like this shield. Even though it's not a tower shield, it's still a nice shield. And then the two-hander. I'm pretty sure this is the two-hander sword. Yeah. No, we're going back to the start. Yeah, some really nice stuff. And this is from Pandaria Remix. That's what I'm saying. Like, and they're also not very expensive. It's 3,000 for the weapon arsenal and 4,000 for the ensemble, for the armor. So 7,000 in total if you want to get both. But I'll be honest, in most cases, I only care about the weapons. There's a few here, like this one, like the Druid I kind of want because the shoulders are really nice and the belt. I'm probably going to get the Mage one because this one also sick. Paladin one, maybe. Mainly interested in the shield here. Rogue, the weapons only, really. Shaman weapons. Warlock, the dagger. Warrior, the weapon and shield. I remember the room more than him. Yeah, I mean, it's not much to remember about him. He's a half-naked spinny boy, and he goes into circles, with his Ravager, doing Blade Storm. You don't get to see much of him. You see just a spinny circle. Balancing Foundation. Extract gem. It's what I mentioned earlier when we were talking about this. You can extract gems from your socket by just clicking a button. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the scrapping item. So you get an ability called Unraveling Sand where you can summon this little portal, and all of the gear that you've gotten that you no longer use, you put in here, and it gets scrapped and you get bronze coins. And the amount of bronze coins is quote unquote random, so there's like a range, but it's based on the item level of the item. From what I don't know 100% if it's random, but from what I could tell, it kind of is. It could just be that it's not random. It's based on the type of piece it is. So like maybe a bracer gives less coins than a chest or something like that. But I was seeing basically ranges from like 8 to 12 for the starting gear. But like the higher the gear goes in item level, I remember I saw started getting like 16 coins at one point for an item. So I would imagine as you reach higher level and you get more of these items at higher level, you're gonna get even more coins. That should be nice. And yeah, that's about it. We kind of covered everything there is to cover for now. But yeah, if you want to get Plunderstorm done, I would suggest now is the time to push it quite a bit, because you get double the plunder at the end. So if you can get some good matches in, you could easily get like a level in half an hour, maybe less, depending on how good you are. Like half an hour, probably less. 5-10 minutes, 10 minutes for a level, something like that, maybe, with a little bit of getting used to it and getting in a groove. You can probably get it down to like a level every 10 minutes or so. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Pandaria Remix. I think it's the thing that I'm looking forward to the most in the upcoming like few months. So Dragonfight Season 4 starts next week. That should be April 23rd. Cataclysm pre-patch should be coming out on the 30th, I believe. So a week after that. For those looking forward to Cata pre-patch, that's when the Deathwing hits. That's when you get all the old zone revamps. You can start getting archaeology. You can start working on leveling faster and more efficiently through the old zones with new quests, better stuff. And the Cataclysm should be coming on May 20th. So 30 weeks later. So like the next few months are kind of packed. Pandaria, we don't really know when it's gonna hit. We don't have exact dates for that. All we know is that it's gonna be after Season 4 starts. Sorry, not after Season 4 starts. After 10.2.7 launches. And seeing as the Season 4 is just starting on April 23rd, 10.2.7 is probably not coming until end of May. So I don't know for sure. It's probably somewhere thereabout. So maybe around the time Cataclysm launches, but I kind of don't see that happening. I kind of don't see Cataclysm and Pandaria Remix coming out at the same time, because that would just cannibalize each other. I know a lot of people think that they don't, but at the same time, I genuinely don't think they're gonna launch Remix at the same time. They're gonna give it at least a week or two. So either it comes before May 20th, by a while actually. I don't know. It just feels kind of tight. Or it comes in June. That's the other thing. It's weird. It's hard to say with certainty right now. Technically, it's May as well, but we'll see, I guess, when it comes out. I kind of want to play both Cataclysm and Pandaria, but if they both come out at the same time, I'm probably just gonna stick to Pandaria. Like, I'm not gonna do Cataclysm with Pandaria Remix out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Blizzard. But yeah, it's getting pretty late. So 6 a.m. So I'm gonna go over the like quote unquote announcements for the channel specifically, cause I kind of forgot. Well, not forgot, but got distracted, I guess. So basically, as far as like videos is concerned, I'm gonna continue putting out videos, but don't like expect a video every week or anything like that, because they take a long time, and I want to get back into World of Warcraft, like the game itself. And I also like making videos that are a little bit more insightful and like, you know, talking about and analyzing things. So those videos tend to take a while to make, between like scripting, researching, recording, collecting footage, all of that kind of stuff. Those kind of videos take a long time, and I don't want to keep rushing them. So yeah, those types of videos, I still plan to try and get about one out every month, with maybe something smaller in between if I find something interesting to cover. But going forward, I do want to get back to streaming a little bit, especially with like, Cataclysm, Pandaria Remix, things like that. You should, once those things are actually underway, I'm looking to start streaming again. For now, I'm kind of just taking my time catching up on things, and sorting things out behind the scenes. But you can start expecting regular streams once the fun begins, so to speak. I don't know if I really want to bother too much with Dragonflight Season 4 like on stream. Maybe, maybe not. But at the same time, I kind of don't want to get too heavy into it. Season 4 for me is just gonna be like some light, like getting in the mood and learning a few things here and there. So like I'm gonna do how should I put it? Like I'm gonna do some like LFR, I guess, here and there, but that's kind of about it. Like I don't see myself doing anything crazy in season 4, and more like preparing for the expansion. Honestly, that's kind of what my plan is with season 4, at least with Dragonflight. Just getting used to my classes, and then in Dragonfly we're gonna take it a little bit more serious. But for now, it's gonna be light on that side. And did I touch on everything? Kind of. Yeah. So basically, I'll be streaming a lot more once Remix starts, Cataclysm, and then War Within. And with the Dragonflight, I'm kind of just fucking around a little bit here and there. If I have somebody to play with, I will. Like, if somebody wants to play Dragonflight, just be on Discord, give me a holler, something like that, and we can try something out. But otherwise, probably not too much. Not too much Dragonflight. I'm just gonna focus on the expansion features, and of course, there's Dawn Trail in July with Final Fantasy 14, and I will actually be doing that as well when that comes out. And then we're gonna be doing some Dawn Trail streams. Still undecided if I want to jump in like day one immediately and start going through the story, because I know a lot of people want to experience the story on their own terms. But I will definitely be playing some Dawn Trail when that comes out. Maybe not immediately right on launch like week 1, but soon after, essentially. And I think that's it. Twitch is being weird, loading my chat. So for some reason I can't see chat. It's loading and loading and loading. So if anyone typed anything in the last, like, I don't know, 6 minutes or so, I can't see it, because Twitch decided to load forever. But yeah. Other than WoW and Final Fantasy, I don't really know if there's anything else I want to play on stream. If there's something you guys want to see or are interested in, of course, I'm willing to give it a shot. Like I'm not opposed to it. I never am. But the focus is probably going to be, at least for now, on World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy until the end of the year. If there's like something interesting like Elden Ring, maybe I'll jump on that. We'll have to wait and see exactly how am I feeling right as that comes out. Because that should be coming in mid-June, I think. End of June, I think. Something like that. So maybe we'll do a little bit of that. Depending on if Final Fantasy 16 comes to PC this year, we'll probably give that a shot as well. And if something else piques my interest, yeah, I'm open to that as well. Like at the end of the day, I'm not like per se a World of Warcraft channel. I'm a gamer first and World of Warcraft player second. So if there's some games that I genuinely enjoy or like, I will absolutely give them a shot. But World of Warcraft is pretty high there on the list of things I want to play this year. And I want to get back into it like more properly. So yeah. I think that's it. It's 6 a.m. I've been talking for nearly 8 hours now. So I'm gonna call it a day and rest a bit, rest my throat. Cause yeah, I've been talking almost nonstop. And this is probably not a good idea to keep doing anymore. But yeah, it was fun. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Appreciate it very much. And I hope to see you all next time. Probably next week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. Have fun. And sorry I can't read your chat. I can't read your chats right now because Twitch has decided to be difficult. But I'm thinking of you guys. I hope you guys are thinking of me. And I hope you come back next time. Take care. Have a good night or morning or afternoon, whatever time it is over your place. I'm your friendly neighborhood, Snow Leopard, VTXShiva, signing out. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.